Good morning. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Friday, April 5th, 2024, and the time is 9:15 a.m. I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing on the Interagency Council on Homelessness, or ICH, and the Department of Human Services, or DHS. We're holding this hearing on DHS today as our city is at a crossroads. People across the district are worried about their ability to pay rent, stay safe, and put food on the table. At the same time, the mayor has proposed a budget that includes both sweeping cuts to services that will harm our lowest income residents and regressive tax increases that will fall hardest on those same residents. And this budget shows the same fundamental lack of accountability and transparency that has defined every budget for years. Even as the size of the government continues to grow year after year, we aren't solving problems for our residents, and we're wasting a lot of the money we're spending. Two examples stand out to me as I'm looking at the proposed DHS budget. First, the mayor's proposing significant capital investments in new and renovated shelters, particularly for CCNV and for non-congregate shelters. Those investments are critical, and I support them. But while we are making important investments in shelters, which are incredibly expensive to build, operate, and maintain, we are cutting funding for programs both to keep people out of shelter in the first place and to get them back into permanent housing after they stay in shelter. The mayor is proposing cutting more than half of our budget for emergency rental assistance, which will accelerate evictions and drive more residents into our shelter system. At the same time, she also wants to repeal legislation that was intended to shine a light on how the program is working. While ERAP might not be perfect, it's a lot cheaper than letting people become homeless, and the program won't operate any better with less transparency. When residents do enter shelter, they typically exit through either rapid rehousing or a permanent housing voucher. But the proposed budget rolls back funding for rapid rehousing, anticipates mass evictions of people already in that program, and doesn't fund new vouchers for people trying to exit homelessness. Those programs could be partially replaced with new, more flexible interventions to help residents, programs like Career Map and Flexible Rent Subsidy Pilot Program. I support these programs, but the mayor's proposal backs away from these options too. So the overall strategy I'm hearing from the administration is driving people into shelters without an exit strategy. A second example of this failed strategy relates to staffing at DHS. Every year for years, DHS has spent millions of taxpayer dollars on overtime for its staff, and the amount spent on overtime has been going up year after year. Despite that, the administration chose to implement a hiring freeze for DHS this year, even refusing to hire the staff this committee funded to get more help to residents. That hiring freeze had the predictable result of the department spending even more money on overtime. Now, the proposed budget barely increases DHS's staff size, so we can expect another year when DHS staff are stretched too thin, burning out, and accumulating high overtime costs because we aren't making strategic choices. That's a waste of money, and it harms employees. Overall, DHS's budget is seeing substantial cuts. That's not clear on its face. It's obscured in the budget books by two things. One, the inclusion of a new one-year truancy program, which should not be in DHS, by the way. And two, funding for migrant services, which was not part of the agency's budget because the administration previously funded it at a much higher level with contingency cash. So this is a smaller DHS budget, but for a new program that should not be in this agency and a new line item that wasn't before in DHS's budget. That means human service programs will cost us more down the road and hurt our residents more because smaller programs mean people have to stay on the street or in shelters or be displaced from the city entirely. I do want to express my sincere appreciation for Director Zeilinger and her team for sharing three key goals the department plans to focus on over the next year. This is something I am requesting from every agency in the Housing Committee. Getting on the same page on key goals is important for making our government productive and transparent, and I agree with the goals she set. The first goal is to speed the use of our existing housing vouchers so that we will use all the vouchers we funded by the end of next fiscal year. This is absolutely critical. But we have heard the same goal for several years, and for several years, money budgeted for vouchers has instead been spent on administrative costs at DHS, while the new staff have not been hired. At the same time, the number of lease-ups of voucher holders has been falling for months. We have to get a handle on this. Also, it will be hard to speed up voucher lease-ups without changes at the Department of Housing, at the DC Housing Authority. And DCHA is seeing a largely flat budget. So I'll ask later today what changes this year will help us make progress. The second goal DHS shared is equally important: increasing the timeliness of paying SNAP benefits and getting food to our residents to put on their tables. This is essential both because access to food is a basic human need and because federal law requires us to pay SNAP benefits on time. The proposed budget anticipates rolling back access to food for district families below the amount set by the council this year. That will result in families skipping meals. So I want to know, other than cutting benefits, what is changing in the budget to get SNAP out the door faster? Finally, DHS has a goal to improve outcomes in Career Map to help residents get employment or job credentials. That is a great idea and helps stabilize people. But the budget proposal also suggests that Career Map become an optional program. If this program is going to help help people affected by cuts elsewhere in the budget, how are we going to scale it up? And why aren't we committed to doing it permanently? Each of these goals is going to require substantial change and effort in areas where DHS has struggled. But the budget proposal also suggests that DHS drastically increase its efforts on truancy. Truancy is an important problem, and I have a bill to address it. But right now, I struggle to see how DHS will be able to do so much more with less money while already struggling. In raising my concerns with the DHS budget with the mayor, Jenny Reed, the mayor's budget director, noted that DHS has been asked to, quoting from Jenny Reed, take on a tremendous amount of new work, end quote, already, and that they are, quote, being asked to ramp up in a way that is just not feasible, end quote. So I don't understand why the proposed budget is doing exactly that, asking DHS to ramp up a new truancy program with a declining budget. Looking at this budget, it's clear to me that taxpayers deserve better planning for their money. DHS staff deserve more support for their work, and more than anything, the residents served by DHS need better than what's being proposed. Before I close, I want to recognize that we will be joined later today by Director Silla of the ICH, which has a statutory duty to comment on the mayor's budget proposal. I want to engage her on that process, ask for her input as we review this budget, and ask about concerns we've heard about the trajectory of our youth system at ICH in particular. I also want to recognize that the budget was just released 2 days ago and that no one has had a lot of time to fully analyze its impacts. Unfortunately, due to the administration's delay in getting us the budget and the quick rescheduling of hearings, I had no real choice but to move forward with this hearing today. That said, the record for this hearing will stay open for 2 weeks in case you would like to submit written testimony for the record. And please know that my staff and I welcome your input and thoughts in the budget process. I will now turn to public witnesses. We have over 80 public witnesses and 2 agencies today. So I will not ask a ton of questions to our public witnesses. If I have specific questions, I'll ask them. But if I don't ask you questions, it is not a reflection of the impact of your testimony, but an effort to make sure everyone who has signed up to testify will have a chance to do that. My goal is to have 15 witnesses on each panel with a mix of in-person and virtual participants. We've posted a witness list to the council's management system, but I'm going to need to depart from that order from time to time as we go along because we can only fit 4 in-person people at the witness table at a time in this hearing room. So if you're registered as a witness and here in the room, please listen closely whenever I'm calling up a new panel. And if you indicated in our sign-up form that you plan to participate virtually, but you are now here in person instead, please let my team know at the table to my left so that we can make sure we bring you up in person. When I call up witnesses who are joining over Zoom, the committee staff will promote you from attendee status to panelist status. You'll see a pop-up on your screen and you'll need to accept the promotion to join the panel. You'll drop out of the Zoom session momentarily, and when you come back in, you'll have the ability to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes. So let me call up the first. I'm going to call up everyone who is in person and will work with our interpreter, Mr. Bonilla, plus enough virtual participants to make 15 panelists. I will circle back to others in the room for later panels. Our first public witnesses will be Sierra Barnado, Program Manager of Latinx Street Outreach and Rapid Rehousing with Smile. David San Lorenzo, Bilingual Street Outreach Specialist at Smile. Luis Rojas, Youth Participant at Smile. Jennifer Ramirez, Youth at Smile. Yank Ayuso. Michelle Soto, a Youth at Smile. Luis Miranda Torres, a Youth at Smile. So if I'm calling multiple people, what we'll end up doing is switching people out, and you all know how to help with that. So we will be good. Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, or CNHED. June Crenshaw, Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. Peter Bowling. Michaela Deming, Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Molly Katchen, Supervising Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Haley Hoff, Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. And Daniel Del Pielago, whose name I always mispronounce, and I apologize. That will be our first panel. So we will start with Sierra Barnado. Are you with us? Good morning. If you would hit the button on your microphone so we will hear you.
Good morning. Do we have your permission to use him as a translator for our
Please,
constituents?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Sierra Barnado and I use she, her pronouns. I work with Smile and I'm the program manager of Rapid Rehousing in the Latinx Street Outreach Program. I have worked with unhoused people in the district for almost 10 years as a street outreach worker and have been attending CAP and ICH meetings for the entire time that I have worked in the youth system. When I transitioned from the organization that I was previously with for many years to Smile, alongside the closing of Casa Ruby, it was evident that hundreds, if not thousands, of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people who were at risk and experiencing homelessness were no longer being served. I pitched an outreach program to Smile to serve this special population. Between 2 people on our outreach team, we have served close to 300 undocumented and or Spanish-speaking people in less than 2 years since the program was born. We have assisted over 20 constituents with getting on their own leases with direct housing funds and over 35 into various housing programs through coordinated entry. This number is vast between the staff of 1 that recently became 2 in the past 6 months.
I'm so sorry. I want to make sure the interpreter.
Gets translated.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilman White. We have the benefit of the written testimony, so that helps. Hola, mi nombre es Sierra Barnedo y utilizo pronombres ella y ella. Trabajo para la organización Smile. Soy la directora del programa de Rapid Rehousing y de Latinx Street Outreach Program. He trabajado con personas sin vivienda en el distrito por casi 10 años como una trabajadora que se acerca a las personas que necesitan los servicios. Y he estado participando en CHP y CH en las reuniones de estas dos organizaciones todo el tiempo que he estado en el sistema de la juventud. Cuando transicioné de la organización en la que estaba anteriormente por varios años antes de Smile, junto con durante el cierre de Casa Ruby, fue evidente que cientos, si no miles de hispanohablantes no documentados corrían el riesgo de experimentar la destitución y que ya no estaban recibiendo los servicios que necesitaban. Yo propuse un programa de acercamiento a través de Smile para poder ayudar a eh, esta población en especial. Em, Entre dos personas de nuestro equipo, hemos ayudado a casi 300 personas indocumentadas y o hispanohablantes en menos de 2 años desde el nacimiento del programa. Hemos asistido a más de 20 personas para que puedan recibir sus propios arrendamientos y 35 personas en distintos programas de vivienda para que tengan una entrada coordinada. Este es un Esto involucra a un gran número de personas y de personal em, que han llegado a nosotros recientemente en los últimos 6 meses.
Sadly, the stories of these courageous people that have crossed mountains and borders to call DC home that we'll share today are representative of the experience of hundreds of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people experiencing homelessness. People who do not speak English are denied their right to services in their own language every day, and it has been that way for as long as I have worked in the system. This happens on shelter hotline, at city-funded shelters, outreach programs, drop-in centers, housing programs, DMV, and at the Economic Security Administration sites. A large portion of my work over the years has made me the go-to person for knowledge around supporting undocumented people in both the adult and youth system who are experiencing homelessness. This is a special population that we need to plan around, as Spanish is the second most spoken language in DC. Over the years, I have advocated directly with agencies, assisted with cases, made complaints with OHR, and tried my best to educate others about language access lines and other resources which are available to district government offices and their grantees. I am here today because every day, all of the programs mentioned above are in constant violation of the DC Language Access Act. We must do better as a city because on a daily basis, people are denied basic access to shelter, resources, and safe spaces. The Committee on Housing can provide oversight to ensure that DHS is properly training staff and recipients of DHS funding to actually use the language access lines and better serve this special population. Someone has to start taking accountability. In addition, SMILE supports the efforts of the DC Language Access Coalition to have council introduce the 2024 Language Access Enforcement Amendment, which would require DC government agencies to pay fines if OHR determines that they have violated the Language Access Act.
Con mucha tristeza, estas historias de personas muy valientes quienes han cruzado montañas, fronteras para poder llamar a Washington DC su hogar, que les voy a contar el día de hoy, representan pues las historias de cientos de personas hispanohablantes, no documentadas, personas que están experimentando la destitución, personas quienes no hablan español, se les niega sus derechos, servicios en su propio idioma todos los días. Y ha sido así por todo el tiempo que yo he trabajado en el sistema. Esto sucede tanto con la línea de apoyo en los refugios, la cual está financiada por los refugios de la ciudad, programas de apoyo, centros de acopio, programas de vivienda en el DNB y también en la Administración de Seguridad Económica, en sitios de Administración de Seguridad Económica. Una gran parte del trabajo que he realizado durante los años ha hecho que yo experimente de manera personal y que tenga pues el conocimiento sobre cómo poder apoyar a las personas no documentadas quienes están experimentando situaciones de destitución. Esta es una población especial a la cual tenemos que tener en cuenta y planificar debido a que el español es el segundo idioma más hablado en Washington, D.C. A través de los años, yo he defendido directamente con agencias, he asistido en casos, he hecho reclamos a través de OHR, he hecho mi mayor esfuerzo para educar a otros sobre las líneas de acceso de lenguaje y recursos que están disponibles a través del programa de subvenciones y las oficinas del distrito. Estoy aquí hoy día porque todos los programas mencionados eh, constantemente violan el la ley de acceso a los idiomas de Washington, D.C. Debemos hacer esto mejor porque la ciudad pues está experimentando día a día negaciones de derechos básicos al refugio, recursos y lugares seguros. La Comisión de Vivienda puede dar su autoridad para asegurarse de que DHS esté entrenando apropiadamente al personal y a las personas que reciben los fondos de parte de DHS para que se pueda utilizar la línea de acceso a lenguajes de mejor manera para ayudar a esta población muy especial. Alguien debe tomar responsabilidad por esto. Adicionalmente, SMILE apoya los esfuerzos de la línea de acceso de Washington, D.C., de la coalición de línea de acceso de Washington, D.C., y por ende, el Consejo debe introducir la enmienda a la ley del idiomas 2024, la misma que requiere que todas las agencias de Washington D.C. paguen em, multas en caso de que OHR determine que han violado la ley de acceso al lenguaje.
Finally, linguistically competent services are not always culturally competent services. Housing providers and shelters have to know that case management and benefit navigation are two wildly different processes for people who are undocumented and those who have a social security card, which is required for most things in our sanctuary city. OMS was founded because of vast numbers of Venezuelan migrants, but since I started almost 10 years ago, there have been hundreds of constituents that I have assisted in housing alone that have gone to service centers for years before they were assessed because there were no Spanish-speaking staff present. OMS staff consistently provide linguistically appropriate services to their clients, but do not have the support to provide culturally competent services to undocumented clients. This includes navigating the process of obtaining passports and other records which are required to receive an ID in DC, assisting people in obtaining tax IDs so they may rent apartments on their own if they have the means to do so, and otherwise helping folks to obtain the documents and tools that one needs to become stable and self-sufficient. Separate but equal services between OMS and Virginia Williams means families are left without clear ways to find places to live. If I've been staying in a hotel for 6 months in limbo on New York Avenue with children who are born here and children in DC schools, why am I not a DC resident? My outreach team serves queer and or undocumented people from ages 18 to 30, and we constantly try to do warm handoffs with the family system and other organizations. But the warm handoff does not exist when there is no way to measure at the front lines that staff are actually using the language line at the least. In closing, DC is a sanctuary city, and it is time that we realize that we need to strategically plan for this population. We need to ensure that DC law is enforced and that all shelters and housing programs are both linguistically and culturally competent. We need to stop re-traumatizing our Spanish-speaking and undocumented constituents and include them in ICH meetings and make sure that information about these meetings that affect them directly is available to them in Spanish. Thank you. I think there, no, aquí.
So, and this is the last page, right?
Yes.
Ok, finalmente, servicios con competencia lingüística no siempre son culturalmente competentes. Proveedores de hogar y de refugios tienen que saber sobre los beneficios de navegar el manejo de casos. Estos son procesos vastamente diferentes para personas que no tienen documentación o que no tienen un número de seguro social, lo cual es requerido para hacer la mayor cantidad de cosas en nuestra ciudad santuario. La OMS ha sido fundada debido a que un gran número de migrantes venezolanos, debido al gran número de migrantes venezolanos, cuando yo comencé hace 10 años, eh, estas cientos de personas a las cuales yo he podido asistir, los cuales fueron a los centros de servicios por años, ni siquiera fueron revisados o examinados. No había manera de constatar si es que había personal que hable español. El personal de OMS constantemente debe proveer servicios lingüísticamente apropiados a sus clientes, pero no tienen el apoyo para proveer servicios culturalmente competentes a los clientes no documentados. Esto incluye navegar el proceso para obtener pasaportes y otros récords, los cuales son requeridos para recibir una identificación en Washington, D.C., asistir a personas para obtener una identificación que le permita hacer su presupuesto, para sus impuestos, de manera que puedan alquilar apartamentos de manera independiente, para que tengan los recursos para hacerlo. De otra manera, ayudar a las personas para que puedan obtener los documentos, herramientas que necesitan para ser y estar estables y autosuficientes. Servicios separados pero iguales entre la OMS y Virginia Williams significa que las familias no vayan a tener maneras fáciles para encontrar un lugar donde vivir. Si yo me he estado quedando en un hotel por 6 meses, he estado en limbo en Nueva York, en la avenida Nueva York, con niños nacidos aquí, en escuelas de Washington, D.C., ¿por qué no soy un residente de Washington, D.C.? Mi equipo apoya a personas queer o no documentadas entre las edades de 18 a 30 y constantemente estamos intentando hacer una salida acompañada eh, junto con el sistema de familias y otras organizaciones, pero la salida acompañada no existe porque no hay una manera para medir lo que está pasando en las líneas del frente. Si el personal está utilizando la línea de lenguaje, por lo menos. Bueno, para finalizar, Washington, D.C. es una ciudad santuario y es hora ya de que nos demos cuenta que una planificación estratégica para esta población significa que debemos asegurarnos que la ley de Washington, D.C. se esté aplicando en todos los refugios y programas de vivienda y que sea tanto lingüísticamente como culturalmente competente. Necesitamos parar ya de retraumatizar a nuestros hispanohablantes y población indocumentada, incluirlos en las reuniones de ICH y asegurarnos que la información sobre estas reuniones que les afecta directamente esté disponible en español.
Thank you. For panels, because of the number of witnesses, I am going to be a stickler for time. Obviously, we need time for translation for witnesses who need translation. So what I'm going to do is double the time for translation, but I'm going to have to cut it once you double the time. So witnesses will have 4 minutes with interpretation. That'll be 8 minutes, but I'm going to have to cut it at that point going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David San Lorenzo. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, for some reason, the mics are a little softer today than normal.
And
You
now?
might be able to pull it forward a little bit.
Okay, now? Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks. So good morning. My name is David San Lorenzo, and I'm from El Salvador. I came to the US in 2021 when I was 20. And at the beginning, I was living in Casa Ruby because I didn't have family or any kind of support. I felt very comfortable because they have a linguist staff. But unfortunately, Casa Ruby closed the doors. And I
I'm
almost
sorry,
found myself.
Mr. David, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. May I just ask for short sentences so I can help interpret back into Spanish?
Oh, okay.
O me pasa la tarjeta.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to pass me his card so we can proceed. Thank you.
So I was saying, unfortunately, Casa Ruby closed its doors, and I almost found myself in the streets. From there, I moved through different transitional house programs.
Mi nombre es David San Lorenzo, soy del Salvador. Llegué a los Estados Unidos en el 2021 cuando tenía 20 años al inicio. Yo vivía en Casa Ruby y me sentía muy cómodo porque el personal era bilingüe. Desafortunadamente, Casa Ruby cerró sus puertas y tuve que me encontré en las calles. De ahí he pasado por bastantes programas transicionales distintos.
In my lived experience there, I noticed that there was no bilingual staff, and that made me feel like I didn't exist. Communicating with my case manager was difficult because I cannot fully explain my needs. As a result of many problems went unaddressed. For example, I suffered sexual harassment repeatedly in my own room from my roommate. It took 4 reports and 1 outside for the program for them to do anything about it.
En la experiencia que yo viví ahí, yo noté que no había personal bilingüe. Eso me hizo sentir invisible. Comunicarme con la persona que manejaba mi caso era muy difícil, debido a que no podía completamente explicar mis necesidades y como resultado de los varios problemas que no se estaban resolviendo. Por ejemplo, el hecho de que sufrí un abuso sexual repetitivamente en mi cuarto por mi compañero de cuarto. Tomó 4 reportes y un programa de afuera para que se haga cualquier cosa al respecto.
Fast forward to now, I'm working with Smile as a bilingual street outreach specialist. From this position, I can once again see how the system failed to people who does who don't speak English. Because of my job, I go to the DMV very often to help clients experiencing homelessness to get the ID. The ID, this is a vital document for everyone in order to obtain health insurance, SNAP, get a job, or transfer from a shelter to a housing program.
Ok, adelantémonos al presente. Ahora estoy trabajando en Smile como un especialista bilingüe y de esta posición, pues yo puedo ver cómo el sistema le falla mucho a las personas que no hablan inglés debido a las labores que desempeño. Pues visito mucho el DNB e intento ayudar a los clientes que están experimentando situaciones de destitución. Les ayudo para que consigan sus identificaciones. Este es un documento vital para todas las personas para que puedan obtener seguro médico, beneficios de SNAP, obtener un trabajo e incluso para que puedan transferirse desde un refugio hasta un programa de vivienda.
Each time that a client doesn't speak English, I have to go with them to the DMV to make sure they get the same service that an English speaker receives. I have noticed a huge difference between how they are treated when I'm present versus when they go alone.
Cada vez que un cliente no habla inglés, yo tengo que acompañarles al DMV para asegurarme de que ellos puedan obtener el servicio que un angloparlante reciba. He notado una gran diferencia entre cómo a ellos le tratan versus cuando yo estoy presente y cuando ellos están solos.
Last week, I went to the DMV accompanying a client. And then a 60 years old lady asked me if I could help her. She needs to get her ID because of emergency. She explained something about her husband being in the hospital, and she unfortunately lost her ID. She told me that was the third time in the DMV in the same day. She doesn't speak English or understand, and no one of the DMV used the translation line. When I called the supervisor told me that the 60 years old lady need to request the service. And I asked them, why does lady need to request a service that you need to provide? She doesn't speak or understand English. It results that the only thing that she needs to provide was her passport, something that she bring the first time.
La semana pasada que estuve en el DMV, encontré a una señora de 65 años y le pregunté si le podía ayudar. Ella necesitaba su identificación debido a una emergencia. Su esposo estaba en un hospital y ella había perdido su identificación. Era la tercera vez que ese día que había ido al DMV y ella no habla o entiende inglés. De manera que intentaron utilizar la línea de traducción. El supervisor me había dicho que la señora de 65 años necesitaba pedir sus servicios. Y bueno, resultó que lo único que necesitaba para obtener su identificación es su pasaporte, algo que ella intentó hacer la primera vez.
It's very frustrating the fact that there are tools and resources, but people don't care. People don't use them because it takes too long to call an interpreter. Have a translation access is not only a law of the sea, it's also a human right. And I'm not requesting everyone to speak Spanish, French, Portuguese. I'm requesting the use of language access to break this language barrier. Thank you.
Fue una situación muy frustrante el hecho de que existan recursos y herramientas, pero a las personas no les importa. Las personas no saben utilizarlos, debido a que a un intérprete toma mucho tiempo. Tener acceso a los sistemas de traducción no solo es la ley en Washington, D.C., sino que es un derecho humano. Yo no estoy solicitando que todos hablen español, estoy solicitando que se utilice el acceso a la línea de idiomas para poder romper esta barrera de idiomas. Muchas gracias.
Sorry, let me make sure. Welcome, Luis Rojas.
Sí.
Excellent. Welcome.
Hi, buenos días. Mi nombre es Luis Nicolás, soy venezolano, tengo 8 meses en DC. Mi experiencia al principio que llegué a este país no fue la mejor, ya que no sabía inglés y no tenía familia en este país. Por lo tanto, me vi obligado a vivir en refugio. Mi experiencia en los refugios fue muy mala por no saber inglés, ya que por ser hispano no me prestaban la atención y no me entendían nada. Fui amenazado por otros clientes americanos del refugio y por no saber inglés no pude decir nada y los trabajadores ahí no dijeron nada. Tuve que cambiar de refugio y en este era lo mismo. Nadie hablaba inglés y nadie te decía nada. La comida era muy mala y por ser hispano no califico para ayuda de comida. Muchas veces la comida te daba dolor de barriga y en otros casos estaba vencida. Muchos preferíamos acostarnos sin comer. Varias noches me dormí sin comer y sin dinero para comprar comida, hasta cuando encontré un trabajo. En el refugio habían 3 horarios de comida. Si no estabas en esos 3 horarios de comida, no comías. Eso afectaba a las personas que trabajaban, porque se quedaban sin comer. Y si salías muy temprano a trabajar, te ibas sin desayunar. Por no tener papeles, era muy difícil conseguir trabajo aquí. Y si hallabas, era en restaurantes o construcciones, por lo tanto no salías temprano. Y, y los refugios tienen un horario de entrada. Eh, horario de entrada. Me perdí. Horario de entrada. Si no estabas en ese horario, te tocaba dormir en la calle. Muchas veces no me dejaban pasar a mí y a mis compañeros y nos tocaba dormir en el metro. Una noche me dormí en la calle porque los securities del shelter no me dejaban entrar. Eh, y ni trataban de entenderme por qué yo llegaba tarde. Eso nos pasa a muchos hispanos que dormimos en los refugios. Una vez me tocó decirle a Sierra y ella habló para el refugio para que me dejaran entrar y dormir. El personal nunca te decía sobre los beneficios por no saber inglés y cuando yo conocí a Sierra y a David en menos de 15 días, ya yo tenía ID, tasa ID, seguro médico y estaba inscrito en la escuela para ir a estudiar. Cosas que no hicieron las otras personas por no saber inglés y por ser hispano. Y no saben lo difícil que es sacar un documento siendo venezolano, ya que la mayoría de los venezolanos no contamos con documentos en nuestro país. Y si no tienes pasaporte, no puedes sacar el ID. Y si tienes partida de nacimiento, en este caso ellos dicen que es falso. Y hasta cuando vas con una persona que habla inglés, todo cambia y te atienden de maravilla. Eh, yo como hispano pienso que todos somos iguales. Deberíamos ver más ayudas de vivienda para los hispanos, ayuda de comida y un programa que te ayude a conseguir trabajo sin papel, ya que es imposible conseguir trabajo y sobre todo más gente que hable español. Gracias.
My name is Luis Nicola. I'm Venezuelan, and I've been in DC for 8 months. My experience at the beginning when I came here, it was really not the best. I didn't really know how to speak English. I didn't have family in this country. For that reason, I was forced to live in a shelter. My experience in shelters was very bad by not being able to speak English. By being a Hispanic, attention was not lent to me, and I didn't understand anything. I was threatened by other American clients at the refuge for not knowing English, and I couldn't say anything to the staff there, and I wasn't given anything. I had to switch shelters, and this was the same situation. It was repeated because no one spoke English and no one said anything. The food was very bad, and by virtue of being a Hispanic without papers, we just don't qualify for food help. And then many times, food just gave me stomach aches. In other cases, it was already expired. But plenty of times we just went to bed without eating. Plenty of times I went to sleep without eating, without money, without money to buy food, until I was able to find a job. At the refuge, there were 3 different schedules, the different times for me to eat. And if I wasn't able to show up at one of those schedules, then I just was not able to eat. And this really impacts people, specifically people who work, who have to go without meals. And for example, if you have to leave the shelter early to work, then you just left without having a breakfast. And not having papers is very difficult. It's very difficult in terms of getting a job here. If you go there, if you go to a restaurant or if you go to a construction site, if I tried going to one of these places because I left early, this was obviously a problem. And at refuges, at shelters, they just don't have an entry time. And if you're not there at the time when you're supposed to show up, then you just have to sleep on the street. And many times I wasn't allowed to spend time with my friends, and I had to just go and sleep at on the metro. Plenty of times I slept on the street because the shelter security didn't understand me. They didn't try to understand me. And when you arrive late, specifically when you're having to arrive late because of work issues, and this happens to a lot of Hispanics who sleep at shelters. And one time I had to tell Sierra, and she spoke on behalf of me with the shelter, so they would allow me to get entry and go to sleep. Staff sometimes would tell you about the benefits. I'm sorry, staff would never tell you about the benefits because you didn't know how to speak English. And when I met Sierra and David, in less than 15 days, I was able to obtain a DC ID, a tax ID, a medical insurance, to register to study. And these are things that people didn't do for Hispanics, for not people who didn't speak English and who don't know how difficult it is to obtain a document being a Venezuelan. Why do the majority of Venezuelans who have documents from our countries while we're living in the DMV, if you don't have a passport, it doesn't really help you. If you do have it and you go by yourself, they tell you your documents are false. But when you go with someone who speaks English, everything changes and people just treat you wonderfully. As a Hispanic, I think that we're all equal. There should be more housing help for Hispanics, food assistance, and a program that helps you obtain work without papers, because it's virtually impossible to find work, and especially finding people who speak to you in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Jennifer Ramirez, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Jennifer Ramírez. Soy de El Salvador. Emigré a los Estados Unidos desde pequeña. Actualmente tengo 26 años. Mis padres ya estaban acá y siempre que uno viene hacia acá es para buscar mejores oportunidades y poder salir adelante, aunque la mayoría de veces no es como lo pensamos, porque el no tener un estatus legal nos hace no poder tener ayuda y oportunidades como los que sí. Recuerdo que desde que vine veía y aún veo a mis padres cómo se les hace difícil la mayoría de veces de poder obtener ayuda para aplicar para ciertas cosas como seguro médico, ayuda con comida o programas de emprendimiento. A veces no solamente el límite era el no tener un estatus legal, sino también el no saber inglés y no poder explicarse. Da un sentimiento de pena y tristeza porque en lugares así no hay mucha ayuda para los latinos y en algunos casos se rehúsan a ayudarnos. Yo pasaba muchas necesidades en ese entonces, yo no sabía nada de estas oportunidades hasta que un día conocí a Sierra Barnedo de Smile, que desde ese entonces ha procurado ayudarme en todo lo que había estado necesitando. En lo que sería seguro médico y ayuda de comida. Además de eso, ella me ha ayudado a registrarme en un programa de emprendimiento donde aprendí un servicio de belleza, lo cual eso me ha ayudado a no solo depender del Estado, sino también a emprender y superarme, ya que las oportunidades para una persona que no tiene documentos legales son muy limitadas. Le comenté también sobre mi estado de salud y gracias a ella me ayudó a obtener un seguro médico y ahora puedo tratarme sobre mi salud que por años había estado sufriendo y no tenía los recursos para tratarme. Y no solamente eso, sino en realidad ha sido de gran ayuda para mí, am, sino también recientemente me ha ayudado a empezar mi camino para poder obtener un estatus legal en el país. Ella junto con con las demás personas que trabajan en la organización de Smile, incluyendo a David, han sido de gran bendición para mí y mi familia. Asimismo, esa organización ha sido de gran ayuda para la comunidad latina y para las demás minorías. Es urgentemente poder tener más organizaciones y personal que ayuden a las minorías porque los seguros de salud, programas de emprendimiento y educación son ayudas esenciales que como latinos indocumentados no podemos obtener. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Ramirez. I am from El Salvador. I migrated to the United States when I was little, and currently I'm 26 years old. My parents were already here. And whenever someone comes to the United States, you're trying to find better opportunities and to be able to push forward. Even though the majority of time, it's not as we think it is, because when you don't have a legal status, and that just means that you're not able to obtain help and find opportunities as people who do have it. And I just remember since the first time that I came, I saw my parents and I still see them. And I see how difficult it is for them most of the time without having to find help to be able to apply for certain things. And sometimes it's not just a barrier not having a legal status, but it's also not knowing English and not being able to explain yourself. It gives you a feeling of sadness. And in places like this one, there just isn't a lot of help for Latinos. And sometimes people refuse to help us. And I experienced a lot of need at that time. And I didn't know anything about these opportunities until one day I met Sierra Barnedo from Smile, who's ever since tried to help me in everything that I've needed. And things like finding a medical insurance and food stamps. And moreover, the help that she's given me to register in a program, an entrepreneurial program where I learned beauty, how to offer beauty services. This kind of thing is just helping me to become independent, so I don't have to depend on the state, and also to start my own entrepreneurship and to push myself. And because now I know I have a trade that's opening opportunities for me, I'm able to find more work opportunities. And I also told her about my health situation, and thanks to her, she helped me find medical insurance, and now I can find treatment for my health, something that I hadn't been able to do for many years, and I've been suffering, but I just didn't have the resources to find the adequate treatment. And not just this, the reality is that they've just been a huge help for my life, and also recently they've helped me find my own path to be able to obtain my legal status in this country. And together with the other people who work at Smile, including David, and they've just all been a huge blessing for me and for my family. This organization has just been a huge help for the Latino community and for a lot of minorities. It's urgently needed that we have more organizations like them, more staff like them that can help minorities, because health insurance, entrepreneurial programs, education programs, they are essential help and essential supports for Latinos, particularly undocumented Latinos, things that we're not really able to obtain. We're not able to obtain this without the help of Smile.
Thank you for your testimony. I will have a few questions for you all, but I'd recognize we may have to switch some seats. So feel free to switch seats if you need to, and I may call you back up for questions. Yank Ayuso. And if Michelle Sorto, if you're here, can come. Diana Leomeli Martinez, if you are here, you can come up. And I think Luis Miranda Torres, if you are here. And Yank, you can begin your testimony.
Hello, I am Yenka Yuso, and this is my testimony. My experience with Smile was a blessing, and I was glad I found it online after hours of crying and trying to find a solution to leave the dangerous environment I was in. So much trauma has happened since I came back to America alone, trying to survive and find where to live and help my mother and little sister independently due to my mother and father being deported. I became homeless while at the same time making sure I was sending monthly to my mom in Dominican Republic. I raised my younger sister from most of my younger years, and we both went through a lot. But I'm so grateful I got through those times and found LAYC and Smile. It made a difference having people who could relate to me as a Latino and a part of the LGBTQ community. I was grateful for the help I got from Sierra, who was so welcoming, loving, and funny, and comforted me, and gave me hope, and even more to add that she spoke to me in Spanish. That same comfort and hope she gave me, she definitely gives to so many people that struggle to find help because of the language barrier. She inspired me so much to utilize my Spanish and English, not only for myself to improve with speaking it, but for others who need help and have gone through the same or worse situation than I have. Many people go without help because they aren't understood, and not a lot of social workers and mental health professionals speak Spanish or care to try to translate. I grew up translating for my parents and for friends, and that went full circle. And I even had to help others in situations to seek out help to Smile by referring them because they had been to other service centers and nobody helped them in Spanish. Helping other Latinos in shelters and programs saved me when I needed it most. But it almost felt like my responsibility while in the programs, even though I was a client as well. The sad part is many Latinos don't learn English due to little to no opportunities because they work 24/7 or no motivation from the trauma they endure, trying to leave unsafe places and find it hard to trust people in shelters because of bad experiences.
Mi nombre es Yank Ayuso. Mi experiencia con Smile ha sido una bendición. Yo he estado muy orgulloso de que lo encontré en línea después de horas de llorar e intentar encontrar una solución y intentar dejar el ambiente peligroso en el que estaba. Tanto trauma ha sucedido desde que vine a Estados Unidos, solo intentando sobrevivir, buscar dónde vivir, ayudar a mi mamá, a mi hermana, independientemente debido a que mi papá fue deportado. Entré en una situación de destitución al mismo tiempo en el que estaba intentando enviar dinero a mi mamá en la República Dominicana. Yo ayudé a criar a mi hermana menor y a la María durante mis años de juventud. Ambos atravesamos muchas cosas, pero estoy muy agradecido que a través de todos esos tiempos encontré al LAYC, a Smile. Me ha hecho una gran diferencia tener a personas quienes pueden relacionarse conmigo como un latino y parte de la comunidad LGBTQ. Em, y estoy muy agradecido por la ayuda que he obtenido a través de Sierra, quien siempre me ha dado una bienvenida, ha sido amorosa, ha sido chistosa, me ha dado confort y cariño y que me ha dado esperanza. Y además de que me habló en español. Esa, esa misma comodidad y esperanza que ella me dio definitivamente le da a tantas otras personas quienes atraviesan muchos desafíos y necesitan ayuda debido a la barrera de idioma. Me ha inspirado tanto poder utilizar mi español e inglés, no solo para mejorarme, sino también para hablar con otros quienes necesitan ayuda y que han atravesado muchos de los mismos desafíos o peores de los que yo he tenido. Muchas personas no reciben apoyo debido a que no se les entiende. No muchos trabajadores sociales y profesionales de la salud mental hablan español o siquiera les importa traducir. Yo crecí traduciendo para mis papás y para mis amigos y eso ha regresado siempre para ayudarme. Yo he ayudado a otras personas en situaciones donde necesitan apoyo en Smile em, y me lo refieren o se lo refiere a otros centros de servicio debido a que nadie hablaba en español. Entonces, ayudar a otros latinos en refugios y programas me ayudó a mí cuando yo lo necesitaba, porque sentí que era mi responsabilidad mientras estaba en otros programas. La parte triste de esto es que muchos latinos no aprenden inglés debido a que hay muy pocas oportunidades, debido a que trabajan 24 horas al día, eh, 7 días por semana y no tienen motivación debido a que experimentan mucho trauma intentando dejar lugares que no son seguros, y les resulta pues muy difícil confiar en personas, en el personal de los refugios porque han tenido malas experiencias.
Having someone who, okay, sorry. Having someone who understands them can bring them that safe zone of trust. I have seen so many Latinos get taken advantage of when they can't understand others in shelters and supposedly trying to help them. But it seems like the staff have little or no interest in trying to understand them and trying to understand what people who speak Spanish need. I have seen many racist interactions in the government-funded programs. Not saying everyone is, but it seems that people get denied help because they are Latino and only speak Spanish. Now, with all the new Latinos, I see a trend of DC politics breaking their moral compass, and it's sad. We can't just connect with other humans in front of us at service centers. I am demanding that we at least try to assist by providing that safety and security, which is one of the ways humans connect, which is communication. More bilingual staff required at shelters and housing programs would be great for anyone struggling to find help and become housed. People come here for better lives, and each person is different, but how can we keep pouring money into these housing programs and shelters who do not have Latinos in mind when planning? My personal experience and process was having to stay at a 90-day shelter after Sierra referred me, and I remember fearing for my life inside and outside of that shelter because I was different. I remember getting to know some others staying at that shelter, and I noticed that they got no case management in Spanish. I, as a person staying at the shelter, would have to translate for them because the people working in the shelter only spoke English, and this re-traumatized me and brought me back to my childhood when my family would get mistreated. This surprised me. I was glad to have helped and be their support and be there to support them with their translating, their needs and concerns. But those who are paid for the job should be provided with training and be obligated to serve people who don't speak English with the same services.
I'm gonna ask that you summarize the testimony. I know that's a challenge. That's not a fair challenge to you.
Ok, yo he visto muchas interacciones racistas en los refugios, he visto mucho personal que de verdad no conoce y cómo traducir, cómo brindar apoyos de idioma culturalmente competentes. Y el problema es que es su trabajo hacerlo. Si estas personas están en una posición donde tienen que brindar servicios, pues ellos deberían poder brindarlos en español también. Yo he tenido que hacerlo por mi cuenta varias veces. No obstante, esto me ha retraumatizado, me ha hecho recordar muchas situaciones en las que tenía que hacer el trabajo con mis padres y no me parece que es la situación apropiada ni correcta.
Thank you so much. Michelle Osoto?
¿Y yo le traduzco al final? ¿Sí? Ok.
Hola, ok. Mi nombre es Michelle Osorto, soy de El Salvador, soy una chica trans. Llegué a este país en el 2015. Am, Iba a algunas organizaciones y me negaban el acceso por ser una chica trans. y me mandaban a organizaciones que era para nosotros. Y cuando llegaba a las organizaciones me decían que tenía que buscar organizaciones latinas.
Okay, my name is Michelle Osorto. When I arrived at many of the organizations where I was trying to find services as a trans woman, I was turned back and I was told that I had to go to other places where they would either serve Latinos and people who were trans.
Eh, um, Cuando conocí a Sierra, pude encontrar organizaciones y ella me ayudó a entrar a la escuela, sacar el ID y muchas cosas que tenemos en común todos aquí. Um, También quería hablar sobre la falta de comunicación del mismo idioma. He perdido como 3 amigos por que en los shelters no nos dejaban entrar si no llegábamos a tiempo, no importaba si estuviéramos trabajando o no.
Okay, and I was just very lucky to find people like Sierra and similar organizations who helped me get into school, find an ID, and just so many things that the people who are present here need. One of the big issues that we've had is the lack of communication. I've lost 3 friends while going through shelters.
La falta de comunicación, creo que tuvo que ver mucho en eso. Por eso estamos pidiendo de que haga, haya más facilidad de comunicación en todos los lugares. También me ayudó a meterme a ¿cómo se llama? Es como a un programa de vivienda, ya que yo no tenía case manager ni nadie que me ayudara, Sierra me ayudó. Terminé mi GED, gané una beca, pero por falta de inglés y de que alguien me apoyara, la perdí.
Okay, and as you can see, communication really is the big issue. So when you lose your ability to communicate, it just gets very difficult to be able to find help that you might need. For example, a housing program, specifically if you don't have a case manager. And that's where where Sierra came in. She really helped me specifically because of my lack of English. And I also got a scholarship, and I unfortunately lost the scholarship because of the lack of English.
Siempre he sido una persona muy trabajadora y a la vez yo trato con los traumas que he pasado. A veces cuando tenía el programa de vivienda, yo mejor dormía afuera o en la calle por la falta de comunicación y la falta de comprensión del equipo y por la falta de un case manager que no hablara español para, para poder quejarse con él o que él nos tomara en cuenta.
I've always been a very hardworking person, but I do have a lot of trauma. And sometimes I had to sleep on the street, even when I was in a shelter program, because of the lack of communication, lack of communication with the staff of the shelter.
Yeah. Oh. El programa nunca usaba la línea para traducir o a veces solamente se reían de nosotros cuando tratábamos de hablar inglés porque lo hablábamos mal. Cuando Sierra llegó al programa hubo una gran diferencia con las personas porque ella nos facilitaba mucho más los recursos o cómo el poder comunicarnos con ellos sobre nuestras necesidades.
Okay, and so the program's big issue was that they never used the language line, and they even mocked people who didn't speak English well. And there was a big difference when Sierra came in because she really facilitated communication and helped people who didn't know English.
En el 2018, ella me llevó a un lugar de un grupo de jóvenes que queríamos dar ideas para clientes del sistema de vivienda y no sé, ella me traducía todo el primer día que fuimos, pero no se me tomó mucho en cuenta porque todas las personas que estaban ahí hablaban inglés y yo no, y ellos querían gente que se les facilitara más el hablar.
And in 2018, Sierra took me to a group where people shared ideas about the housing system, and Sierra would translate everything. But I really was not taken into account because they were more interested in people who spoke English.
Necesitamos un grupo de jóvenes y adultos latinos para dar ideas a cambios del sistema de vivienda o por lo menos incluir en los grupos que ya existen.
And so we're going to need a group for our youth and adults integrated by Latinos that can talk and discuss about ideas and changes for the housing program.
Hace poco tuve una mala experiencia en un programa de estos donde facilitan el seguro médico. Mi madre fue y no la querían atender porque era latina hasta que tuve que hablarle tierra y ella tuvo que hablar con ellos y nos pudieron brindar la consulta.
And just recently, I had a really bad experience. I went to one of these programs where they give you the health insurance, but and I took my mother. She needed the help, but since she didn't speak English, they didn't want to see her.
Lo que estamos pidiendo hoy en día es que wait. Lo que estamos pidiendo hoy en día es que ustedes apoyan a la comunidad latina y LGBT que no saben inglés con el mismo derecho que los demás. Es el trabajo de ustedes que aseguran que chicas como yo tienen derecho y los servicios como todos los demás.
So what we're asking from you today is that you support the Latino community, particularly LGBTQ, who don't speak English. They have the same rights and they need support just like everybody else.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Diana Liamelli Martinez.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diana, soy de Guadalajara, México y soy una chica trans viviendo en un programa transicional en DC. Cuando yo me quedé en la calle, llegué buscando ayuda en algunos programas de vivienda en diferentes lugares en los cuales no hablaban español y me fue difícil comunicarme con el personal. El intercambio de información entre el personal y yo no fue lo mejor porque teníamos una barrera, el idioma. Yo trataba de comunicarme de la mejor manera posible con el personal, pero notaba que se molestaban o no me ponían atención por el problema de idioma. Fueron meses de frustración para mí porque no encontraba un lugar donde hablaran español, hasta que un día llegué a LYC, ahí conocí a Natalie, una case manager que ella hablaba español, y pudimos comunicarnos mejor en nuestro idioma. Ella me entendió, ella me conectó con Sierra, y en ese programa de alcance. Me ayudaron a sacar el Tax ID, pudimos trabajar juntas hasta que llegó el día de aplicar para buscar un shelter para mí, porque era riesgoso para mí irme a diferentes shelters de DC siendo una chica trans. El personal era rudo conmigo, no solo porque no podía comunicarme. La segunda razón por la cual ellos eran rudos conmigo era porque sufrí discriminación por parte del staff del lugar, porque querían que durmiera en el área de los hombres siendo una chica trans. Así que Natalie entendió mi situación y me ayudó muchísimo a buscar un lugar donde pudiera estar segura. Yo esperé en el shelter y así fue como llegué a Smile, un programa en el cual me siento segura y sobre todo me siento súper cómoda porque tengo case managers que hablan español y podemos comunicarnos mucho mejor. Así poder trabajar de una mejor manera en todos los beneficios que puedo aplicar. Ellos me ayudaron a traducir información cuando necesitaba aplicar para algún trámite. Ellos siempre estaban ahí para apoyarme en todo lo que fuera posible, aplicar a seguro médico, hablar con mis abogados, ayudarme a hacer citas médicas con mi equipo médico y mucho más. Para mí, en mi experiencia, es de una gran ayuda tener personas que hablen español en más programas porque no es fácil para nosotros como comunidad latina entender y poder trabajar con nuestros case managers con mayor seguridad y saber que tenemos a alguien que nos escuche y nos entiende. Yo tengo mis amigas que están en otros programas de vivienda y shelters que no tienen case managers que hablan español y sufren mucho. Todos me miran como que yo tengo la suerte de tener una case manager que habla español fuera de Smile o LYC. En eso sí no existen. Si existe que no saben ayudar a gente que no tiene papeles, lo que estoy pidiendo hoy es que como un sistema, ayudemos a las chicas trans que no tienen papeles porque nosotras nos hace más difícil todo por el cuestión de seguridad en los shelters sin social. Y yo puedo calificar para algunas ayudas de comida y otras cosas. Lo que estoy pidiendo hoy en el sistema que tome en cuenta que yo como chica trans indocumentada no soy una chica, no soy la única y hay muchas más en mi situación que están literalmente sufriendo en la calle y que hacen cosas riesgosas solo por comer y dormir porque no somos bienvenidas en los shelters y en los programas de vivienda. Gracias.
Hello, good morning. My name is Diana. I am from Guadalajara, Mexico. I'm a trans girl. I'm living in a transitional program in DC. And when I went to the street, I arrived there looking for help and different types of programs, housing programs in different places. Those places didn't speak Spanish, and it was very difficult for me to communicate with staff. Exchange of information between the staff and me wasn't really the best because we had a language barrier, and I tried to communicate as best as I could with the staff. But I noticed that they would get upset or they just wouldn't pay attention to me because of the language barrier. There were many months filled with frustration because I could not find a place where people spoke to me in Spanish. Until the day that I arrived at LAYC and met Natalie, a case manager who spoke Spanish, and we were able to communicate better in our language, and she understood me. She connected me with Sierra, and that program gives wide reach, and they helped me get a tax ID. We were able to work together until the day came where we had to apply for a shelter for me because it was very risky for me to go to different shelters around DC being a trans girl, and the staff was very rude with me, not just because I couldn't communicate. Not just because I couldn't communicate. The second reason was that I was a trans girl. And at the moment, I suffered a lot of discrimination from the staff and the place. They wanted me to sleep in the men's area being a trans girl. And so Natalie understood my situation. She helped me a lot to find a place where I could be safe. And she would wait for me to get to the shelter as well. And when I got to Smile, a program where I feel safe and when I feel super comfortable because I have case managers that speak Spanish, we can communicate much better. And it's just a much better way of working. And I get all the benefits that I can apply for. They help me translate information when I needed to apply for any type of process. They were always there for me to help me with everything that was needed to apply for medical insurance, talk to my lawyers. They helped me make appointments with a medical team and so much. And this experience was extremely helpful. It was extremely helpful to have people who spoke Spanish in more programs because it's much easier for us, the Latino community, to be able to understand and to work with our case managers and feeling much better and certain that we have people who are able to understand us and who hear us out. And I have friends who are in other programs, other housing and shelter programs that just don't have case managers who speak Spanish, and they suffer a lot. They all look at me as if I was really lucky to have a case manager that speaks Spanish because outside of Smile and LAYC, that almost does not exist. What does exist is people who are not able to help people who don't have papers. And so what I'm asking today is, how can a system help trans girl better if they don't have, how can a system can help trans girls better who don't have papers? Because for us, it's just very difficult because of the security situation at shelters. Without a social security, I'm just not able to qualify for a lot of helps, including food and other things. So what I'm asking today is that the system takes into account how a trans girl, undocumented trans girl like me, and many others in my situation who are literally suffering in the street and who have to do risky things just to eat and sleep. Why are those girls not welcome at shelters and housing programs?
Thank you very much. Luis Miranda Torres, welcome.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Luis Torres, soy de El Salvador, llevo en este país 17 años, soy parte de la comunidad LGBTQ, no tengo papeles, soy casado con un ciudadano americano, pero él falleció cuando me estaba arreglando papeles, no pudo arreglar mi documentación. Cuando él falleció, empezó prácticamente todo lo que me está pasando. Perdí casa, perdí carro, perdimos todo. Perdí mi trabajo también porque eso me afectó mi vida emocionalmente, espiritualmente y psicológicamente.
Okay. My name is Luis Torres. I'm from El Salvador. I have 17 years living in Washington, D.C., and I'm part of the LGBT community, and I don't have legal papers. My husband, Jaime, does have American citizenship, but he died many years ago, and that changed my life a lot. That also impacted my health, my mental health, my housing situation, and my entire life.
De los 17 años en este país, 16 años los trabajé en Washington, D.C., pagando impuestos como todo ciudadano, trabajando de 7 de la mañana a 12 de la noche. Siempre he tenido mi condición que se llama distrofia muscular, solo que nunca supe que la tenía. Estuve yendo a los hospitales, a las clínicas, pero desafortunadamente porque no hay alguien que hablara español, nunca supe qué era lo que tenía y simplemente me daban pastillas para el dolor, ibuprofeno.
Okay. So I've lived in the United States, in DC, for 17 years, 16 years paying taxes. I have vascular dystrophy, and I showed up at a clinic, and I didn't really understand what kind of treatment they wanted to offer me. And this just became extremely difficult because of the language barrier and not having documents.
Un día en mi trabajo me caí en las gradas de mi trabajo. Un amigo me llevó al hospital, pero mi amigo no hablaba inglés y él me dijo de que me iba a llamar a alguien para que me tradujera y él me trajo a Sierra. Ella estuvo conmigo en el hospital desde las 10 de la noche hasta las 6 de la mañana porque no me querían atender porque no tenía un ID, no tenía un seguro, no había alguien que me tradujera. Por lo tanto, incluso estando Sierra conmigo, costaba que me atendieran porque no tenía seguro simplemente.
One time at work, I had a fall, and luckily a friend was able to take me to the hospital. He didn't speak English though. And so he brought me to Sierra. There was a big issue here because I didn't have an ID and I had no insurance, and there was no one at the hospital who'd really help me with translation, even with having Sierra there. Due to all my issues not having documents, it was a very difficult experience.
That one night we were in the hospital and they were denying him service because he didn't have an ID. And I was there with him from 10 at night to 6 in the morning, trying to help him apply for insurance.
Okay, so just to add, so they were at the hospital from 10 to 6 a.m. and this was overnight when he had an injury, and they were denying service because he didn't have the papers. He didn't have his papers.
Luego ella se movilizó para ayudarme a sacar mi seguro porque no lo tenía. Yo pienso y considero que deberían de haber más personas como Sierra que ayudan a las personas sin importar su condición. Yo pienso de que deberían de contratar o haber más personas que en verdad hagan su trabajo porque les gusta de corazón y no porque les pagan, porque muchas veces uno va a los diferentes lugares y a uno lo atienden mal. A veces las personas entre ellas se ponen a murmurar y se sonríen porque uno a veces no puede a veces decir las palabras en inglés correctamente.
And I was just lucky that Sierra made an effort to get my insurance because I didn't have it. And I wish there were more people like Sierra around who do their job without really looking for financial remuneration. They just do it because they love it. And there's just a lot of people who I've encountered who don't have a good attitude. Sometimes they look at me in a wrong way. They mock me, they laugh at me because of not knowing English.
Yo llevo años prácticamente en diferentes instituciones buscando vivienda porque no estoy trabajando por ahora por mi enfermedad. Tengo un gato que lo tengo de un amigo depositado. Tengo las cenizas de mi pareja depositadas porque no tengo un lugar en donde tenerlas. Además de eso, el doctor me tiene que hacer terapias físicas, terapias ocupacionales y no tengo un lugar fijo en donde llegue la terapeuta a hacerme mis terapias porque a veces vivo de un amigo, a veces en un carro. Prácticamente no tengo un lugar estable donde quedar. Hace poco vi a Sierra y me preguntó cómo estaba en mi caso.
So I've for the last few years, I've had a very difficult time because of my sickness. It's very difficult for me to keep a job. I have a cat, and sometimes I have to leave my cat with friends. Not having a physical place to live can be very challenging because I need to have therapies. And sometimes I just don't have a place to have these therapies because I either live in my car or I live at a friend's place and it's difficult to schedule my therapies.
Por lo tanto, pues estamos pidiendo, por favor, que no nos quiten la ayuda, al contrario, que nos den más ayuda para la comunidad, no solo para la comunidad, para las diferentes personas que necesitan, ya sean ancianos, niños, que en verdad necesitamos a personas que hablen español, para que nos puedan traducir, pues, y no sea el caso mío de que tenía distrofia muscular y me daban medicamentos para lo que no era, porque no me entendían lo que les estaba explicando.
Okay, so what I'm asking here is please don't withdraw your help. Don't withdraw your help for the community, for elderly people, for children, for people who don't speak Spanish. Just look in my case. I have muscular dystrophy, and I wasn't really able to understand what the medications were that I was supposed to take, what the medical treatment was that I needed.
Solamente gracias por la oportunidad.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being with us. Next public witness, Ryan Trout, who I think is joining virtually. And hopefully you all won't go too far. I'll have a couple questions for the first two panels. Yes. Ryan Trout, are you with us? I see you. There you are. You can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Trout. I am the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. CNHED is a dynamic association of approximately 180 organizational members dedicated to fostering just and equitable community development solutions for low and moderate income district residents. Our members span a broad spectrum, including those involved in affordable housing development, tenant technical services, homeownership counseling, small businesses, and critical family services, among others. As we navigate the district's recovery journey, CNHED stands ready to partner with the council and administration, urging prioritization of investments in our most vulnerable populations and support programs. Together, we can build a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous future for all residents of the District of Columbia. We recognize the significant challenges in addressing the continuum of housing needs. We wish to express our gratitude to Director Zeilinger and her staff for their diligent work over the past year and our eagerness to collaborate in the upcoming fiscal year. CNHED values the ongoing dialogues and data sharing with DHS, especially concerning the voucher approval and lease-up processes for DHS clients. Now, turning my attention to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. CNHED seeks a fully funded program for the most vulnerable populations that show need, income-eligible district residents facing housing emergencies, in order to remain stably housed and avoid homelessness. While acknowledging ERAP's critical role in eviction prevention and housing stabilization, we have concerns over its post-pandemic growth. This has inadvertently heightened delinquencies, risking foreclosure or forced sales of affordable housing properties. To mitigate these issues and curb potential fraud within the program, CNHED recommends amendments or tweaks to prioritize applicants in district subsidized properties, require recertification for tenants receiving federal rental assistance before ERAP application, and improve accessibility for vulnerable households. Furthermore, we advocate for increased promotion and outreach for the ERAP portal to ensure timely access to residents in need. We would also welcome the opportunity to be a part of conversations seeking to redefine emergency and to find ways to reduce externalities from the program from features like self-attestation. In solidarity with our partners, the Way Home campaign, CNHED advocates for $36.6 million for 1,260 single permanent supportive housing vouchers and $22.8 million for 580 family PSH vouchers. PSH is a best practice model for matching housing subsidy with wraparound case management to ensure a long-term stock of housing that meets the needs of the district's homeless population. PSH has a proven record of ending chronic homelessness by helping housing stability while improving health. Lastly, CNHED, as a member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, emphasizes the importance of fully complying with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020. Equitable treatment in district contracts is vital for the sustainability of nonprofit services and the workforce, ensuring continued quality service delivery to district residents. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'd like to reserve the ability to amend my testimony today as I plan to dig deeper into the budget over the next week and provide full written comments. I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. June Crenshaw with the Wanda Alston Foundation. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. We stand united with the advocates for the DC LGBT Budget Coalition, the Youth Economic Justice Coalition, the Victims Assistance Network, and the VANS Policy and Advisory Committee. Together, we advocate for comprehensive resources for the LGBTQ community, youth services, and victims of survivors of intimate partner violence and sexual assault and hate crimes. Our mission at the Wanda Alston Foundation is to eradicate homelessness and poverty for LGBTQ youth. And we do this and have done this for over 15 years by providing shelter, case management, life skills training, and access to medical, mental health, educational, and job services. We serve LGBTQ youth all over the city. The young people that we serve have faced immense trauma, discrimination, and violence. Many have been rejected by their families and have survived unspeakable abuse. This trauma creates significant barriers to stable housing, employment, and mental health services. We appreciate the mayor's FY25 budget, which keeps critical funding for youth homelessness services and LGBT youth homelessness. We ask the City Council to protect this commitment to youth homelessness and go further to increase the funding to appropriate spending levels. Keeping the funding the mayor has recommended means that we do more with less. It is no secret that the cost of living is soaring in the district and across the nation. Our organization is facing unprecedented challenges with attracting and retaining critical staff. The staff we have are burning out, stretched too thin, and underpaid. But even more important to our hiring challenges are the critical needs of the youth in our program that go unmet because of the lack of adequate resources, such as access to culturally competent mental health services, support with vital services on substance misuse, which is at an all-time high. We urge the council to increase funding for organizations that are led by LGBTQ individuals, especially those that are queer and Black and women. We also request that additional permanent supportive housing vouchers be made available to queer youth, and that the council continue to oversee the process to ensure that vouchers reach the individuals that desperately need them. Thank you, Councilmember White, members of the committee, and the mayor for your attention to these critical needs. We appreciate the opportunity to testify and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peter Bowling. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify about the DHS budget. My name is Peter Bowling. I'm a medical student at Georgetown University School of Medicine, and I have lived in Foggy Bottom for the past 2 years. I'm also a member of the Health Justice Alliance at Georgetown University, which brings together physicians, lawyers, and students to address health disparities and pursue health justice locally and nationally. I am here to support All of the Way Home campaign's budget recommendations to end chronic homelessness across the district. In this testimony, I will focus specifically on their requests to invest $22.8 million to fund permanent supportive housing for 580 families and invest $8.4 million to maintain 24/7 shelter access. As a volunteer working with Georgetown Street Medicine Outreach, I have interacted with many of DC's unhoused population, handing out sandwiches, fruit, medicine, and supplies. One thing that struck me was how many of the same people I've seen week after week, including families with small children. While it was a privilege to be able to help them in small ways, it is clear that more is needed to address this chronic issue. According to a recent report, DC has the highest rate of homelessness, 73.3 people out of 10,000, compared to the states, New York with 52.4, Oregon with 47.5, and California with 46.5. Recent counts report about 704 homeless families with children in the district. My experience in the Health Justice Scholar track at Georgetown has shown me that policy itself can be the treatment for this issue. The medical impacts of homelessness on these individuals also cannot be overstated. People who are homeless have a much higher rate of illness and die 12 years earlier on average than the rest of the US population. Injuries and illnesses can be the cause of homelessness due to the resulting lack of employment, which then it can compound a patient's medical difficulties, creating a vicious cycle. Unhoused individuals have a significantly higher rate of diabetes, high blood pressure, STDs, and mental health and substance use disorders. Unhoused children have a higher risk of developmental delays, face health risks from poor nutrition and environmental factors, have an increased susceptibility to illness and disease throughout life, and are more likely to have lower academic performance or drop out of school altogether. Though the health risks created by homelessness are myriad, the good news is that they can be treated and even reversed by recognizing that housing is healthcare and that access to safe and reliable housing is a human right. By supporting more permanent supportive housing, we will give families the stability they need to get back on their feet and give our unhoused children the opportunities they deserve. For those who are not able to obtain permanent supportive housing, 24/7 shelter access can act as a safety net, and people will not have to face the instability of checking out every morning and waiting in line every evening to secure a safe place to sleep. A successful pilot study of permanent supportive housing initiatives in Seattle showed that participants had reductions in hospital admissions and jail bookings. In service of this, I would like to reiterate the request to invest $22.8 million to fund permanent supportive housing for 580 families and invest $8.4 million to maintain 24/7 shelter access. This is necessary to alleviate the medical and social harms inflicted by the homelessness crisis in the district. Thank you to Chairman White and the subcommittee for hearing my testimony. I hope you consider it and the solutions I and the Way Home campaign have suggested. Your consideration is much appreciated.
Thank you for being with us. Michaela Deming, Policy Director with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Michaela Deming, and I am the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in DC, and that includes domestic violence-specific housing providers. We welcome the opportunity to lift up the data demonstrating year after year that domestic violence is a leading driver of homelessness and the considerable need for additional coordination and dedicated funding to address the needs of survivors. However, as you noted in your opening, with this hearing being held so soon after the release of the mayor's budget, there are still many unanswered questions that limit our ability to specifically respond and make tailored requests to the council. We hope that there will be additional opportunities for public input on matters such as the proposed consolidation of the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, the over $50 million cuts to homelessness prevention, family housing, and ERAP. Domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness. 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single adults, and 40% of homeless youth report experiencing domestic violence here in DC. I'm going to directly quote from the point in time count report. As has been the case for several years in the district's point in time count, surviving domestic or intimate partner violence is the most reported life experience among adults and families, with most families, heads of household reporting in 2023 that this was true for them and or their children. While this was reported by 24% of unaccompanied individuals, when we break that down by gender, it's almost 50% of unaccompanied women who fall into that same category. Year after year, when we witness the PIT count data illuminating the links between domestic violence and homelessness, year after year, the DHS budget does not fund or support the basic needs of survivors. To be clear, many, if not most, survivors of domestic violence who are homeless are in the non-domestic violence specific housing continuum. So when those services are cut, there is also a direct impact on survivors. ICH has made some efforts to include domestic violence into their emergency response and shelter operations and strategic planning goals for next year. However, the language used in those goals designates domestic violence as a, quote, adjacent system. We're concerned that the way that it is being included fails to recognize the percent of survivors seeking services are being served in the homeless services system. We also know that the units in the domestic violence housing continuum are woefully inadequate to meet the needs of survivors and are frequently operating at or near full capacity. DHS and ICH both must meaningfully and systematically address domestic violence as a leading cause of homelessness in the district. We have considerable expertise in domestic violence survivor services at our organization and our incredible member programs, many of whom you'll hear from today, to support DHS and ICH in these efforts. However, victim services are already under-resourced to meet the needs. Dedication to addressing domestic violence requires the allocation of funding commensurate with the identified level of need. So despite domestic violence driving family homelessness, it receives less than 1% of the DHS Family Services budget. DCCADV's budget platform asks for $14.36 million for additional domestic violence housing and a total of $30 million over FY24 across the budget to meet the needs of domestic violence survivors as identified by our member programs. We also stand with the Victim Assistance Network in their budget request and the Fair Budget Coalition with their budget request and revenue-raising proposals. We will continue to seek sustainable resources to support programming, policy initiatives, and community awareness about domestic violence prevention and cessation and the interaction with homelessness here in the district. Through proactive partnership with the ICH and meaningful funding from DHS, we will be able to address the rise in youth and family homelessness in the district and give our youth and families the safe and secure lives they deserve. Thank you, Chairperson White, for your staff and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Molly Katchen with Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Molly Katchen, and I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. My testimony today will address the need to increase the funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the need to reform the application process. Council must provide robust funding for ERAP in 2025. ERAP is one of the most effective tools the district has to keep individuals and families in stable housing and prevent evictions. Council must ensure the program is sufficiently funded and administered in a way that is accessible to all DC tenants. The mayor's proposed 2025 ERAP budget does not come close to meeting the need for rental assistance. It is a significant cut from the 2024 budget and falls critically short of meeting the needs for DC tenants. As a point of context for this need, as of April, the ERAP program has already approved applications for over $20 million in assistance. This is the entire budget for 2025. Funding for next year must be at least consistent with the amounts for 2024. In order to determine what fully funding ERAP really looks like, we need additional information. Each time the portal has closed, many DC tenants were locked out of the process. By doing this, DHS is preventing a full assessment of the true need for ERAP. Historically, there was no way to keep track of how many tenants attempted to apply for ERAP, how many of those tenants would have been eligible, and how many would have been approved. The portal system presents an important opportunity to collect and share this information so we can truly understand what the need for ERAP in the district really is. DHS also must create a more equitable and accessible application process for ERAP. Under the current system, the ERAP portal opens quarterly and remains open until a set number of applications are met. We testified at Oversight about the problems with the system and urged DHS and the council to make changes to the application and portal system so it is more equitable and accessible to all DC tenants. Some of the problems previously detailed include that tenants must have reliable internet and be able to access the portal during the open window. There are accessibility issues for limited English speakers, those with learning disabilities, cognitive impairments, or visual impairments, people who cannot read, and people who don't have access to the documentation required during the limited window that the portal is open. DHS did set up an on-site application, in-person on-site application site this round to attempt to address some of these concerns. However, we heard from many tenants that there were hundreds of people at the site waiting for hours for assistance. We need a system that alleviates barriers to access and is available to DC tenants when they need it. Emergencies are not predictable and do not occur on a quarterly schedule. If the goal of ERAP is to help DC tenants in crisis and prevent displacement, the portal needs to remain open all year long to do just that. The need for ERAP in the district will always be high, and while there is an underinvestment in affordable housing. A family that spends 60% or more of their income on rent will always be one emergency away from housing instability. Car maintenance issues or medical expenses quickly become emergencies that affect the ability to pay rent. In these situations, ERAP is a crucial tool to keep families housed. By accessing a resource they are eligible for, tenants in DC are not abusing the system or applying for ERAP when they don't really need it. The reality is that the housing crisis in DC is dire, and tenants need help year after year because they simply cannot afford rent. Legal Aid will be testifying at the DHCD budget hearing on how the district can expand access to affordable housing in the district to address some of these concerns. Low-income tenants in the district are struggling. Expenses are increasing faster than wages. We know the council cares deeply about these issues and keeping individuals and families housed. The council must ensure that ERAP is sufficiently funded and accessible at all times to those who need it. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. On this first panel of public witnesses, we have 8 more minutes of testimony, and then it'll be about 2 minutes of questions to folks who testified at the beginning. Do you all have enough time for about 10 more minutes? I'm just asking if 10 minutes is too long. Thank you. All right. Haley Huff with Legal Aid DC, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Haley Hoff. I'm a staff attorney at Legal Aid DC and a Ward 4 resident. We know that DHS plays a critical role in ensuring that the district's most vulnerable residents have access to benefits. And the budget should ensure that DC continues to invest in making services better. And to that end, Legal Aid's testimony today will address the need for funding in the fiscal year 25 budget for increased funding for interim disability assistance, restoring cuts to DHS's information technology budget, funding for a DHS ombudsman, and permanent funding for GiveSnap arrays. First, rather than decrease the budget for interim disability assistance or IDA, DHS should maintain or increase funding for IDA to help residents with disabilities. By definition, IDA recipients are unable to work and don't have other sources of income. IDA benefits play a critical role providing the only form of cash assistance for single adults with disabilities, many of whom are homeless, to pay for basic needs related to medical care and housing while they wait for SSI. IDA approvals consistently lag behind applications, yet the mayor's proposed budget slashes IDA funding by more than $1 million. The application and appeals process for SSI is extremely lengthy as Social Security faces application numbers, decreased funding, and staffing issues. IDA is often the only source of support while people wait an average of 6 to 8 months on their initial SSI application, not including any appeals that they might pursue. Rather than decreasing the budget for IDA, DHS should maintain or increase the budget to provide the necessary financial support for district residents with disabilities. Next, the council should restore the drastic proposed cuts to DHS's information technology budget. DHS service delivery issues, including failure to process applications and an inability to connect with ESA staff, have persisted for years, and DC residents' ability to access the agency has decreased, leaving many people without crucial benefits. Given the technology issues that plague the agency, Legal Aid is discouraged that the proposed budget shrinks the agency's IT budget by $848,000, and we would recommend that the information technology budget at least be maintained. Relatedly, the committee should work with DHS to create and fund a DHS ombudsman, which would be a crucial step in assisting district residents with public benefits issues and serve as a liaison with DHS. DHS has continually stated they need money for more staff to alleviate service delivery issues. And instead, the budget slashes funds for case management by $684,000 and does little to nothing to show residents how they will improve services. A human services ombudsman would be a step in the right direction. We propose that the council create funding in the proposed budget to form a human services ombudsman to assist and advocate for district residents in accessing benefits. Unfortunately, customers can rarely obtain efficient and timely resolution of benefits-related questions through the call center, service center, or administrative hearing process. And a human services ombudsman, like the Office of Healthcare Ombudsman and Bill of Rights, would help customers resolve problems with obtaining benefits that they cannot address effectively with DHS. Would also have the added benefit of freeing up DHS capacity at every level. Legal Aid urges the committee to work with DHS and the mayor to fund a human services ombudsman. And finally, we encourage the council to permanently fund Give SNAP a Raise. Our clients already struggle to make ends meet, and the increased SNAP allotment would help alleviate food insecurity for DC residents. District residents must have meaningful access to critical safety net benefits, and the budget must provide adequate funding to make sure that these programs are accessible and responsive. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Our last public witness on this panel, Daniel Del Pelago. Welcome.
Thank you so much, council member, and thank you. You've gotten my name a lot closer, so thank you.
We have a little more time to keep working on it. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. Good morning, council member. My name is Daniel Del Pelago, and I work with Empower DC. A stream of our work focuses on preventing displacement caused by multiple factors. One key factor of displacement is district residents being back on their unaffordable rent. We perform outreach to let district residents know about their rights, the supports they have, and the key programs like ERAP, which help district residents avoid eviction and experiencing homelessness. I must share that at the April 3rd presentation of the FY25 budget, I was dismayed by the mayor's lack of compassion for low-income DC residents and the insistence that they are somehow gaming the system, choosing to not pay their rent since ERAP will pay for it. This type of narrative from the executive sends a dangerous and racist message that low-income residents, which in this city largely translates to Black and people of color, have chosen to forego rent payments and will wait for the government to bail them out. These type of talking points simply don't allow a city looking to improve their racial equity practices to move forward. As you know, ERAP is an emergency program. Residents can only apply once a year, have to prove that they will be able to move forward with rent payments, and those who are currently court involved get prioritized to receive this rental assistance. So claiming that somehow the system is being gamed is untrue and irrelevant. What it does message is a change in values that sacrifice the indigent instead of seeking to help them. I'd also like to lift up the fact that eviction filings have nearly doubled from the number they were at last year at this time, based on data provided by the U.S. Marshal Service to the Eviction Prevention in Community organization that we are part of. We received these lists for the purposes of canvassing. There is an undoubted emergency. We need more support and not less. ERAP is a critical program that keeps DC residents from being evicted and likely experiencing homelessness. It prioritizes those in an emergency. It is not a program for people who do not want to pay their rent. Until we can find a solution for exorbitant rents and lack of jobs with livable wages, we need to ensure that ERAP is funded at a higher level than what the mayor is proposing in her FY25 budget. We understand that there are many cuts in the FY25 budget that make it tough to prioritize what gets funded and what doesn't. However, we should aspire to go beyond sacrifices and find the necessary funds that keep families housed and safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank this entire panel. Let me quickly ask Sierra Barnado to come back to the table just for a couple quick questions. David San Lorenzo and Luis Rojas, just very quickly. These were powerful testimonies, and I do want to thank Mateo Bonillo for translating. It's not an easy job. Sierra, you testified and several people testified that your assistance specifically helped them navigate agencies, programs, get access to programs. So one, thank you for doing that. Shouldn't be as necessary as it is. How much of the language access issues you and others described would be solved by agencies simply using or better utilizing the language access line?
I would say a large percentage of the problem would be solved because DC is robust in services, I believe, especially in the youth system. We do fault in LGBTQ services, but what we have existing employment programs, things like that, they're not culturally competent. So if we use the language access helpline, that's DC law. That's not just like something we need to compromise with, like, oh, let's just use it. No, it's DC law to use the language line. The second piece is culturally competent, like DOES, employment services, different things to assist people to, like diversion. You need a social security card for most of those things. So we're not culturally competent at all. Linguistically competent is just the baseline. That's DC law already.
I appreciate that, and I agree. David San Lorenzo, can you submit your testimony in writing so that we can send it to the DMV and to the council committee with jurisdiction? Because this is a fixable issue. And let me allow our translator. Sorry.
Sorry, Councilmember, can you please repeat?
Yes, I'm asking David San Lorenzo if you can submit your testimony in writing so that we can send it to the DMV and to the council committee with jurisdiction. This is a fixable issue, and I want to make sure it's on their radar.
Can I say something? Yeah, I'm trying to reach out with them, but I just got an answer from the supervisor, I think, but nothing else. I have been requesting to have a meeting to try to work together to solve this problem, but I still waiting for an answer.
We actually got assistance from DHS to like leadership of the DMV, and they actually came to present at a provider meeting. And we haven't heard back from them. We had initial stuff, but no follow-up, and it's been about 2 months. We have the emails.
I'd like to have the committee follow up as well. And I think your testimony is more powerful than mine. So I will supplement it, but I think your testimony speaks very clearly to the severity of the issue and frankly, how fixable it is if they communicate with people. Luis Rojas, I'm going to ask DHS to meet with Smile to better understand and share their plans to address these concerns of residents being threatened, people being threatened, complaints going unheard, and the lack of access to programs. And let the translator translate.
Para el señor Luis Rojas, yo voy a pedir que DHS se junte con Smile. Es importante que se tenga un plan para poder mejorar estas preocupaciones que se tiene, que a los residentes les están amenazando y les está maltratando. Es importante que se busque una solución para esto.
Bueno, yo creo que sí es importante que se busque una solución a eso, ya que Yo creo que no soy el único, he escuchado más testimonios de otras personas como compañeros del refugio y han pasado por lo mismo que yo, hasta cosas peores. Eh, por ejemplo, yo estuve en un refugio donde un americano entró y mató a otro americano frente de todos los compañeros y todos estuvimos ahí, tuvimos que salir corriendo. Y sí me parece importante que solucionen esos problemas.
Yes, I think it's really important to find a solution. I think I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for all my friends who share the shelter. Just to give you an example of things that I've witnessed, I saw an American come into the shelter and kill another American in front of all of us. So yes, I think it's really important to find solutions to these issues.
Thank you, and we will. Luis Torres, first of all, I'm so sorry for the loss of your husband. To be here without your papers, to lose your partner, and suffer medical issues without documentation is an experience I can't imagine.
Primero que todo, Luis, lo siento tantísimo por la pérdida de su esposo. Estar aquí sin papeles, sin documentos, sin su pareja, es una dificultad muy grande que yo solo no puedo imaginar.
Some issues take a lot of money and a lot of new people to fix. Some don't. Some just take listening and compassion. And based on your testimony and other testimonies I've heard in this panel, I think we can do a lot better. And I think that you all are helping to move the city forward on these issues, and the committee is going to help.
Bueno, algunos de estos problemas requieren sí mucho dinero, mucho personal también para arreglar, pero otros no. Otros solo requieren que se escuche, entender, tener compasión. Y yo creo que sí, que se puede hacer un mucho mejor trabajo. Y yo voy a empujar pues a la comisión para que haga lo necesario.
So I want to thank you all for being with us today, for your testimonies. And I know that you all have to get going, so I want to let you go. But I did want to make sure I address some of the specific things that came up in testimonies, and I look forward to working with you.
Sí, solo quiero agradecerles mucho por su presencia aquí, por dar su testimonio, por rendir su testimonio y sí, vamos a hacer lo necesario para arreglar lo que ustedes han mencionado en sus testimonios. Gracias por estar aquí. Sé que tienen que ir a trabajar.
I also want to quickly address something that came up in multiple testimonies in this panel, and that is the issue of emergency rental assistance program. Last year, this committee worked to increase the amount of emergency rental assistance money by tens of millions of dollars, and even that was not enough. Now, what we heard from the mayor this week was that people are gaming the system. There is no evidence of this. There is no evidence of fraud. What there is evidence of is that rents are going up much higher than incomes. There's evidence that evictions are up. There's evidence that legal programs that assist people in avoiding eviction are all now overstretched. So what we are seeing is a housing crisis, not a crisis of people gaming a system. I also want to make sure we all understand the limitations of ERAP. People can only apply for emergency rental assistance once in a 12-month period. You have to be low income in order to participate, and you have to be behind in your rent and facing eviction. This is not a recipe for a fraudulent program. I have heard some specific recommendations on ERAP from folks who testified. Please send all specific reform recommendations to the committee so we can send them to DHS. I would like the DHS director and the mayor to give us recommendations on how they believe we should reform ERAP. But I think without emergency rental assistance, we are going to see more people evicted. We're going to see more people in shelter, which is going to cost taxpayers more money, and we're going to see more people displaced from this city. So we're going to be paying special attention to ERAP in this budget, and I'm going to be asking for data from the mayor and the administration on what fraud they are seeing. So again, I want to thank everyone who testified on this panel. I want to keep moving because we have many more public witnesses and then 2 agencies to get to. So we're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. I'd like to confirm that the following people who signed up to testify virtually are not in the hearing room this morning. Tiffany Riley, Najir Jenkins Sutton, Christy Respris, Christy Matthews Jones, and Kelly Sweeney McShane. Any of you here? I don't see you. Okay. Our next panel of public witnesses will include Commissioner Trupti Patel, Vice Chairperson of ANC 2A, Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst for DC Action, Sunny Desai, Managing Attorney with the Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Amanda Eisenhower, Dr. Catherine Crossland, Director of Homeless Outreach Development with Unity Healthcare, McKenna Osborne, Policy Attorney with Children's Law Center, Christy Thompson, Chief Executive Officer for Calvary Women's Services, Andrea Chapman, Community Organizer with Empower DC, Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, CEO and Executive Director of Capital Area Asset Builders. And I'm going to start with, I need to remember to come back to you because it's out of order. Chris Thompson, I think I called you already. Andrea Chapman, I called you. Betty Gentile, Senior Advocacy Specialist for Some Incorporated. Candace Lewis, Senior Director of Programs for the District Alliance for Safe Housing Incorporated. So we will start with, I'm going to start with Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz because I skipped him in the last panel to accommodate, so I apologize.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White and staff members of the Committee on Housing. My first name is Joseph, last name Lightman Santa Cruz. I have the pleasure and honor of being the CEO and Executive Director of the DC-based nonprofit Capital Area Asset Builders, better known as CAB. Right away, Councilmember White, thank you for your leadership on this extremely vital topic. I very much appreciate that in your opening remarks, you highlighted 2 programs at DHS that CAB is very proud to manage, DC Flex and Career Map. Those are impactful programs that really demonstrate how investing and trusting in low to moderate income Washingtonians by providing them with resources, financial assistance, and the ability to dream bigger does result in actually achieving their God-given potential. Now more than ever, the district needs to be investing in programs that provide effective and impactful opportunity to Washingtonians. We fully understand the new fiscal year will be a tough one for everyone, but we need to ensure that low-income Washingtonians are given an opportunity to achieve financial stability. That is why at CAB, we strongly believe that DHS programs like DC Flex and Career Map are the type of programs that both the executive and at the council need to be fully investing and backing up. This results in low to moderate income Washingtonians having a real shot at financial stability and being placed on a pathway to long-term prosperity. At the end of the day, I know that everyone here is interested in really providing a shot so that we can all be achieving our God-given potential. At CAB for the past 6+ years, we have been partnering with DHS to assist low to moderate income Washingtonians to be empowered to take control of their finances, increase their savings, and build wealth for a better future, both through Career Map and through DC Flex. We engage directly with participants in both programs. We hear their concerns. We know of their financial hardships. We know that most of society has moved on from the pandemic, but the pandemic is still being felt within the communities that we serve through both programs. They were facing financial hardships before the pandemic. The pandemic significantly built that up, that hardship, and they continue to face more hardships, even while most of society has moved on in a post-pandemic world. Both DC Flex and Career Map do this. In addition to providing information, resources, tools, and money to participating Washingtonians, they also provide hope, support, coaching, and most of all, economic mobility. Through DC Flex and Career Map, we're also able to bring forth information on the earned income tax credit at both the federal and at the DC level, information on the child tax credit at the federal level, information on federal and DC public benefits. So here we have a holistic package. It's a real two-generation economic mobility package in both programs. So cash transfers, guaranteed income, financial coaching, match savings. It's a holistic approach to really give folks an opportunity. Lastly, Councilmember White, we fully understand that the financial challenges associated with FY15 is a tough situation. We only have so much money that can be allocated. That is why now more than ever, programs with demonstrated impacts need to be fully invested in. DC Flex and Career Map have a track record of accomplishing impact. We need to prioritize and expand both of the programs. I know that this might not be the right time to be talking about expansion, but when we know that something works, that is where we need to be focusing on. Both DC Flex and Career Map have allowed low-income Washingtonian families to be given the ability to stay at home, to find better paying jobs and have a better shot at financial stability. This translates into more money being generated within those families, more income taxes being paid, and also more money being spent in DC-based small businesses. We recognize and thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership and for caring about these key topics. And we also very much appreciate and recognize the leadership of DHS Director Sellinger and the DHS staff that manage Career Map and DC Flex. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Sunny, no. Commissioner Trupti Patel. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments may be entered for the record. My name is Trupti Patel, and I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I'm the Vice Chairperson for ANC 2A, and I'm here to testify about the Aston, DC's first high-barrier homeless shelter that would primarily serve adults with acute medical conditions, mixed-gender adult families, and couples experiencing homelessness to stay together, populations that can't properly be served in other shelters. Earlier this year, I testified before you during the performance oversight hearing for this agency's handling of communicating with ANC 2A and concerned citizens around the implementations and operations of the Aston. Since that hearing, the first CAT, Community Advisory Team meeting, was held. And while there are still way more questions from all stakeholders, it was a start and hope there is more consistency moving forward. ANC 2A held a special meeting in June 2023 and sent a resolution in support of the Aston, contingent upon certain conditions being met and outstanding questions around services provided and the state of the Aston to be addressed. After the commission requested the building assessment report from the Department of Human Services, it was provided by the Department of General Services. And upon review, there was deep concern on the safety and integrity of the building. The reason for such scrutiny and intensity around the oversight of by the commission is that the Aston under the George Washington University had issues around mold and water leakage. If students were having such issues around maintenance before it was sold to DGS, then it means the city has now inherited these issues. My roof and that it needed to be replaced immediately and considered as a non-negotiable fiscal year 2025 budget priority, not to be tiered out and replaced in 2028. The commission has been informed that the Aston will officially become operational in June of 2024. The mayor has committed $13 million for 2 non-congregate shelters. The and 25 East Street. As of yet, I have not seen how much of the 13 million will cost. The commission with its great weight will reiterate that the roof must be repaired for the health and safety for the Aston residents, and it's a non-negotiable FY 2025 request. Let me be clear. I and the commission want the Ashton to succeed. Thank you, and I am prepared to address questions to the best of my ability. That's my end of my official testimony. Save a little bit of time. So I just want to do a little bit of an add-on. I do want to amplify and state for the record to please find as much funding, additional funding for ERAP. Thank you for being a champion and fighting this horrendous narrative that the executive is pitching unhoused or prevent becoming unhoused with programs like ERAP. And I think it doesn't need to be shrank. I think if anything, not only does it need to be kept at its current level, previous current level funding, it needs to be added on too. So that's number one. And number two, I want to definitely amplify a lot of the great people who have testified before me. I'm really hoping that we can fight all together and advocate and get as much resources as possible to very, very vulnerable communities. So just thank you for leading on this very important topic and fighting for us. So thank you for everything that you do for us, Chairperson Robert White. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rachel White, Youth Policy Analyst with DC Action. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman White and staff of the Committee on Housing. I'm Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst at DC Action. DC Action is home of 4 coalitions, including the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition, which advocates with youth and youth-serving organizations in the district for policies, fundings, and programs to expand access to services. Together with our coalition partners, we have advocated for data and accountability-driven solutions to end youth homelessness and disrupt the pipeline of young people entering the district's adult homeless system. Nearly a decade ago, in the fall of 2015, the district conducted its first annual homeless youth census as a provision of the End Youth Homelessness Act of 2014. Data gathered from the first homeless youth census demonstrated the need for a coordinated plan to address the unique needs of youth experiencing homelessness from ages 16 through 24. This led to the 2017 creation of Solid Foundations by the ICH as the district's first ever data-driven plan focused on the needs of unaccompanied youth. Solid Foundations was intended to serve as a roadmap for building an effective system of care for unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, with a goal of ending homelessness by 2022. The district has not met this goal. Oversight answers from the Department of Human Services confirmed what our coalition partners and young people have been observing and saying all along. There is an increase in youth homelessness. The budget for youth homeless services has increased only 20% since fiscal year 2020, despite there being more than a 50% increase of youth experiencing homelessness since the inaugural publishing of the Solid Foundation Strategic Plan to End Youth Homelessness in DC. Despite being further away from ending youth homelessness today than we were at the release of Solid Foundations in 2017, we have been told by the ICH that there are no plans to assess and update this critical strategic plan, and we see in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget a net decrease of more than $400,000 in funding levels for our youth system. Reducing funding and failing to operate from a strategic plan that aligns efforts across government, guides government partnership with nonprofit and philanthropic sectors, and is driven by youth input will significantly undermine the district efforts to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. You will hear from government witnesses this afternoon that the ICH does not have the capacity to engage in the process of updating Solid Foundations and that their focus should be on implementation instead. And yesterday, council member, you asked the question, where is the breakdown occurring regarding increased spending yet negligible results? Our theory at DC Action is that the district is operating far too often without intentional plans, without community input, and without meaningful evaluation and course correction of plans when they do exist. Your committee can reduce these kinds of breakdowns by legislating ICH to update their strategic plan to end youth homelessness at least every 5 years, coupled with an annual progress report to mirror plan reporting requirements for unhoused families and singles in the district. Related, insufficient funding levels is another chronic breakdown in the district's social safety net. In fiscal year 23, the district served roughly 1,800 unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness, a small portion of youth, as we know all youth are not counted, yet we only fund 715 youth beds in the district, meeting the needs of just 39% of youth seeking housing support. Providers and the youth they serve cannot absorb budget cuts, especially when the district is already behind on making fiscal year 24 grant payments and has failed for multiple years to pay indirect overhead costs as required by law. We ask that you dig into the proposed fiscal year 25 budget cuts with Director Zeilinger to understand what the following losses equate to in terms of service provider grants: a decrease of $443,000 in permanent supportive housing, a decrease in $347,000 in the youth homelessness services continuum, millions of dollars in cuts to family housing programs, which many parenting youth depend on when the youth system's very limited capacity runs out. So in conclusion, the district will only be successful in ending youth homelessness if we increase public investment in young people, fully fund the youth homelessness sector with no fear of annual mid-year budget cuts, and by updating the district's strategic plan to end youth homelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sunny Desai, Managing Attorney with the Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice of Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Thank you, Chairperson White and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I'm the manager of Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. LCE defends, protects, and empowers DC residents ages 60 and over in legal matters. My team integrates legal, social, and casework supports to prevent eviction of district's low-income seniors. My colleagues on the public benefits side work to ensure that our clients receive full public benefits that they're entitled to. You've already heard from many of my colleagues around the city, so let me try to be brief and to the point. Many essential programs are facing cuts this budget cycle. While that is not the case for SNAP funding, as I'm sure you're aware, food prices are on the rise. The $30 minimum SNAP benefit does not buy the same amount of food this year that it did last year. The benefits should be adjusted to accommodate fluctuations in the cost of living to ensure DC residents can continue to afford nutritious food. Also, the application process should be streamlined to increase efficiencies so that more funds can be diverted to residents. Turning to ERAP, unfortunately, the mayor is proposing deep funding cuts and accusing DC residents of gaming the system. We appreciate your comments earlier, Chairperson White, regarding this, and we will follow up with written recommendations and for positive changes to the ERAP regulations and portal. Altogether, there are $51 million available for rental assistance in FY24. Of which 21 million have already been spent. So it's a near certainty that in FY25, the proposed ERAP funds will not be sufficient to meet demand. Such a drastic cut during times of rapidly rising rent is a direct assault on low-income residents of DC. LCE's clients, many of whom live on fixed income, rely on every subsidy available to them to make ends meet. And with this proposed budget, they will likely have one less subsidy to rely on. So here's what we suggest. First, fund ERAP adequately so that it can remain open year-round. In FY24, the portal has been open for only 7 days. We need to establish a system that stays open 24/7 and creates low barriers to application submission. Second, create processes to assist tenants that do not have access to technology or the know-how to navigate the online portal. There is an ERAP phone number, but it's essentially non-functional. They also held an in-person event for the first time, but it was chaotic, understaffed, and not widely advertised. Third, improve DC's social service net across the board so that ERAP does not become the sole housing subsidy available to most DC residents. There is a large dearth of affordable housing in DC. Not enough new affordable housing is being created, and not enough is being done to increase the income of low-income residents. While we understand that there are limited resources this cycle, I trust the council will work equally hard to find funding for SNAP and ERAP to help DC residents stay in their homes as it did to keep the Wizards and Capitals in their home. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Amanda Eisenhower, welcome. You would turn your mic on, please? Thanks.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman White. Thank you so much for your leadership and advocacy, especially in the ERAP space. Much of this will not be new to you, but for the record, I'd like to submit it and for the city and for all to know as well. My name is Amanda Eisenhower, and I'm a tenant support specialist at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the District of Columbia. I primarily help clients who are already in eviction proceedings navigate the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget includes only $20 million for ERAP, compared to $43 million appropriated by the council in fiscal year '24. Before the one-time infusion of $20.6 million in federal funds for the April opening on Monday, which our council members, including yourself, fought very hard for, the portal was capped at 3,500 applications per quarterly opening. But due to demand, the portal was closed within a couple of days in October and fewer than 5 hours in January. In January, many applicants were locked out of the system just minutes before being able to submit. Why then cut ERAP funds in half when need repeatedly outpaces supply? One narrative repeated by our city's leaders is that, as Mayor Bowser stated on April 3rd, there are people that are using ERAP that can pay their rent. While this program has a very strict income cap and requires that tenants have fallen behind on rent, there is some truth to the mayor's statement. ERAP now requires that tenants demonstrate their ability to pay going forward, and that the one-time assistance completely resolve their emergency. By design, recipients of ERAP are only individuals who can usually afford their rent, but suffered a specific time-limited emergency, such as an illness, injury, loss of employment, or unexpected expense. But you don't have to look very hard, however, to find DC residents for whom one missed paycheck will put them on the path to eviction. We know that rising rents still outpace largely stagnant wages in the district. Someone working at the DC minimum wage of $17 an hour would have to work 73 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom apartment at the fair market rent for the district. 29% of DC residents earn under 30% of the area median income, which at $3,058 after taxes would require that over half of their income go towards rent for a one-bedroom at fair market rent. Households with multiple children or individuals in fixed incomes face nearly insurmountable barriers to finding affordable housing. We see the consequences of this precarity in eviction data. In 2023 alone, 1,194 evictions were executed. Countless more tenants agreed to move out or self-evict rather than face the marshals. Compared to 491 evictions scheduled in the first quarter of 2023, at least 972 evictions were scheduled for the same period in 2024. That's nearly double. Of those, 77% were for non-payment of rent. Based on the increase in pace of eviction filings observed compared to last year, we only expect these numbers to climb. For many of these tenants, an ERAP award can mean the difference between stable housing and being forced to the street. In addition to keeping our city's lowest income residents in the few units they can afford, fully funding ERAP would allow the city an opportunity to address their enduring racial inequality enshrined in the current policy design. Currently, the amount of assistance a tenant may receive is calculated as a multiple of fair market rent set by HUD for each zip code. Because this calculation considers units at all price points, residents in neighborhoods with a lower concentration of luxury apartments that raise the average rent are eligible for less assistance regardless of their actual rent. So for example, a non-disabled tenant in a one-bedroom in zip code 20008 located in wards 2 and 3 is eligible to receive up to $11,800 in assistance per year. A tenant with the same income and the same rent in zip code 20019 or ward 7 is eligible for only $5,450. Less than half of their counterpart in zip code 20008. This disparity further exacerbates inequities experienced by residents living in wards 7 and 8. However, we lose the opportunity to make the program more equitable when we hardly fund it at all. An equitable budget, one that prioritizes the needs of the most vulnerable DC residents, would have to more than double last year's investment in ERAP. I joined the Fair Budget Coalition's call to invest at least $100 million in the only financial assistance program we have designed to keep people in their homes rather than merely scramble when they lose them. Further, the belief that we can only fund ERAP by taking from other housing stability programs is demonstrably false. The district could instead, for example, use the nearly $50 million in uncollected fines assessed by the Department of Buildings against landlords for violation of the housing code. The council could also directly address gentrification, pushing low-income residents to the brink by raising the marginal income tax or capital gains tax for the wealthiest DC residents. I urge the district to not abandon the only financial tool it has created to prevent and stop evictions without disastrous consequences for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Catherine Crossland, Director of Homeless Outreach Development with Unity Healthcare. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Catherine Crossland. I am a resident of Ward 3 and a practicing physician at Unity Healthcare. where I've been providing medical care to individuals experiencing homelessness for the past 14 years. I would like to begin my testimony by thanking the district's Department of Human Services and its excellent team of professionals led by Director Zeilinger for their incredible work during the COVID-19 pandemic to protect the city's most vulnerable residents. While we no longer have the federal funds that supported the successful pandemic emergency program for vulnerable individuals, commonly known as PEPV, we must remember the lessons learned. If you remember one thing in my testimony today, it is this. Please include resources in the budget that allow the most medically vulnerable people in this city to have a safe place to sleep at night. I am not just talking about a shelter bed. I am talking about a continuum of shelter and housing plus care that has the appropriate resources to meet the needs of this population. What keeps me up at night is my patient in the library who has terrible weeping leg wounds that he wraps in plastic bags stuffed with newspapers. Whenever I see him on the street, I do my best to wrap his legs so that he can heal, but what he needs is a safe place to lie down at night and elevate his legs and get daily medical attention for his ulcers. What keeps me up at night is the older woman I encountered at Adams Place Day Center who has difficulty walking and was sitting in her wheelchair, soaked in her own urine and feces. What keeps me up at night are the many women I see every week at Harriet Tubman Shelter who have medical and behavioral health needs that far exceed what the shelter is able to provide. For this vulnerable population that strains the existing shelter resources and leads to multiple unnecessary trips to the ER is a continuum of shelter and permanent housing that wraps services around them, both medical services as well as behavioral health services. We need short-term medical respite for people with an acute medical or behavioral health crisis where they can recuperate from a hospital admission or get connected to care and avoid a hospital admission altogether. With the increasing prevalence of older adults experiencing homelessness, who often have complex health needs, the demand for medical respite services is greater than ever. I urge the committee to prioritize expanding low-barrier medical respite options that meet the growing demand and ensure that individuals receive the holistic care they deserve. Last year, the ICH hosted a working group on the intersection of hospitalizations and homelessness, and the #1 request from area hospitals was to have a safe place to discharge their patients experiencing homelessness. In short, they wanted more medical respite beds. We also need a longer-term solution such as medically supervised shelter or transitional housing for people with severe chronic disease for whom discharge to the street or low-barrier shelter would never be appropriate. And ultimately, we need housing, permanent supportive housing, again, with the appropriate medical and behavioral health supports in place to keep them safely housed, out of the hospital and without fear of returning to the street. By ensuring access to essential comprehensive support, this model of PSH plus care, as highlighted in the Mayor's Homeward DC 2.0, can make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, ensuring access to essential comprehensive support. And as we build a continuum of shelter and housing plus care, I just want to emphasize the importance of integrating medical and behavioral health services. As you probably know, individuals with substance use disorders or serious mental illness face many barriers to accessing appropriate care. So we have to move away from a siloed approach of treating diagnoses and instead develop holistic care models that address the diverse needs of people experiencing homelessness. The success of initiatives like PEPV, which provided on-site mental health and addiction services alongside medical support, emphasize the effectiveness of integrated care models. I just want to say we're very excited about the oncoming non-congregate shelters, including the Aston, as well as capital funds for CCNV shelter, and Unity looks forward to continuing to provide critical medical care in all of those sites.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. McKenna Osborne, Policy Attorney with the Children's Law Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Housing security, having a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home, has a profound impact on a child's health, development, and ability to learn. Childhood housing insecurity is linked to adverse physical, mental, and behavioral health conditions that can pose lifelong challenges and increase costs to public services. In a year where the district faces difficult choices about how to allocate our resources, adequately funding the DHS programs that help families at risk of homelessness attain and maintain stable housing is one of the best investments the district can make to support our community. Therefore, we were deeply disappointed to see that the mayor's proposed budget makes cuts to rather than investments in many of these programs. And we hope this committee will reverse these harmful cuts and work with the rest of the council to build an equitable budget that centers residents' needs, including housing. My written testimony goes into detail about the level of funding Children's Law Center believes the committee should ensure is included for the local targeted affordable housing and permanent supportive housing vouchers administered by DHS, and why the committee should prioritize investments in these long-term housing supports over short-term programs like rapid rehousing. Today, I'd like to highlight questions the committee should pose to DHS to more precisely understand how many families the mayor's proposed budget would help house through TAH and PSH vouchers and rapid rehousing in FY25, and the number of DC families that will be housing insecure or homeless next year without additional funding from this committee. First, the mayor's proposed budget does not add any new funding for TAH and PSH vouchers. It's vital that the committee establish how many local vouchers funded in FY23 and FY24 remain to be matched, and if DHS is on track to match all FY23 funded vouchers by the end of June 2024, as stated in its performance oversight answers. That's a laudable goal, which Children's Law Center applauds DHS for striving toward. However, if it's not realistic to meet, DHS must provide an updated estimate of when it anticipates matching all funded vouchers. This is important because if DHS does meet its goal, the district could run out of vouchers to connect families with by October 2024. Second, DHS has signaled that it intends to exit many of the over 3,000 families currently in rapid rehousing in the coming months. The committee should ask how many families DHS plans to exit and on what timeline, and how many of those families have been assessed for TAH and PSH eligibility, were found eligible, and have been matched to a voucher already, to ensure that the committee, residents, and housing advocates understand how many families will face exit from rapid rehousing without being connected to a path to long-term housing stability under the mayor's proposed funding levels. If the council does not increase funding for homelessness prevention and housing stabilization programs in the FY25 budget, next year, hundreds, if not thousands of more DC families will experience housing insecurity or homelessness, which will be more costly to the district and more harmful to the future of DC children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Thompson, Chief Executive Officer of Calvary Women's Services. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Calvary Women's Services and a resident of the District of Columbia. Calvary works at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence, providing transitional and permanent housing to women. Together with my partner agencies, House of Ruth, New Endeavors by Women, and N Street Village, we offer over 90% of the housing and support services available to women experiencing homelessness in our city. As women's housing providers, we've remained steadfast in our commitment to ending women's homelessness for decades. As you review the mayor's FY25 budget, I ask that you consider how the budget impacts being proposed will impact women in DC. In 2023, the dual crises of homelessness and violence intensified in DC, making it imperative that government increase its commitment to meeting the needs of women who are disproportionately impacted by these realities. Unfortunately, programs that make measurable positive impact on women experiencing homelessness, such as rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, and ERAP, are at risk of devastating budget cuts. The 2023 point-in-time data revealed a 10.2% increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in DC, with women making up 30% of those individuals, which has been actually trending at 25% over the last several years. So with this increase in women experiencing homelessness, I urge the council to return funding to the 25 budget and ensure that we can provide robust, gender-specific, service-enriched housing programs for women. There are 3 priority principles that our community must follow to best support and empower women experiencing homelessness. First, the current number of DC shelter beds and housing units dedicated to women is insufficient. While women represent 1/3 of the people experiencing homelessness in DC, just 4% of the housing is dedicated to them. It's imperative that the district fund these housing programs and ensure parity in the housing units available to women in FY25. Secondly, amid rising rates of violence in DC, it's paramount to provide safe housing for women. Nearly half of women experiencing homelessness in DC have faced or are currently fleeing domestic violence. Further, women are uniquely vulnerable to ongoing violence while they're experiencing homelessness. I certainly applaud Mayor Bowser's commitment to survivors of violence reflected in the increased funding in the OBSJG budget. However, as others have pointed out, cuts to the homeless services budget will only place more of a burden on the already burdened DV housing system. Third, housing and services must be designed to be safe, inclusive, and welcoming. We must meet the needs of all of those who experience homelessness as women, including lesbian, bisexual, and transgender women. So in closing, I'm joining the chorus of advocates that you're hearing today, urging the Housing Committee and the Council to allocate all the necessary funding to DHS to maintain a full continuum of housing for those most in need in our community. I ask that you recognize the crisis that will ensue for women experiencing homelessness if proposed cuts to PSH and other vital housing programs in the 25 budget are not reversed. Women are already underserved in our current homeless services system, and a greater shortage of safe, stable housing will leave them more vulnerable to violence. I urge you to prioritize funding programs for women experiencing homelessness, recognizing the specific needs of survivors of domestic violence and members of the LGBTQ community. Providing trauma-informed, gender-specific, and service-enriched housing programs that prevent re-traumatization will enable women to end their homelessness for good. We see this happen every day at Calvary Women's Services. So thank you, Councilmember White and the entire Housing Committee for the opportunity. I'll provide a copy of this testimony in writing and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Andrea Chapman, community organizer with Empower DC. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Good morning. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC. As Empower DC continues to collaborate with community and legal service organizations to connect tenants at risk of eviction to resources like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, I will take a moment to discuss the need to increase funding for this vital tool, which of course is nothing new. I am echoing a lot of the concerns we've heard already. In a city where over 44,000 DC households spend at least 50% of their income on housing costs, 90% of which have an annual income less than $50,000, ERAP is an essential program people can turn to when facing eviction and displacement due to non-payment of rent. Yet this program has been and remains severely underfunded. While I am appreciative of the additional funding and the increase of the limit of applications to 8,500 during the recent April 1st portal opening, the mayor's proposal of just $20 million in ERAP funding is not enough to meet the city's high demand for help. I share the concerns you mentioned earlier about funding, Councilmember. We saw how in fiscal year 2023, $43 million in ERAP funding went dry just 6 months into the year, resulting in a portal closure last March. Even with regulations designed to prevent the quick depletion of funds, such as opening the portal quarterly and limiting the number of applications DHS will receive, when the portal opened January 2nd of this year, 2024, it reached its limits of 3,500 applications and closed in under 5 hours. Alongside this underinvestment is the continued displacement of district families. Our coalition partners at the Neighborhood Legal Services Program found that from January through March 2024, the number of scheduled evictions in DC increased by 50% compared to last year during the same period. 371 of scheduled evictions this quarter were due to non-payment of rent, compared to 178 evictions for other grounds. These numbers will only keep rising. The theme for the fiscal year 2025 budget purports shared sacrifice, yet low-income residents will bear the brunt of cuts to essential resources that keep them in their homes. While ERAP would receive $20 million, that the mayor has committed around $167 million for the monumental sports deal in fiscal year 2025. What's more, the mayor proposed a 67% cut to the Access to Justice program, another tool to help prevent eviction. The council must act now to provide the amount of emergency rental assistance funding necessary to prevent the growing tide of evictions and displacement in DC. Like many folks said today, ERAP must be fully funded. I stand with our coalition partners who call for at least $100 million in ERAP funding to mitigate challenges of depleted funds during previous fiscal years while meeting the constantly high influx of applications year-round. If even the $43 million the council was able to get was not enough, neither will $20 million. At the same time, the city must consider what other means of balancing the budget besides harmful cuts, such as taxing wealth. According to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, the richest 5% currently pay less in taxes than other less wealthy households. We cannot sacrifice the housing needs of low-income district residents. I implore the council to not only increase ERAP funding, but also prevent other harmful cuts that weaken residents' ability to live and thrive in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Betty Gentile, Senior Advocacy Specialist with Some Incorporated.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentile, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at Some Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Some is a nonprofit organization that provides material aid and comfort to our neighbors in the district, helping them break the cycle of poverty and homelessness through programs and services that help transform the lives of individuals and families, their communities, and the systems and structures that affect them. We are engaged members of the Fair Budget Coalition, CNHED, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Some also participates in many committees and work groups convened by the ICH. We understand the city is having to make tough budget decisions. However, for low-income DC residents, everyday survival requires making tough budget choices. Therefore, the decision between choosing which human need you can pay for today should not become a decision even more community members have to make, or a more prevalent one for those already forced to choose. With that in mind, we are asking this committee and this council to prioritize the following priorities in the DHS FY25 budget. First, commit to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Reject the mayor's proposal to decrease in ERAP to only $20 million when we know the need is substantially higher. We are grateful that the council increased ERAP to $40 million in FY24 and that DHS responded to the undeniable need by adding an additional $20.6 million. ERAP prevents homelessness and should not be sacrificed in the budget. In addition, we are asking for funding for additional vouchers, the assurance that unused vouchers are not sacrificed in the FY25 budget, and that there are funds for adequate staff to help voucher recipients find their homes. Passage and funding of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023 will help alleviate some of the workforce issues that stand in the way of residents obtaining housing. Second, commit to creating a just, healthy, equitable, and sustainable food system for low-income residents. Reject telling hungry residents that their SNAP benefits will decrease in October because the sacrifice in the budget was food for their families. We're asking the council to find the money to continue funding Give SNAP a raise. Also fund No Senior Hungry. We should prioritize the resources, tools, and interagency partnerships that we know can prevent DC from being at the top of the national list for senior food insecurity. Third, commit to creating a homeless shelter system that is more dignified, culturally responsive, diverse, and safe. We commend Mayor Bowser and DHS for their continued commitment to opening 2 non-congregate shelters. We're also happy to see funding to continue operating 24/7 shelter at 6 locations. However, we are concerned about the proposed consolidation of the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. Currently, we are not aware of any community engagement with current family shelter residents, persons with lived experience, or with providers within the family system continuum. We ask that the council ensure that this proposed transition to 64 New York Avenue would not result in a reduction in staff, services, or safety, especially for those families fleeing domestic violence, and that there is an opportunity for public input. Next, commit to empowering and supporting DC residents as they seek connections to economic opportunities and dignified supportive services. Some Center for Employment Training Program values our partnership with DHS through the SNAP ENT program. Funded SNAP ENT played a significant role in a percentage of our 2023 students who completed our program, attained job placements, and earned a certification. Investments in workforce programs are investments in DC's overall economy. However, we hope that the council will reject cutting over $1 million from IDA. Residents in SUM's housing have told us that IDA was the only source of income to buy essentials like toiletries and warm clothing while they awaited the long approval of the federal SSI benefits. Last, commit to supporting nonprofit organizations. Incorporating the compliance of the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020 into the FY25 budget strengthen nonprofits to better ensure that persistent financial constraints due to inadequate and equitable funding doesn't force organizations to reduce their dedicated staff or cut services to the community. In closing, SUM is asking that this committee and this council find an equitable balance between investments and sacrifice in the FY25 budget that centers the adults and kids who are struggling to stay in their housing, who are living in our shelters, who are hurting from hunger, and who are overburdened by the stress of trying to survive in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe Candace Lewis is with us. I think you're Candace Lewis in person. There we are. All right. I know Kube very well. Here's what I will do. I will bring you into the next panel so we don't have to shuffle, and we're at the end of this witness list. So what we will do is conclude this panel with the testimony of Aaron Whelan that will be read by Rachel White. Does that work? Oh, no. No problem. And just make sure you turn on your mic. And I'm cutting Aaron's testimony off at 4 minutes, so no.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Erin Whelan. I use she and her pronouns, and I am the Executive Director of SMILE. SMILE supports and empowers LGBTQ plus youth ages 6 through 24. For 40 years, SMILE has worked to meet the needs of LGBTQ plus youth through affirming programs, housing support, accessible mental health services, leadership training, and community outreach. A cornerstone of SMILE's work is providing safe, stable, and affirming housing to over 54 queer and trans youth through our 4 housing programs. I am urging the City Council to ensure that youth homelessness is adequately addressed in the upcoming budget for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. It is essential that the unique needs and solutions required to end youth homelessness are prioritized and supported in the budget. I am particularly concerned about the lack of an updated solid foundation strategic plan to address youth homelessness in the district. Now, updating this plan would be in direct opposition to the national focus on addressing youth homelessness by agencies such as the Health and Human Services and Housing and Urban Development. Given the distinct developmental needs of homeless youth, it is crucial that a strategic plan tailored to their circumstances is in place to provide them with the necessary support and resources. The Fiscal Year 25 Budget Support Act should mandate the periodic commissioning of strategic plans specifically tailored to meet the needs of youth experiencing homelessness. A Solid Foundations 2.0 plan should prioritize initiatives focused on workforce development and continuing education programs that will help homeless youth secure long-term gainful employment and increasing permanent options for youth to transition to out of temporary housing solutions. While youth experiencing homelessness may be a smaller subset of the district's overall homeless population, they require specialized support and services that are different from those provided to adults. It is imperative that programs like mine, which offer one-to-one supportive relationships with specially trained adults, are prioritized and funded to ensure that homeless youth do not get lost in the larger adult system. With only 16% of the estimated number of youth experiencing homelessness and housing instability currently being reached by our investments in the youth homelessness system, it is clear that we need a coordinated plan of action to maximize resources and reach more vulnerable youth. Updating the Solid Foundation strategic plan will help our sector effectively reduce youth homelessness and provide the necessary support to those in need during this challenging financial period. I urge you and the rest of the City Council to prioritize the development of an updated strategic plan for youth homelessness in the upcoming budget for the ICH. By doing so, we can ensure that homeless youth in the district receive the support and resources they need to secure stable housing and a brighter future. Additionally, I strongly urge the City Council to ensure that the experiences and expertise of youth with lived experiences of homelessness are integral to the creation of systems and solutions to address youth homelessness. It is essential that youth are included in the decision-making process and the voices are heard when developing strategies to address the issues they face. I am deeply concerned about the dissolution of the Youth Advisory Board and the impact it will have on the advancements of this work in the district. Excluding youth from the conversations when addressing youth homelessness sends a negative message and undermines the effectiveness of any solutions put in place. I urge the City Council to reinstate the Youth Advisory Board and prioritize the inclusion of youth with lived experience of homelessness in all discussions and planning related to addressing youth homelessness in the district. Thank you for considering my concerns and taking action to prioritize the needs of youth experiencing homelessness in the upcoming budget for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Your support and leadership on this issue are crucial in ensuring that youth in the district have the resources and support they need to overcome homelessness and thrive. Respectfully, Aaron.
Thank you so much. I want to thank this panel. I have a few questions, and I'm going to try to keep my questions and the responses brief so we can make sure we get to people waiting who also do need to go. Joseph Lightman, Santa Cruz, DC Flex and Career Map. I'm going to be asking some questions to the director about this particularly Career Map. In your testimony, you said these programs work. How do we know they work?
We're able to track first when it comes to DC Flex, how many folks are able to pay rent on time? How many folks are able to pay the ability to keep a roof over their heads? And this is always a two-generation situation. So there must be at least one child present. So right away, we know that it's at least two members of a household being benefited. It is money that is directly being invested in the DC local economy. When it comes to Career Map, it is also, this is an opportunity for folks to move up the economic mobility ladder. So the ultimate objective is to minimize the dependency or the ability to access public benefits. So encouraging folks to get a higher paying job that in the short term might impact the ability to access federal DC public benefits, but over the long term, there's no need to be dependent on that. So it's about the ability for folks to be fully in control of their own personal finances, but at the same time have the ability to sustain any short-term needs through either one of those programs. So the bottom line, Councilmember White, is how are people given the opportunity to be fully in control of their personal finances and their aspirations rather than needing to be in a very long-term relationship with governmental programs.
Okay. And is there any specific data that the agency tracks that you look at or that we should be looking at?
The number of transactions that occur on a monthly basis, the number of on-time rental payments that are happening, but most importantly, what we can share with you is that 0 of the families that have been in the programs have gone through an eviction process. So right there, we know, and you perfectly know, and the staff members can tell you the specific numbers, that's a significant cost reduction and a direct investment in the local economy.
I appreciate that. Rachel White, and in Aaron's absence, Aaron Whelan as well. DC Youth Homeless, the Youth Homeless Strategic Plan, and I'll be asking some questions to the ICH director about that. But in your testimony, you mentioned that the strategic plan, we did a strategic plan, and I think it finished in 2017. So finished, we are now further away from the goal. Doesn't that mean that the strategic plan didn't work?
It definitely means that the strategic plan itself, the creation of the strategic plan, that's not what didn't work. It is the recommendations that didn't work. We don't have there hasn't been any follow-up to see like what the outcomes were, what we did well, what we didn't do well, what can we change, what interventions can we put in place if we're focusing on specific populations, if we see that pregnant and parenting youth experiencing homelessness have different outcomes compared to youth who identify as LGBTQ, we don't have that information because the plan hasn't been updated. And so we need the plan to be updated so we can see how we're doing so that we can course correct to effectuate change and improve outcomes.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I asked that, even though it seems like an unfair question, but we have to ask hard questions. What your response reminded me is from 2017 to now, what youth are going through is worlds apart. When you look at truancy, when you look at violence, when you look at mental health, 2017 youth, not that long ago, 2024, worlds apart, which means what they need is different, what they're struggling with is different, and we can't solve what we don't understand. And right now we have a lot of things we don't understand. So I appreciate that. Sunny Desai, hopefully you are still with us. You know, what I want to make sure we recognize, I think all of us do recognize this. DC, maybe we don't all. DC can't afford to help everybody struggling with rent because that's like most of us. But the other thing we have to recognize is that ERAP is probably the most cost-effective way we have right now to prevent very expensive and very harmful, personally and for families, evictions and entry into a homeless shelter system that doesn't have a great exit strategy. So, you know, you and others, including myself, who are advocating for ERAP, I do think we have to know that we don't have the resources to help everyone struggling with rent. That's why it's really important that we utilize the best and most cost-effective tools that we have. And so for you and anybody else that has recommendations on reforms to ERAP, please do send them to the committee, as I mentioned with the previous panel. I want to send all these recommendations to the mayor and to Director Zeilinger to get their recommendations for reform. So any specific recommendations you have, even if they were in your testimony, please send them to the committee so we can make sure we have a handle on all of them.
Yeah, we certainly plan to. We've assisted clients at all three times the portals opened in FY23 and previously as well. So we've certainly have firsthand experience of things that can be improved, and we will follow up in writing.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing the data on client experiences. That is really important. Dr. Crossland, quick question, because I don't know, when medically vulnerable, when people who are unhoused go to the ER, who pays for that?
Well, it depends if they have medical insurance. So just because somebody is unsheltered, well, you say unhoused. So I think about people in many times people who are living in shelters have medical insurance. Sometimes they don't. People who are unsheltered on the street sometimes have medical insurance and sometimes they don't. So if they have no medical insurance, then the cost it's completely borne by the hospital. If they have medical insurance, it's borne by Medicaid. So I would hope that we could have a more interagency problem solving where the Department of Healthcare Finance, who runs Medicaid, and the Department of Human Services, who develops and runs the physical spaces where people would be discharged, could work together so that we could not only have the places, the safe places for people to go, but also the financing of the important medical sort of support services that would allow them to effectively recuperate, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I appreciate it. I think particularly when we have to tighten our belts, we cannot afford to be siloed. And
Right.
so, you know, one agency may be looking at, well, what is homelessness costs? And then another agency is looking at what do medical vulnerabilities and hospital stays cost, and not talking to each other. And one agency may be handing higher costs to the other agency. And if those two aren't talking, we're not preventing more expensive and more harmful outcomes.
Right, absolutely. And then you have places like Crossing Place and Jordan House that are dealing with acute mental health crises that sometimes can't support somebody with significant medical disease such as AIDS or uncontrolled diabetes. And then medical respite services often can't support the needs of somebody with behavioral health. And so we need to kind of bring those two together as well.
I appreciate it. McKenna Osborne, I will be asking about voucher utilization, and we will have a timeline today. And I'm going to be holding all agencies to timelines. So thank you for your testimony on that. And we'll be getting data. I can't remember if it's in my questions or follow-up questions on rapid rehousing assessments for TAH and PSH. So thank you so much for your testimony and for those recommended questions. Chris Thompson, very powerful testimony on the impact of this budget and our services, particularly on women. We hear you loud and clear. Your testimony will be in our record. I'd ask that you also send a copy of your testimony to the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, because this is something I think they need to be looking at as well, to the extent they talk to the mayor about these issues. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you to this entire panel. I'm getting notes that people have to leave for work and other obligations, so we're going to keep moving. Thank you all so much for being with us. Despite what I was saying, okay, got it. Okay. All right. So despite what I just said to Candace Lewis and Kube and Gaje, what I'd like to do is call up a panel with more in-person witnesses next, because I understand some of our participants need to leave by mid-afternoon to return to shelters before they close their doors. Then I will come back to you. I apologize for that. We are going to move quickly though. So this next panel, which will be a shorter panel, again, we're going to move quickly. Elaine Mussini, Daryl Washington, Maurice Williams, Jacqueline Edmonds, Diana Key, Katrina Chapman, Kevin Stewart, and Antonio Miller. And I recognize there may be multiple people in person, so we may have to switch seats. So we'll go in the order I just called. So Elaine Mussini, Daryl Washington, Maurice Williams, Jacqueline Edmonds. Let's start there. And then the others that next, right after them, we'll switch seats, and then we'll go to Diana Key, Katrina Chapman, Kevin Stewart, and Antonio Miller. But we'll move through it. Elaine Mussini. I'm sorry. Okay, no problem. Daryl Washington.
Good afternoon, Councilman White, and everyone else that's here today. I thank you for this opportunity to be able to share my testimony for the record. And definitely want to talk about, one of the comments definitely our mayor stated in reference to gaming the system. And I'll start with, I'm writing to offer this testimony in support increased funding for the homeless community in the DC housing budget. As a member of the community, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges and struggles that homeless individuals face on a day-to-day basis. I strongly believe that adequate funding is critical to the providing essential services and support to those in need. First and foremost, funding for an affordable housing is essential. A lack of affordable housing options in DC has led to crisis where many individuals and families are forced to live on the streets or in overcrowding, unsafe conditions. By investing in affordable housing solutions, we can provide stability and security for those who are currently homeless, prevent others from becoming homeless in the future. Additional funding for support services such as mental health care, addiction treatment, job trainings, case management is critical. Many individuals experiencing homelessness face complex challenges that require specialized support. Without adequate funding for those services, it is difficult for individuals to break the cycle of homelessness and regain stability in their lives. Furthermore, investing in homelessness programs can save money in the long run by reducing the number of individuals who become homeless. Prevention programs can include rental assistance, eviction prevention, and financial literacy training. By addressing the root cause of homelessness, early intervention, we can help individuals such as myself and other families stay housed and avoid traumas of homelessness. In conclusion, I urge that you all prioritize for the homeless community in the DC budget, investing in affordable housing, support services, homelessness prevention programs, not only just programs that consist of just the housing, but mental health programs, substance abuse programs. The smart investments will definitely be a great investment to our community. And as we speak often, or the comment made in reference to gaming the system, the question I ask is it that we're gaming the system, or is the system gaming us? Because when we look at all of the development in the city that is being developed, all of the individuals are inviting individuals to the city to give the impression that the city is being a great place to go. They're hiding the real problem and not doing anything to prevent the problem. And so I guess, again, the question should be asked, are we gaming the system, or is the system gaming us? Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share.
Thank you for sharing. Maurice Williams, welcome. You would turn your mic on, please. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Councilor White. Hello, my name is Maurice Williams, and I actually don't agree. I don't disagree with the budget cutting of some of the homeless programs. I understand that it will be less help for me to become independent again, but maybe you guys could fund a better program after an extensive investigation of how these employees are using the resources for us. I believe there have to be a better practice when it comes to holding these employees that work for the housing programs and shelters responsible. In one instant, I experienced a staff member asking me that I want to buy a bed in a low barrier shelter. I told him that that's not right, and I could see why they wouldn't help me. I also witnessed other people coming after me to get further ahead because they spoke to individuals that know each other and push his paperwork ahead of others, including me. As of a few days ago, a staff member used their resources to undermine my hard work towards bettering myself by making up lies and attacking my job opportunities by making false reports against me, like harassing or threatening a staff member, when all I have done is write grievances against them. I've even called the police on one occasion against Emory Shelter for putting me out at 1 a.m. in the morning because the AC was on and I refused to lay back down until someone turned it off. They had the audacity to say that. And after I came back to the shelter to speak with our director, they refused me and lied and said they had the police escort me out that night. My situation has gotten ridiculous because these employees are used to getting away with their wicked methods. I am seeking a lawyer now to help me with my concerns. This is why I would like to ask for better funding for programs to help people that are willing to help themselves. I feel that it is really important to have funding for individuals that show progress instead of continuously helping the same individuals who ruin their opportunity by not taking advantage of the resources provided.
Thank you very much. Diana Key. Good afternoon. If you would hit the button on your microphone. Perfect.
My name is Diana Key. I am an advocate for dignity, respect, and a fair shot for the homeless women at Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter. Life, as I had known it, an independent, single working woman, changed in October 2009 when my boss walked into my office in Southeast DC and said you're fired. Financial stability has been difficult. From that day forward, something in me is different. I've stayed with family. I've slept on a friend's couch. I've slept on floors. I've lived in my car. I've come to shelter. Since I've come to Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter, I've stood in line with many other women. Since I've come to Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter, I've been in need of personal care essentials like many other women. I've had to cut all of my hair off because it was matted from not having hair care products. Most Saturdays, we have lunch to eat, thanks to our community. Most weekdays, we do not have lunch to eat. It makes our wounds deeper. We need housing help, vouchers, although I'm not naive to think that there will be enough for all who qualify. That shared sacrifice. Homeless and hungry is an emergency. The resolve to this crisis, Mayor Bowser, Council, in the city of second chances, allocating specifically lunch at Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter. You would be sending strength, encouragement, and a clear message of dignity, respect, and a fair shot. Homeless advocate and my hero, Mitch Snyder, said, if you treat people like people, they'll act like people. Thank you, Councilmember White, for your time. Thank you, Council, for your consideration.
Thank you for being with us. Jacqueline Edmonds. She's not here. All right, thank you. Katrina Chapman. Thank you very much.
Hello, Councilman. My name is Katrina Chapman. I'm currently a resident at Harriet Tubman's Women's Shelter as Ms. Keith. Basically, my situation is similar to those who are seeking productivity. As my last testimony, I've had difficulty dealing with my understanding of the stipulations and the policies that come with rapid rehousing and the voucher system and these different things. At this point, I'm in agreement with the gentleman next to me. I believe that people who are seeking opportunity for productivity should be deserving of that opportunity. I understand that there are budgets and funding and finances, but I think that if we are appropriately dispersing those funds, I think that we can get appropriate results. And at this point right now, I think that the budget cuts are understood due to the analytical aspect of it. There's no productivity. You know, people are asking for permanent housing and placement, and there are stipulations that come with this permanent housing and placement. And at this point, that's all that people seem to be seeking, as opposed to an opportunity for a subsidy. And I understand that the subsidy cycle also became a negative cycle due to the unproductivity or the support or encouragement for the opposite. So at this point, I'm understanding why budgets are cut, but now I would like an understanding of how we can come to a consensus of resolution so that everyone can be held accountable for every aspect of everything that has happened thus far, which is unproductivity and the pursuit for it. So I think that if we can understand how to raise funds, I think that that's also an opportunity to be able to understand how not to become so dependent on a budget, you know, and if we're understanding how to budget, then I think that a budget is productive at this point, So I think we can work together. I'm in pursuit of becoming a board member of an organization so that I can contribute to the understanding of how we can appropriate our sentiments and the narratives that come with them and conversations that need to be had, not specifically for specific people, but for everyone. Because being in this shelter situation that I'm in now, I understand that this circumstance can happen to anyone. Anyone. We come from all walk of life, all ethnicity. So at this point, I think the focus should be as one consensus of how to help everyone become productive, and how that looks, I think, is the conversation. But as I said, I'm in support of everything that's happening because I understand the strengths and I understand the things that are going in it. But my focus is resolution in a positive way so that everyone can benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate these testimonies very quickly. Ms. Chapman, we're on the same page. We are where we are. We got to be focused on accountability and results, right? Like what's going to work, what's going to help people. We are on the same page. I appreciate that. And that is the conversation we need to be having. So like with ERAP, if the administration doesn't like ERAP, then what? Tell us the better alternative. So quick question for you and Ms. Key. With lunch, so I think lunch at the Tubman shelter was not served prior to the pandemic. It started during the pandemic and now it has ended. You can't bring your own food in during the day, can you? Are you allowed to do that?
We are.
Okay.
During a lunch period.
Yes,
During lunch.
so there's a mandated breakfast time from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay.
and a mandated dinner, which
Okay.
is from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m.
And
From
lunch.
12, excuse me, yes, from 12 to 2 is our allotted time for lunch to be able to bring food in. Some women there have food stamps. Some women there have work beds. Some people bring food in. We have donations that come. They're not consistent in
yeah,
that way.
yeah.
So there are some people, and especially our women who are disabled, who can't go out, who don't work, they go all day without eating. And sometimes the meals aren't really sufficient because our breakfast is all cold. We get no hot unless it's a bowl of oatmeal, So that's also something else, as Ms. Key stated, hungry and homeless is definitely an issue and a problem. It's a detriment because some of these women don't function well on a mental health level. So I think that being able to provide some kind of safety and at least in a meal could assist in maybe a more positive outlook. I can say that because being in the environment, I can tell you it's like a circus at times because we're all going through things. We're all dealing with loss. And the biggest loss for the consensus is shelter.
Yeah.
So I definitely the meal thing is an issue because we don't get to eat and we also lose our beds if we go to the hospital.
Ms. Key, is there anything you want to add to that?
That she's correct. Nobody, we don't have the money for it. And DHS came out to talk to us. The management is aware of this. And it takes a person at a desk with a computer and a calendar, the heart, the willingness to do the job and reach out to our community. Our community, our neighbors love us. If they are aware, if they're made aware. They didn't know. They came to us when the media was there. That's how a lot of people found out.
Yeah.
A lot of those donations have slowed down.
Yeah.
except for really, we say the weekends, but really Saturdays is when we get the most. Sometimes Sunday is a maybe. And during the weekdays when people are working and those things, there are a lot of women who cannot fend for themselves.
I appreciate that. Mr. Williams, did anyone from DHS connect with you after our last hearing?
Oh, yes, yes. Someone did connect with me. I actually had a hearing yesterday. But I believe things kind of escalated because I didn't see when the email came, but the week of, which was this week, it came earlier on a Monday, I believe. There was a change in the staff members' demeanor, their attitude, and they literally insinuated threatening lies and harassment I supposedly had done, and they banned me, or what they call it, what's the other word? Suspended me from the shelter, and I had to file another one. But so I kind of stayed up all night at the casino one night, and I kind of got lucky, and then I stayed in a hotel last night. But for the past couple of days, yeah. So yeah.
Okay. I won't ask so many follow-up questions because I don't want to get too far into your personal issues, but we'll talk to the agency to get a better understanding of what's happening, what we can do to help here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, thank you for being with us. I think I took a recess just before you testified last time. So I saw you walk in the room. I said, I don't know when we're going to take a recess, but it's not going to be before this brother testifies. I just want to thank you for your testimony. Very powerful. Your points are well received. Without enough support, it's impossible for people to break the cycle of homelessness in their lives. And homelessness does cause trauma, which is, I've heard some of that in every testimony on this panel. So I don't have any questions for you. I want to thank you for your testimony, for the points that you made, and including about how we prioritize resources and the expectations we create for people. So thank you very much. I know there are a couple other people I want to make sure. Kevin Stewart, you sure? All right. If you change your mind, let us know. We'll okay. Well, let me keep moving then. I want to thank you all for being with us. Thank you. So we will bring into our virtual hearing Kelly Sweeney McShane, President and CEO of Community of Hope, Martha Asefa Kube Ngaje, President and CEO of District Alliance for Safe Housing, Inc., or DASH, Candace Lewis, Senior Director for programs at DASH, Zanita Green, Director of Program Systems and Implementation at DASH, Kate Coventry, Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy for the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Jenny Westbury, Director of Operations for DC Safe, Judy Esty, Reginald Black, Housing Policy Liaison with the People for Fairness Coalition, Joshua Drumming, Anna Christina Plaza, Director of Social Services at IUTA, Andrea Thompson, CEO and President of UPO, Shapiso Maluzzo, Director with Grant Associates, Inc., and Christy Cipolla, DC Supervising Case Manager with IUTA. So yes, you can go up to the witness table. Thank you so much. And sorry for the confusion. We're trying to figure everybody out. We're going to start with Kelly Sweeney McShane, who is here and ready. You can begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I am Kelly Sweeney McShane, CEO at Community of Hope. Community of Hope provides services for families and individuals experiencing homelessness through our homelessness prevention program, bridge housing, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. And in 2023, our housing program served 1,730 unique households, and our health centers also served over or almost 16,000 patients. We are actively involved in the ICH, and including my role as co-chairing the Strategic Planning Committee. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today, I think, very much echo your opening comments, Councilmember White, as well as comments from other members of the community so far. Given that this is Mayor's budget has just been released, we are definitely still trying to understand all of the details. But at first review, I'm very concerned about the reduction of services and assistance for families, and that this will result in a significant increase in homelessness. By our initial estimates, there's almost $33 million in reduction of services for families. Now, the reason that we have seen a decrease in the past in the number of families experiencing homelessness has been that funds have been invested in every step of the continuum: homelessness prevention, shelter, rapid rehousing, and this has all reduced the length of time in shelter, as well as the addition of permanent supportive housing. There are reductions in the budget for each one of these programs. Homelessness prevention has a $1.8 million reduction for families, and Community of Hope's homelessness prevention program served 852 households in 2023, with 95% of them not entering into shelter. So reduced funding means more families entering shelter. There's been lots of talk about the ERAP program as well, and significant current concerns about not having sufficient funding there. In terms of short-term family housing and rapid rehousing, we operate the Triumph in Ward 8, and we're pleased to share that the average length of stay for families in 2023 was only 67 days, and we served 208 families. This is mainly because families have had access to rapid rehousing to return to housing. With the $12.7 million reduction in funding for rapid rehousing, more families will stay in shelter longer, thereby driving up the costs and the need for shelter. In terms of rapid rehousing, we're also processing the changes and updates in the proposed regulations. We are concerned that implementation is starting immediately, and we are told that exits will start very soon. We are concerned that this is too quick given the length of time that families have been in the programs, and we request that DHS consider at least 3 months, if not 6 months notice for families so they can work with their case managers and landlords to prepare. The budget also shows an $18.3 million reduction in funding for families and permanent supportive housing. I hope that this is due to the fact that Medicaid is now covering the accompanying costs, and I'm anxious to hear more details. After almost 2 years, Community of Hope is finally starting to break even with the new financial model in PSH, and any other reductions would significantly impact services and make it difficult for us to provide and serve more households. My concern is these budget cuts will most certainly result in more families experiencing homelessness and much longer stays in shelters, all of which will result in increased cost and increased human misery. What I've also seen in times of budget challenges is that service providers like Community of Hope are expected to provide the same amount of services and sometimes asked to do more because there's such demand with fewer resources. This just feels like a recipe for disaster. Leads to weakened organizations, high staff turnover, and ultimately worse services for families. It's particularly disheartening because we're just coming off of a period when it's been hard to hire and maintain staff post-COVID, and we were just starting to turn around the corner. I'm concerned we're already setting up the scenario with rapid rehousing as caseloads are increasing, new regulations are put into place, and the staffing structure and funding is reduced. I do appreciate the Department of Human Services having to make tough decisions, and I'm grateful that over the last several months, they've offered opportunities for us to provide feedback. However, these levels of reductions are quite concerning. I encourage the council to ask questions about how many more families are predicted to become homeless with these cuts, as well as expectations on changing caseloads for providers. I also encourage the council to look for additional revenue sources to offset these reductions, as well as continue, and Councilmember White, I know you've been a leader on the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity and making sure the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act is fully enforced, and that even with budget reductions, that is not minimized, as it really helps maintain the stability of the important service providers. DC budget should not be balanced on the backs of people who are already struggling to make ends meet in DC. The theme of this year's budget is a fair shot, and I encourage the creation of a DHS budget that gives families a fair shot at securing safe and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Martha Acefa, you are up next. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Councilmember White. Thanks for this opportunity to testify. I'm Martha. I'm the SNAP and WIC Outreach Associate at DC Hunger Solutions, a proud member of Fair Budget Coalition. In tough times, a strong safety net is critical, and I believe it keeps us all safe. Every dollar raised means less cuts. I hear from the community about DHS services and budget priorities. I appreciate our close working relationship with DHS leadership, especially Anthea Seymour and Brian Campbell and their entire team. They do vital work with limited resources. I urge increased funding for DHS to support their work. We need more eligibility caseworkers, support for critical units like DPO, and tech support for smooth operations. Language access must be consistent. Improving timeliness is of utmost importance. We need more eligibility staff, not cuts. A hiring freeze does not make sense. While I support worker overtime, we need a strong workforce pipeline too. This requires additional budget and not cuts that are proposed to key teams like the call center and eligibility workers. We rely on DPO workers and the phenomenal tech team that work to fix DCAS. More staff in these areas is critical, especially for complex cases. The policy staff improve efficiency, saving money in the DHS budget. We must fund training on DCAS, cultural competence, language access, and trauma-informed care. We're so excited for summer PEBT. I really want to thank the entire staff for Give SNAP a Raise. The $39 million in benefits really made a large difference. In the past 3 months at DC Hunger Solutions, we helped 574 people who've shown resounding support for this. We've seen the impact firsthand, especially for older adults who are receiving $30 and now are able to receive $59. They've shared powerful stories about food as medicine and the ability to finally buy the food that they need for their bodies. Following this testimony, I promise to follow up with the committee with a markup of what we think it will take to fund Give SNAP a Raise in the coming year. Investing in those that are most impacted by inequality is crucial, especially in tough budget times. I don't envy you because I know housing and food security go hand in hand. And we hope that with your leadership and courage, the council budget will reflect these values. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being with us. Kube Ngaje with Dash. Certainly.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony. My name is Zanetta Green, and I am the Director of Program and System Implementation at District Alliance for Safe Housing Dash. First, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the Department of Human Services staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. Dash's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. In FY23, Dash safely housed and prevented housing instability for 243 survivors who needed a safe place to call home. This includes housing 20 youth survivors aged 18 to 24 in our DHS-funded Right to Dream Youth Transitional Housing Program. It also includes housing 69 adults and 54 children in our Cornerstone and Empowerment Project programs, which are funded by the DC Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Dash and DHS have been partners for more than a decade. My testimony will focus on the Right to Dream program, which was launched in 2020 to support transitioning youth survivors in the district. Through the Right to Dream, youth survivors receive wraparound services and housing assistance for up to 2 years, including coaching and support to identify long-term goals and build the tools and stability necessary to eliminate barriers to achieve those goals. As of this hearing, DHS has communicated its written intent to implement an additional option year for Right to Dream in fiscal year 25. Given that there are currently no RFP solicitations for youth transitional housing that meet this critical housing need for youth survivors of domestic and sexual violence, we seek the support of the council and DHS in ensuring that DASH receives written approval for the addition option year by the budget execution in June 2024. Without additional year, the continuum will lose 20 units of transitional housing for youth survivors aged 18 through 24 by September 30th, 2024. While the successes of the Right to Dream program have been outstanding, we must also acknowledge that the program has never been fully funded, failing to recognize the increasing cost of serving this vulnerable population complex needs, including rising rents. Since the program was launched in 2020, funding has been insufficient to deliver its scope fully and has been flat funded since fiscal year 22. In the past 2 years, the average cost of rent in DASH's scatter site housing portfolio has increased by 62%. DASH has seen an 18% increase in the average cost of rent for the Right to Dream participants. This smaller increase is not indicative of available units as these rates, rather it's due to our staff who work tirelessly to build partnerships with district landlords and negotiate lower rents. While we have been able to manage the fiscal year 24 funding gap by staggering program entries, the program is slated to the capacity in fiscal year 25, supporting 20 participants for the full year. However, if the program is not fully funded, we risk needing to reduce the number of survivors the program can support. DASH cannot keep subsidizing the true cost of this life-saving program. To further this life-saving work, we joined the Victim Access Network in requesting that the council commit to a dedicated funding baseline to victim services, including domestic violence, in the DHS budget, with a 25% increase to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowance, and current inflation trends. Our sincere thanks go out to Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger for current support of victim services. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chairperson White
Lewis,
and
thank
members
you.
of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony. My name is Candace Lewis, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at DASH. I join my colleague Zanetta in expressing our sincere appreciation for the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the Department of Human Services staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. As Zanetta said, DASH and DHS have a long-standing partnership for more than over a decade. In FY23, through our partnership with DHS at the district's Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, our co-located staff supported 986 survivors who visited the center seeking safety and housing resources. Our staff made 469 referrals for support and secured housing for over 182 survivors. DASH's training and technical assistance team, our partnership with DHS began in 2015. And through this partnership, DASH's program has had an outstanding successes in improving access systems and services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence in the district. This time last year, the proposed FY24 budget recommended a 54% cut to this program. Under their amazing leadership of Chairperson White, the council successfully protected $750,000 for the FY24 baseline. We seek the council's ongoing support to ensure the TTA program will be funded and services made available without interruption in FY25. Throughout FY23, DASH's TTA team progressed close to $200,000 in requests for financial assistance through our Survival Resilience Fund, which is known as SRF, with almost 40% of these funds being used to support survivors presenting at Virginia Williams. An additional $45,000 from DASH's Safe Night Fund was used to support survivors and their families to access emergency short-term hotel stays. Through SRF, DASH provides flexible financial assistance to help survivors eliminate debts or cover expenses that would otherwise endanger their housing or safety. Since October 2022, DASH has provided over $155,000, more than 70% of our total SRF expense, to help survivors pay rental arrears, security deposits, and first month's rent. With this reality, we know firsthand that the proposed reduction of $22 million in funding for ERAP, the elimination of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, and the concurrent reduction of access to justice funds by $21 million in FY25 will be catastrophic. and especially for our survivors of people of color, and our Black and brown survivors. Over 80% of the individuals DASH serves are Black or brown. These cuts will disproportionately impact this group. I was extremely disheartened by Mayor Bowser's comment on Wednesday's budget briefing at the district, that district residents are using ERAP to avoid paying rent. This is simply not true for the majority of the survivors we serve. And we must recognize and come to terms with the fact that many district residents, including victims and survivors, face a very challenging economic environment in which inflation renders basic needs more expensive and for many, unaffordable. DASH continues to join the many voices calling for racial justice and equity in our community, including for equitable funding and DHS programs. As an organization led by a Black immigrant woman, primarily serving people of color, DASH is disappointed by the mayor's proposal to eliminate the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and cut ERAP and access to justice. Our collective responsibility now is to take action and ensure that equitable funding essential to give all residents a fair shot and a just shot. To further this life-saving work, we joined the Victim Assistance Network in requesting that the council commit to a dedicated funding baseline for victim services, including domestic violence in the DHS budget, with a 25% increase to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. Again, our sincere thanks goes out to Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger for your current support of victim services. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Kube and Gaji, are you up yet?
I think I'm up.
Excellent, excellent. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you so much. Chairperson White and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kube Ngaje, and I'm the president and CEO of DASH. Our sincerest thanks to this committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the entire DHS team for your leadership and ongoing support of the victim services community. We especially thank the committee and the Committee of Public Works and Operations for your leadership in securing fiscal 24 funding and recurring local dollars to support DASH's training and technical assistance grant in fiscal 25, 26, and 27. We are incredibly proud to work alongside each of you. From this week's council briefing on the mayor's budget, and from DHS leadership, we understand that the decision to close Virginia Williams Family Resource Center and to relocate its services to 64 New York Avenue Northeast will not result in a reduction of services or staff. We will be holding you to that. As an agency co-located at Virginia Williams, DASH requests that DHS provide a relocation timeline and details by June of 2024 and immediately begin engaging stakeholders for input. We look forward to working closely with DHS and the teams on the ground to ensure the result of this shift honors the incredible work of our partnership and the mutual clients in our care. As my colleague Candace highlighted, we know firsthand that the proposed reduction of $22 million in ERAP, the elimination of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, and the concurrent reduction of access to justice funds by $21 million in fiscal 25 will be catastrophic, especially for survivors and people of color who will be disproportionately impacted. We join the many voices calling for racial justice and equity in our community, including the equitable funding of DHS programs to address the systemic racial and gender inequities you've heard about today, recognizing the historical disadvantages faced by survivors of color in homelessness and in domestic violence systems. The cuts proposed by the mayor will only deepen racial inequity and economic vulnerability and ultimately will cost the district more in the long term. We call on you, council, to take action now and ensure that there is equitable funding necessary to ensure and give all residents of DC a fair and a just shot. As you've heard before, domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness, with 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single adults, and 40% of homeless youth reporting domestic violence. However, this sector remains significantly underfunded and flat funded, which is a cut. The city cannot afford to maintain the status quo, which is largely the case in the fiscal 25 budget for victim services. In DHS's portfolio, we urge council and Mayor Bowser to continue to invest in survivors so that we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. When survivors are not safe, the district will suffer. To further this life-saving work, we joined the Victim Assistance Network in requesting that council commit to a dedicated funding baseline for victim services, including domestic violence, in the DHS budget with a 25% increase to fiscal 24 levels to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. We affirm that survivors rely on a broad and well-funded social safety net to get and stay safe. This includes restoring ERAP, access to justice, and the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund in the fiscal 25 draft budget, and ensuring that the Nonprofit Fairness Act is fully implemented and funded. It will also be important for council to implement responsible revenue raising to avoid placing the burden of a tough budget year on the already laden shoulders of DC's most vulnerable. We stand in solidarity with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Access to Justice, the Fair Budget Coalition, and their platforms for a more socially just and equitable DC. Thank you, Chairperson White, for your bold leadership, and to the entire committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Zeilinger for your support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Next is Kate Coventry, Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy for DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
Chairman White and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry. I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. DCFPI envisions a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring as outlined in Homeward DC 2.0, DC's strategic plan and homelessness. DC has made great strides towards this vision, but underfunding and implementation delays and successful research-based strategies are undermining progress. The mayor's proposed FY 2025 budget freezes and cuts funding for programs essential to ending and preventing homelessness. Black residents bear the brunt of current underfunding and implementation delays, and they will experience the harm of this proposed budget unless the DC Council addresses these shortcomings. 88% of residents counted in the district's 2023 point in time count were Black. This is the result of enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism, such as racist zoning and residential segregation, redlining, restrictive covenants, and practices barring federal employment that for years prohibited Black families from equitably accessing the housing and employment markets. DCFPI is still gathering information on the DHS budget and will submit updated written testimony that will likely include more recommendations. Based on current available information, DCFPI makes the following recommendations to the DC Council. Ensure the replacement for the Center for Creative Nonviolent Shelter meets the need. Fund new permanent supportive housing vouchers. Ensure adequate funding levels for Project Reconnect, street outreach, the homelessness prevention program, and singles rapid rehousing. Add funding to the ERAP program and preserve funding for DC Flex expansion. Having served on the CCNV Shelter Replacement Task Force, I am thrilled the capital budget includes funds to replace the shelter and add housing to this site. The building was in horrible condition when the task force met in 2014, and issues have only gotten worse since then. My understanding is this will be a build first project, meaning the shelter will be built, new shelter will be built before the old one is closed. This should ensure there's not a gap in services. The council should ensure that the replacement shelter is smaller and more dignified than the current facility, and that there are exit plans for each current resident that prioritizes moving into housing rather than having people remain homeless living in a shelter. The council should also add funding for PSH vouchers. Every day, individuals experiencing homelessness die from preventable and manageable diseases, and we have families that cycle in and out of homelessness. By providing affordable housing coupled with intensive case management, PSH helps these folks stay in housing, improve their health, and it ends up saving a substantial amount of money. As a result, the proposed budget doesn't include any new PSH vouchers. While there are unused vouchers from FY 23 and 24, they fall short of meeting the needs, and officials project that those will be used by the end of the upcoming fiscal year. Funding new vouchers for families and singles will help us keep pace with homelessness and move us closer to our goal of ending homelessness. So due to limited information, it is not really clear at this point how much funding is in the Project Reconnect, the homelessness prevention program, street outreach, and individual rapid rehousing. For Project Reconnect, I'm asking the council to ensure that the budget is at least $1.75 million. That would reflect a $545,000 increase from 24, so the program can serve more clients. From the budget book, it looks like HPP is being cut by 1.8 million. I'm asking the council to restore that. This is a key tool in preventing homelessness. Street outreach, we need to make sure we are making creating a robust street outreach system. We need the 3.5 million ongoing and an additional 2.9 million to make sure we are covering gaps. I'm not going to talk about ERAP, as a lot of other people have already talked about that, but we hope you had funding for ERAP, and we hope that you ensure singles can still access DC Flex. There'll be more details on these recommendations in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Jenny Westbury, Director of Operations for DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee, for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Jenny Westbury, and I am the Director of Operations at DC Safe. DC Safe serves a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we received 42,000 calls to our response line, including almost 17,000 individual referrals. We also recently opened a new 30-unit crisis shelter with the capacity to house 700 survivors per year. Since our inception in 2006, DHS has been an important program partner, specifically through the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative and our work to identify and triage services for those who are at the highest risk for reassault or homicide. When we started our shelter program in 2011, they became a close partner as our work with clients expanded to housing. And then in 2018, they became a funder of our work supporting domestic violence services for clients receiving TANF benefits, as well as supporting both our shelter program and our COVID-19 response. New this fiscal year, DC Safe has furthered our partnership once again as a grantee through the Homeless Prevention Program, or HPP. In total, for this fiscal year, DC Safe receives $1.3 million from DHS, making up 18% of our organizational budget. I want to take the time today to share our concerns around the mayor's recently released budget and its impact that proposed cuts will have on survivors of domestic violence, their families, and organizations like DC Safe who serve them. Firstly, DHS Family Homeless Services have been cut across the board for a total decrease of around $33 million. As stated through our new HPP grant, we have also expanded our partnership to support clients in accessing rapid rehousing. The proposed cuts for FY25 are alarming, especially alarming given the dramatic changes DHS has already made this year, including significant changes to the application and accessibility of ERAP funds and unexpected changes to rapid rehousing support. To our knowledge, we're the only HPP provider for DHS that can offer clients rapid rehousing right now, and we are bracing for a bottleneck of referrals and now doubly concerned that this work may not even continue through FY25, albeit there is such a high volume of families in need. Large cuts to social safety net programs, including SNAP and child care subsidies, will also contribute to this pernicious cycle and very negatively impact our clients. So many of our clients rely on public benefits as their only financial lifeline when they are in the midst of leaving an abusive relationship. And the reality is that losing access to child care, for example, can be the difference between choosing to leave an abusive partner or to stay with them. In fact, it can even be the matter of life and death. A few weeks ago, our organization was devastated by the tragic domestic violence homicide of a DC resident and a former client, Anisha Isaacs. Her death serves as a painful reminder of our city's insufficient investment in comprehensive intervention and homicide prevention for domestic violence. The proposed budget cuts to DHS will undoubtedly further the social inequities that aggravate violence in our community, and moreover, they will continue to deteriorate the systems we have in place that prevent deaths like Anisha's. As I mentioned, DC Safe leads the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative, of which DHS is a key member. We are currently pushing for an updated city administrator's order to govern the work of the initiative. However, even if a new order is signed, its impact will be hamstrung by these budget cuts. Housing is safety, financial autonomy is safety. Survivors and families will be more at risk should these cuts go through. As such, we urge the committee to find a way to protect DHS's family homelessness social safety net programs in FY25. Instead, restoring funding would just be a Band-Aid at this point. We stand firmly with the Victim Assistance Network and their request for a 25% increase in funding to FY24 funding levels for all district agencies' budgets that serve victims in the DC, including DHS. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being with us. Judy Esty.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Judy Esty, and I am here representing the Platform of Hope, which is a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that works with families facing economic vulnerability to define and pursue their goals across housing, education, finances, health, employment, and more. We are a member of Fair Budget Coalition in solidarity with their platform. And I join so many others on this panel and the other panels today in voicing our extreme concern over the austerity budget presented by Mayor Bowser earlier this week, which given its timing has caused great chaos and a lack of clear understanding of what's even in the budget. So I understand that some of these issues need to be delved into in more detail. Regardless, I'd like to commend you, Councilmember, for your strong arguments in favor of investments in DHS, staff positions in ERAP specifically, as well as your understanding that the current budget asks our most vulnerable residents to sacrifice over and over again with cuts to necessary programs and services alongside regressive taxes. Specifically, I'd like to highlight the following programs that need increased investments next year, not less. ERAP, with a budget of $20 million proposed for fiscal year 25, less than half of this year's budget, we already know that this is insufficient to meet the needs of DC residents. While the mayor has embraced a false narrative with no evidence backing it that anyone can find, that somehow the clear demand for ERAP is residents just trying to game the system, we know that it's the result of a lack of true affordable housing in this city, and that the result will be the further displacement of primarily Black and Brown residents and the increase in the trauma of evictions. Just in the last quarter of 2024, eviction filings increased to 972 between January and March of this year, an increase of 51% from the prior year, an alarming indication that DC residents cannot pay their rent and are losing their homes. I want to reiterate that ERAP is the one program that the district has to prevent the trauma of eviction and displacement of families from their homes. While this does not solve the crisis of housing affordability in DC, which is a longer-term serious issue, we cannot ask residents to wait for the solution to housing affordability and have no tools to fight eviction. Residents deserve to have ERAP funded at a level that can responsibly accommodate this need and doesn't operate like a lottery. In addition, as you've noted, the Access to Justice grants have been cut by $21 million, further increasing the likelihood of a wave of evictions and lack of protections for DC residents struggling to stay in their homes amidst the cost of living increases and additional economic disparities. I'm aware that's a different committee, but it's important in the general context. I'm also aware that the budget books were only just released, so there might be more nuance to these cuts, but in reading just the numbers comparing fiscal year 25 proposed budget to fiscal year 24, vouchers have been cut in the budget, including over $18 million cuts to PHS vouchers for families and $5 million cuts to PHS vouchers for individuals. Rapid rehousing has been cut by $12 million for families and $5 million for individuals. Homelessness prevention services for families have been cut, and domestic violence services have been cut, further weakening the systems we have to prevent eviction, support people experiencing homelessness, and caring for those surviving abusive relationships, which we know is a key factor for folks becoming homeless. Echoing other advocates on non-housing issues, SNAP was not provided a raise this year, despite the demonstrated need for food assistance we literally just proved like a month ago. And vital importance for our residents struggling with food insecurity. This is a budget that takes our city backwards in terms of its commitment to ending homelessness and producing more affordable housing. It will cause more displacement and inequality, echoing the wave seen in the 2000s when DC was deemed to have the highest rate of gentrification in the country, leading to the loss of 20,000 Black residents. I ask you, Councilmember, and all the members of this committee to be vigilant in standing up to this budget and not accept the narrative the mayor has put forward. Sacrifices should be asked of those making the most, not the most marginalized of us. Not to mention continued underinvestment in DHS staffing, which we know is needed to have the programs operate efficiently. Thank you for your time. I hope you will continue to work with your colleagues to erase the cuts and find the funding to address the serious disparities presented in the mayor's proposed budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being with us. Reginald Black with the People for Fairness Coalition.
How you doing? Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, and District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I am the Housing Policy Liaison to People for Fairness Coalition via Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. We have put forth as far as our priorities being a grassroots organization who is working to end housing instability through advocacy and outreach and peer mentoring, a budget that would like to and envisions a $1 billion expenditure for housing programs in the city. This would include $250 million for each housing intervention, rapid rehousing, targeted affordable housing, and permanent supportive housing, bringing us to a total of $645 million to fund the Homeward DC 2.0 plan to end homelessness. People for Fairness Coalition and our partners continue to find that the limited information coming from the mayor's budget is concerning. And we need to point out that the mayor's budget does not include new housing resources for fiscal year 24 and 25. What are we to tell our brothers and sisters who have yet to be matched to housing, who are over 80% Black, male, and over the age of 40, with co-occurring conditions like former institutionalization in prisons, foster care, and hospitalizations? The people who are unhoused today do not have a guarantee they will be able to access last fiscal year's resources, which means they are meant to spend the next 12 months warehoused in facilities not meant for human habitation, which are having HVAC issues, structural issues, poor ventilation. They will be displaced from the streets and parks of the District of Columbia, all while we have not advanced how we as a city are moving towards providing leadership needed to produce housing as a human right. The agencies at this hearing are and have stated they believe in this concept of housing as a human right, but this budget does not achieve this. It skimps by protecting the status quo while in reality making the situation worse. We are going to need actions out of the council on this, and while the rank and file is supposed to accept less, the government will enjoy 5- and 6-figure salaries, and the public is now saying we have found the money to offset these budgets. It is in the ever-increasing salaries of those who are elected to represent us. Are you willing to take an extreme reduction in pay? Can you accept less and make ends meet? It has been reported that it takes $167,000 of income to afford a home in the District of Columbia, while nationally it is only $110,000. Could you give up your $100,000 and make do with $60,000? Could you do with $90 what you can with $100? Would you continue to pay for a broken system that no one knows where or why it is broken? You relayed this to us, and we want to understand where you stand with this statement. In order to facilitate better planning and implementation, we need people of lived experience who are dedicated to reforming the broken system. ICH has appointed 2 additional persons of lived experience, but we do not have compensation funding to sustain those who give up to 30 to 40 hours a month to provide real-time experience to solve the problem. We recommend that no less than $30,000 be made available to make sure our people are incentivized to participate. We cannot sustain choosing between necessities and system reform. Since according to the statement that you made at the Homeless Memorial Vigil, that the system is broken, we want to understand the complexities of that. I've said this before. Unhoused people face the most egregious form of violence, which is economic violence. These persons are 86 or more % Black, African American, 75% or more % male, and continually aging, 40 to 50 years or so of age, with a biological health age of 60 to 75 years. We must do better, not cut services, reduce staff, and choose between 2 bad choices. It will cost us much more, which is not a dollar amount, but lives. We will be judged by how we treat the least of thee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for being with us. Joshua Drumming, you are up next. Joshua Drumming, are you still with us? All right, let me move to Andrea Thomas, CEO and President of the United Planning Organization. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As noted, my name is Andrea Thomas, and I serve as the President and CEO of the United Planning Organization. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents. We offer more than 30 programs and services in areas such as early childhood education, youth development, job training and placement, health and wellness, housing, and volunteerism. I want to express UPO's deep concern over the harmful impacts that Mayor Bowser's proposed budget would have on the economic security of DC residents. Rather than reflecting a shared sacrifice, the budget would deepen poverty and economic hardship for already struggling residents and widen DC's racial income gap, while asking little or no sacrifice from the most comfortable residents. It would also deeply cut the income of 4,000 childcare workers, most of them Black and brown women, and it would deny an earned income tax credit expansion to working families while asking them to pay more in sales taxes. and it would greatly scale back the baby bonds program that is barely off the ground. The entire community and economy will be harmed if the council adopts a budget that deepens poverty. UPO encourages you to take every step possible to avoid that. In the case of DHS, we're very concerned about the reduction in funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the failure to maintain the SNAP increase funded this year. Over 31,000 DC renters with low incomes, and that's under $50,000, are behind on their rent, according to the Census Bureau, or 1/3 of all low-income renters. Our current funding for eviction assistance, $43 million, serves fewer than half that number, and quarterly ERAP allotments are claimed within a matter of days. Eviction is one of the most traumatic experiences someone can face, a forced move to a new community and home, and often to a less safe place. The harms of eviction are long-lasting, which is why eviction is described as a cause of poverty and not just a symptom of it. Knowing that the proposed reduction in ERAP funding to $20 million will mean that thousands of DC households will face the trauma of eviction with long-lasting harmful consequences on them and their children, UPO urges the council to restore ERAP to at least its 2024 funding levels. We also urge the council to maintain the modest increase in SNAP benefits that the council funded for FY24. We come to this budget hearing with a recognition that far too many DC children live in poverty, often deep poverty. More than 1/3 of the children in Ward 7 and Ward 8 are in families with below poverty income, or less than $26,000 for a family of 3. A recent poll from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute found that half of all Black DC households worry about affording enough food. And UPO found that 44,000 DC renters spend more than half their income on housing, up from 36,000 a decade ago. And nearly all of these severely burdened households have low incomes. The research also shows, though, that improving the incomes of families with low incomes has long-term benefits. For example, the Earned Income Tax Credit boosts children's school achievement, college attendance, and health outcomes. And the past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being, including investments to raise wages for childcare workers, expand the Earned Income Tax Credit, and increase access to permanent supportive housing. All of these were made possible by raising revenues. And so we recommend 2 ways the council should look to bring in more revenues. 1, taxing capital gains separate from ordinary income and at a higher rate of 13%, paired with a credit to offset tax incomes for families in the bottom 80% of incomes, and raising property taxes on homes with a taxable value over $1.5 million, which would impact only 5% of homeowners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and your ongoing support.
Thank you very much. Joshua Drumming, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Drumming from the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Every year, DC becomes more unaffordable, driving out the less affluent and DC residents of color. Policymakers have long been dedicated to these residents in their rhetoric, but words need to be supported by concrete action. The time is now for council to invest in permanent housing vouchers, rapid housing, rental assistance, the congregate shelter system of today, and the non-congregate shelters of tomorrow. The mayor tells us that this budget requires sacrifice, but we must consider who can bear this burden. To end homelessness and combat the lack of affordable housing in the city, there's an immense need for DC to fund and utilize all of the different types of vouchers at their disposal. The mayor's FY25 budget is woefully insufficient, adds no new vouchers. The administration's practice of underfunding DHS and utilizing funding for other things has contributed to a massive reduction in housing resources for residents that desperately need them. Vouchers are the most effective means of ending homelessness in DC, but the lack of funding for FY25 indicates that ending homelessness isn't a mayoral priority. Without council's intervention in FY24, there wouldn't have been a single new voucher for DC residents. Council must step in again to ensure DC residents don't lack new resources in FY25. Council must also increase oversight of DHS and DCHA to promote more efficient voucher administration and utilization. Rapid housing was created as a pathway from poverty to financial stability. In practice, it has worsened the problem through poor program administration. As a result, rapid housing sees 97% of its participants unable to afford rent when they exit the program. Last year, when DHS aimed to terminate hundreds of families, Council passed legislation to prevent mass displacement. However, 2 weeks ago, DHS published new FRSP regulations that threaten every participant family with swift termination and collateral consequences. DHS has already announced that exits will start soon. The mayor has also proposed an extremely harmful BSA subtitle that further restricts access and rights. It is time for Council to remedy these issues by passing the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act. Among other things, this act prohibits terminations based on reaching arbitrary time limits. The family cannot afford market rent on their own, ensures participants only pay 30% of their income in rent, and makes case management truly optional. Its fiscal impact has yet to be determined, as DHS has resisted providing rapid rehousing program data and calls for a FISC. Council must hold DHS accountable. Most of DC's shelter system is congregate, thus it is incumbent upon Council to make these sites accessible and safe. Often when looking for emergency shelter, families trek to Virginia Williams for shelter. In many cases, families are arbitrarily denied, and many of these families turn to places like the legal clinic for assistance. To obtain emergency shelter, families must endure a burdensome process and are often deemed ineligible and for unjustified and unlawful reasons. Council should mandate more DHS staff training and amend the HSRA to mandate low-barrier shelter access. It's unclear how services will be affected by Virginia Williams' pending relocation or closing. This committee must urge transparency and a plan from DHS on exactly how services will continue if Virginia Williams closes. We are pleased that 24-hour single shelter access has been maintained in the budget, but funding must be increased so that the same access is extended to those in OMS shelters. PEP V, though flawed, demonstrate the importance of non-congregate shelters. Currently, DC's single shelter system is completely comprised of congregate spaces. We were happy to see that the mayor funded the $13 million needed to operate the 2 planned non-congregate shelters. We hope that Council affirms this funding, ensures the new shelters are HSRA compliant, and contemplates future funding that will increase non-congregate spaces further. Additionally, we urge Council to dedicate $1.5 million for secure storage sites to avoid shelter resident dispossession. The mayor plans to fund the federal city shelter near CCNV, a mixed-use shelter with congregate shelter and permanent housing. We support all new housing options in DC, but there are lingering questions concerning shelter operations and funding source. ERAP also requires substantial funding, accessibility, and legal compliance improvements to best aid DC residents in need of it. Council Oversight can help achieve this. DC's lowest income residents have always been told that they must sacrifice. We only ask that this council not place a lion's share of that sacrifice on the shoulders of those struggling the most to survive. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Next up. Chapiso Maluzzo, Director with Grant Associates, Inc.
Yes, that's
Welcome.
me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to address you today to advocate for robust funding for DC residents receiving TANF services. As Director of Grant Associates Job Placement and Education and Occupational Training Programs, I've witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of strategic investments in preparing individuals for Washington, D.C.'s rapidly evolving job market. In fiscal year 2023, Grant Associates DC provided 4,302 employment training and barrier remediation services to 911 residents. These direct services, along with various 2-gen services, have helped to strengthen families, enhance economic prosperity, foster innovation, and put DC families on the path to healing and self-reliance. This said, to effectively address the challenges presented by and ensure equitable benefit from the opportunities of the 21st century economy, adequate resources and long-term commitment are vital. Today, Grant Associates thanks DHS and Director Zeilinger for 12 years of partnership in continuously pursuing ways to challenge conventional wisdom and push the boundaries of what is achievable. We remain committed to the mission of raising the economic security of DC residents and enabling them to lead secure and prosperous lives. So that organizations such as ours may continue in this crucial work, we implore you to continue to prioritize funding in the following areas. Skills training programs. These are essential to equipping individuals with the competencies demanded by DC's emerging industries. By allocating more resources, we empower DC residents to enter into and then thrive in high-demand sectors by narrowing the skills gap created by unequal access to 4-year colleges and universities. Sustained career counseling and guidance services. This is crucial for facilitating informed decision-making among job seekers. By offering personalized support and career exploration, we enhance workforce readiness and ensure better alignment between individual skills and the labor market needs. Mental health services. Increased funding is required to meet the very real need for well-trained mental health staff. This will allow organizations such as ours to offer much-needed on-site mental health support services to the individuals we support, many of whom contend daily with extremely high mental, physical, and emotional barriers. With the right funding, we can offer more services, resulting in improved emotional well-being, higher self-esteem, enhanced coping skills, improved social functioning, and economic empowerment. Financial empowerment. This allows for improved financial literacy, enhanced money management skills, debt reduction, access to financial services, and promotion of financial stability and security. By empowering individuals to take control of their finances, training programs like ours play a vital role in fostering economic empowerment and improving overall well-being. Access to technology. In this increasingly digitized economy, access to the technology and digital literacy skills is non-negotiable. By investing in initiatives that enhance technological skills and providing access to devices, we can finally bridge the digital divide and empower individuals to fully participate in the digital workforce. Long-term support for disadvantaged populations. Low-income individuals, veterans, persons with disabilities, and formerly incarcerated individuals often face systemic barriers to employment. They require long-term support to ensure equitable access to economic opportunities until true self-sufficiency is achieved. In conclusion, investing in workforce development is not an expenditure, it is an investment in our city's future. It requires sustained effort, bold ideas, and commitment to the long haul. It asks that we nurture hope where it is most needed. By prioritizing funding in the aforementioned areas, we can empower individuals, strengthen our community, and build a more resilient and inclusive Washington, D.C. for generations to come. I'll leave you with the success that our team is witnessing at this very moment. In September 2022, a single mother was assigned to our program. She spent her first year in the program struggling to meet the program requirements and to find the motivation to connect with the team supporting her. Our team never gave up on her, though, and in January 2023, she committed to a career in culinary arts and began the first of several certifications along that career pathway. Today, she is graduating with the last of her culinary arts certifications. She's our 124th training graduate this year. And later this month, she begins her first day of work at a renowned establishment in Southeast Washington, D.C. as a chef. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Anna Christina Plaza, Director of Social Services with IUTA.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anna Plaza and I'm IUTA's Director of Social Services. IUTA Social Services program provides trauma-informed, culturally specific services for low-income immigrant survivors of domestic violence. We appreciate our partnership with the DHS to address domestic violence in the district. IUTA receives funding from DHS through the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act for non-residential counseling, case management, and supportive services for survivors of domestic violence. Through support, group meetings, emotional support, accompaniment, safety planning, referrals, and case management, IUTA staff increases the independence and safety of domestic violence survivors and their families. Through training and presentations to community members and other service providers, we share critical information about domestic violence and the resources available for survivors. IUTA services play a vital role in addressing domestic violence in the district. Immigrant victims of domestic violence are far less likely to seek support that breaks the cycle of domestic violence without access to a trusted community-based organization. Although we serve hundreds of survivors annually, we must refer many survivors to other organizations due to funding limitations and capacity constraints. However, many of our partner organizations across the district are facing the same limitation and constraints. The district continues to be a primary destination for newly arriving immigrants, many fleeing high levels of violence, crime, natural disasters, and poverty. Many are victims of domestic violence and living in precarious conditions due to lack of legal immigration status and work authorization, which often isolates them and makes them more vulnerable to further victimization. Due to increased needs among this population and among the immigrant community in general, IUTA and other service providers are unable to fully meet the high demand for victim services without increasing funding. IUTA, as a member of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, supports a coalition fiscal year 25 budget platform which reflects the needs of our organizations and the unmet needs of all domestic violence survivors in the district. We urge the DC government to add local funds to supplement reductions in federal funding from the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. Non-residential supportive services, particular services that are culturally specific, are critical for survivors from underserved communities to gain safety and stability. Without the supplemental local funds, AYUDA would face a substantial cut to grant funding that would have a devastating impact on our services during a time of increased need. On behalf of AYUDA, we appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. Our final witness on this panel is Christy Cipolla, DC Supervising Case Manager with AYUDA.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kirsty Cipolla, and I am AYUDA's DC Social Services Manager and former Supervising Case Manager. My testimony will focus on the dire need for housing assistance for survivors of domestic violence. As Social Services Manager and formerly a case manager, I see firsthand how housing is the #1 request and unmet need for the survivors we serve. Housing insecurity is a major barrier to leaving domestic violence. It often forces survivors to live in inadequate conditions or return to their abusers. For immigrant survivors, immigration status, language barriers, and employment challenges pose additional barriers to being able to find adequate housing after leaving an abusive relationship. As a result, immigrant victims are often entrenched in the cycle of violence. Victim service providers like AYUDA, with a long-standing presence and earned trust within the immigrant community, play a critical role in providing effective services to the community and breaking this cycle of violence. Providing culturally specific services is far more than just linguistic competency. It involves understanding family and gender dynamics, history, and realities facing immigrants in the United States. However, we are finding that the effectiveness of our culturally specific social services for survivors is being hindered by the fact that we, like many other victim service providers across DC, are increasingly unable to meet the #1 need among survivors: housing. AYUDA is grateful for DHS funding to provide crucial case management services, emotional support groups, and community outreach. But we are acutely aware that without a safe place to call home, it is impossible for survivors to even begin to meet other needs like mental and physical health and move towards goals like greater independence and safety for themselves and their families. There's a dire need for the district to invest in its transitional, rapid rehousing, and affordable housing programs. These investments must be accompanied by investments in culturally specific services that help immigrants navigate these complex systems. We urge the DC government to respond to the increase in need. AYUDA joins the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence in urging DHS to dedicate additional funding for housing and housing assistance services for survivors. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel. A few questions. I won't have questions for most witnesses, but a couple of things that I do just want to get some information on. Kelly Sweeney McShane, I do share your concerns about cuts to rapid rehousing. Those concerns are well taken. Others have mentioned it as well. When we cut rapid rehousing, people and families stay in shelter longer, as you said, but families are getting stuck there, and that's unsustainable. So do you have recommendations about what we do with rapid rehousing?
That is an excellent question. I think the challenge, especially financially, is that families are getting stuck there. The last few years have also been hard in that there hasn't been a sense of a real timeline of when things will end. And that I think it is good to have a sense of a timeline. I'm a little worried that it's been so long that to make it really quick now is going to make it much, much harder. We also need to continue to look at ways to increase income. There's been talk about, other employment funding that we need to make sure we're supporting, the education component. all those other wraparound services that we need to continue to do, and then continuing to invest in the longer term permanent housing, permanent supportive housing, or targeted affordable housing as other longer term housing opportunities for those who need it on the other end. It's a complicated system, and all the pieces work together, and having resources at each step is really critical.
I appreciate that. Yeah, even with a set timeline, I don't see a scenario where the majority of people are going to succeed on the back end of rapid rehousing, and that's a really tough question that we need the agency to answer. So I appreciate you being with us. Zanetta Green with Dash, one program you mentioned that it doesn't come up in most panels. Obviously, it's a program you all run, the Right to Dream program. You suggested that it has never been fully funded. What would fully funded be?
I'm happy to support our team here. So, yes, to fully fund Right to Dream, and we've talked about this with the DHS team for a while now. It would run approximately $1.3 million if the program is fully funded for 20 beds. That has been flat funded since fiscal 22 at the current 928 level. And we know that going into fiscal 25, particularly with the high rates of rent in the district, if the program receives that same base funding level, we may not be able to fully support 20 survivors in the program. To manage the gap in funding, we are staggering entries right now because we know that we wouldn't be able to support the full 12 months at the current rate.
And for either you or Candace Lewis, what is the Safe Night Fund, and is that funded with local dollars?
Yes, so our Safe Night Fund is our short-term emergency housing program that we provide for survivors in the district who are what we oftentimes see as survivors are in between services. So they might be waiting on an inspection, which we know can be 2 months or 6 months at this time due to just how backlogged the city is. But we typically okay, we have a move-in date on April 1st. This family needs to go somewhere for 7 to 9 days and to keep them out of shelter most times where there's a dynamic where the family can't stay together. There's a male older child. The family has adults with disabilities. All of those different factors that play into folks not getting the services they need in the shelter system. We provide kind of just like an in-lieu service for them until their housing unit is available, or to that bed at House of Ruth is available, or maybe even a bed at Dash. We just provide that temporary hotel stay for them during that time.
Okay, and is that funded with district dollars?
Not currently.
Kate Coventry, as you mentioned, no new vouchers were funded, it seems. Let me ask you a question that I'm asking myself. Why fund new vouchers if DHS can't get them out the door? Added to that, if we add staff capacity, which we tried to do last year, those positions won't get filled.
That's a good question, council member. I would just say that this is not the way to run a system, to have huge increases and then no vouchers in certain years. What we need is like a continuing number of vouchers, because we have people unfortunately continuing to fall into homelessness. And if we don't have any vouchers, there's just no movement and people are just stuck in shelter forever. So that is why I suggest that we add new vouchers, but we also make sure that DHS can implement them and ask them what they need in order to support that.
I appreciate it. I thought we had that figured out last year by doing vouchers and staff, but we did not beat the game. So I appreciate it. We'll keep working with you and others in the agency to figure this out. The rest of the testimonies it made very much sense to me. There's some issues. Some of the questions you raised are questions that I will be asking the agency today. Some of them are things that we're going to ask in follow-up questions or dig into later. We do have still about half our witness list to get through, so we're going to keep moving. I want to thank everybody from this panel. We are after about 5 hours, we're going to take a quick 15-minute recess. So it is 1:42. We will be in recess until just before 2 o'clock. This hearing is in recess.
Hello.
We are resumed. We will move forward with our next panel of public witnesses. Christy Matthews Jones, Julie Lewan, Mo Pasternak, Bianca Palmisano, Dana Sazanakul. I apologize. Please help me with your last name when you come up so I don't mispronounce it again. Harry Torian, Natalia Paley Whitman, Jenna Israel with DC Community Organizer with Jews United for Justice, Regine Ellie, Executive Director of Healthy Babies Project, Jasmine Brazier, Youth Services Director with Healthy Babies Project, Sybil Yadabarrett, Muriel House Coordinator with the Healthy Babies Project, Victoria Scheinman, Resident Monitor with the Healthy Babies Project, Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director with the People for Fairness Coalition, Robert Warren, Director for the People for Fairness Coalition, and LaMonica Jones, Director of DC Hunger Solutions. And Joseph Vaughn, Chair of the Board of Directors for Capital Area Asset Builders. You can join the table, yes. I think you're the only person I called on this panel in person. Alicia Sims, that you can join the witness table as well. Thank you. All right, so we are going to begin with Christy Matthews Jones. Welcome. Oh. Christy, yep. She accepted. Okay.
Can y'all see me?
We can
Oh,
see
can you
you
hear me?
and hear you. Yes.
Oh, great. I was having some technical difficulties earlier, so sorry for not hopping on. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Matthews Jones, and I'm the director of the DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition is a coalition of youth-serving organizations that is ran by a coalition of young girls of color and gender nonconforming people of color in DC that work to improve programs and services for young people of color as well as all young people of color in DC. We will fight to adopt and implement policies recommendations that centers the leadership of the youth that we work with and addresses the needs of their community. My testimony today will focus on the demand for consent at 16 in housing, and giving young people the agency to have control over their living situation when it's necessary. We recently shared with several council members a drafted legislation for consent at 16 in housing and the effects of it and why we think this is very important. We have been working on this particular draft legislation and it's worked since 2019 when young people first brought it to our attention that there was a need for them to be able to consent on their own to shelter and housing when it is necessary. First and foremost, we see this legislation as allowing youth who are not connected or able or have good communications with people to be able to find some support when they're not able to communicate, connect, or be in a relationship with their parent or guardian. Some of the young people we are talking about may have previously been a part of the foster care system and either had a very negative experience or it made their home life experience worse when entering in the shelter. It is crucial that youth who do not have an adult in their lives or have an adult present have a support system. We have talked to many young people who have experienced homelessness directly and or have seen their peers struggle with homelessness. And what we see happening is majority of the young people when they do enter the youth shelter, are not able to get that parent consent within the time allotted, and they most end up leaving the shelter for fear of going into CFSA or for having a bad experience with CFSA prior. We've also seen firsthand where young people have made the choice to go into the adult shelter system. Many of the young people that we have talked with who went into the adult shelter system were very afraid, had negative experiences, and didn't feel like they got the correct support there, but that unfortunately was the only safe space for them to go. That was the only space that they felt like they could enter for a long-term support in some kind of capacity. We first and foremost want to make it clear that what we're asking for is for young people under 18, 16, and 17-year-olds to be able to consent to the need for shelter and allow programs and services that are community-based to do a deeper dive into what that particular family or community needs in that moment. We understand that that deeper dive might lead to family reunification and might lead to the eventual calling of CFSA, or it might lead to the understanding that these young people need to be in shelter on their own. Right now, what we are seeing is young people either not engaging in the shelter system, engaging in the adult shelter system, bringing them more harm, or putting themselves in much more dangerous positions. We've talked with multiple street outreach workers and street service providers who express that they do know a significant amount of young people who are under 18 who are in need of shelter. And when they do their street outreach, they feel kind of crippled because they don't know necessarily where to send them, or they don't know where they can get long-term help. So being able to know that this law is in existence will be very effective in ensuring that they can send them to programs like Sasha Bruce and other programs that exist. Many years ago, back in 2020, when we first brought up this particular demand, and I know I'm out of time, but I'm gonna be real quick. When we first brought up this particular demand, many council members expressed wanting to know what was happening in other jurisdictions. And I just want to end by saying that we have found several other jurisdictions where young people can allow themselves to consent to shelter as young as 16 years old, but there is a significant amount of jurisdictions that allow young people to consent as young as 12. So I say this to say that this is us catching up to some of those jurisdictions and really responding to the need that has been expressed for young people. I am here if you have any questions, and will be submitting my written testimony after the hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Julie Lewan, welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name's Julie Lujan, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm also the director and owner of 2 early learning programs, Julie Lujan's Child Development Home and Lanier Lullaby's Child Development Center. I'm here to oppose Mayor Bowser's proposed $10 million in cuts to the child subsidy program. The coalition I support, Under 3DC, has members who rely on that subsidy to provide lower income parents with quality childcare that they can afford. I myself opened a home daycare in 2007 and then expanded in 2011. Together, I served 28 children and employed 12 early educators. Over my 17 years in service, I've had 57 employees and cared for over 260 children. When I looked at daycares for my own children in the early 2000s, I did not like what I saw. I didn't like the quality, the atmosphere, and the overall feeling of the programs. I decided to create something that I would want my own child to go to. Every parent wants what's best. The quality of childhood centers serving all DC communities has improved drastically over the last 20 years and has some of the highest standards in the country. It doesn't matter if you live in Northwest, Northeast, Southeast, or Southwest. Quality childcare has become a reality to all families in DC, and I am proud to be a part of that. I know this committee does not have jurisdiction over the Pay Equity Fund, but without having a living wage for teachers, programs can't afford to survive, and we won't be able to provide slots for families to use child subsidy funds because we won't be able to hire the teachers. Given the Department of Human Services' critical role in approving child subsidies for families, please recognize that the subsidy and the Pay Equity Fund support one another. Personally, the Pay Equity allows me to fund my staff, and it's very likely that I'm at risk of closing if we lose that funding. In all honesty, I am not alone in that fear. We as early education workforce are presented with all these promises, and we were given acknowledgement that we had value and were worth an investment. And it feels like now we're out of the spotlight and the pandemic is over. We're being forgotten and discarded. It's absurd that we were provided with new requirements for higher education and promises of higher salaries, then have it taken away 2 years later, while the research is clear of the importance of quality early childhood education. I can't plan for my next academic school year. I'm supposed to be making decisions right now on what happens in 2025, but I can't. There's too much uncertainty. Please oppose all cuts to the early education proposed by Mayor. Let us prevent cuts by adopting a tax system for justice, one that asks the wealthiest of our neighbors to pay their fair share so the basic human needs can be met in the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us. Joseph Vaughn, Chair of the Board of Directors for Capital Area Asset Builders.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Joseph Vaughn, and I have the pleasure and honor of serving as the Chairman of the Board of Directors for the DC-based nonprofit Capital Area Asset Builders. I've also served as a chair of ANC 4C in the District of Columbia and really have appreciate the work that this committee is doing for our community. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the partnership CAB has with the Department of Human Services and the importance of strategic investments in programs that stabilize low and moderate income families and neighborhoods and the neighborhoods in which they live. Washington, D.C. is a vibrant community of tremendous wealth and opportunity, a city with terrific schools, colleges, parks, and expensive homes. While every municipality strives to achieve these terrific attributes, we remain a city where too many residents struggle to build wealth and achieve the proverbial dream of home ownership and financial stability. I commend the leadership of this committee, DHS, and the countless other DC agencies for their focus on developing funding programs such as DC Flex and the Career Map, which address directly the longstanding societal inequities which trap too many families in poverty. Through DC Flex and Career Map, CAB and their community partners provide information, resources, tools, and money to participating Washingtonians. Both DC Flex and Career Map also provide hope, support, coaching, and most of all, economic mobility. CAB is able to demystify and empower residents to leverage the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and other federal and DC public benefits that they need to achieve economic mobility. In this moment, the district will face a daunting budgetary deficit that will require difficult choices around budget austerity. Our hope is to preserve funding for initiatives like DC Flex and Career Map, and that have produced tangible results and benefits for DC's most vulnerable residents. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Councilmember White, Director Zeilinger, and the DHS staff for their direct engagement in these initiatives and for entrusting CAB to lead and support these important programs. Today's investments in DC residents will yield a more diverse and stable economy for DC tomorrow. Thanks for today's hearing and for allowing me to share my perspectives on behalf of my colleagues and CAB's community partners.
Thanks for being with us. Next up, we will have Mo Pasternak.
Hello, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Mo Pasternak, and I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JFJ is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home Campaign, and All In for DC. Today, I'm testifying in support of increased funding for ERAP. ERAP is an essential program in preventing evictions and keeping families in stable housing. Taking steps to avoid evictions has a long tradition in Jewish law. Rabbis writing centuries ago in the Talmud, specifically Tractate Baba Metzia, described a 3-year process for evicting some tenants, and also specifically banned evictions during the 6 months when rain is more common in the Middle East. They clearly understood the harm of losing one's home and sought to prevent this catastrophe. In addition to this source and other rabbinic writing, I have a personal history that motivates me to support ERAP. One of the more challenging episodes of my life came when I was 13 years old and foreclosure forced my family out of the only home I'd known. It left me feeling helpless. I was told everything would be okay, but my family's life was thrown into tumult, and I still carry the visceral feeling when I first saw the moving trucks. It's incredibly destabilizing to be thrown out of your home, and nothing can truly prepare you for it or address the harm after the fact. Programs like ERAP help keep people in their homes and should be vigorously supported. The mayor's proposed budget only includes $22 million for ERAP. This is a shameful proposal, given the demonstrated need this fiscal year, when the program included over $40 million. And still, many of our neighbors who need ERAP are unable to secure the benefit because of underfunding and a challenging administrative process. In 2008, I was the one who needed help. Today, I'm not only in a more stable living situation, but own a condo with my wife in DuPont Circle. We can absorb higher taxes without any change in our quality of life and would be happy to pay more to help support essential programs. The past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being. Raising revenue by taxing wealth would afford DC additional resources to invest in our community. I echo the ask of the Fair Budget Coalition and hope that you increase the ERAP budget to $100 million for this fiscal year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Bianca Palmisano, welcome.
Hello, council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a former homelessness services provider in DC. I'm grateful to be testifying today also as a member of Jews United for Justice, a grassroots organization that brings together Jews and allies to advocate for social, racial, and economic justice here in DC. JUFJ is, as you heard, a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home campaign, and All In for DC. I'm here asking for funding to end chronic homelessness in the District of Columbia via the allocation of targeted supportive housing vouchers. Personally, I left homelessness services in 2015 after only 2.5 years in the field. I was 24 years old, burnt out, emotionally broken from supporting hundreds of clients who were living on the streets, bouncing between shelters, and being kicked out of friends' basements. There were never enough resources to go around, never enough bus passes, never enough grocery cards, certainly never enough housing. Every day that I went home, I was racked with guilt, knowing that I had keys to a warm place to sleep while my clients didn't, especially when I know we can end homelessness. Research and experience show that there's a clear way to end homelessness by giving people housing. The Permanent Supportive Housing Project, using a housing first model, has a proven track record of ending chronic homelessness while providing case management to improve the health and well-being of the most vulnerable in our community. I saw in action the way those vouchers change people's lives, but there aren't enough of them. I no longer work in homelessness services, but I do live next door to La Casa, which is a permanent supportive housing program run by my old employer, Friendship Place. Every day, it's a blessing to come home knowing that my neighbors have a soft place to lay their head, an address to send their mail to, and a dignified space to cope with the pain and frustration of the world. Every person in DC deserves that, and it honestly won't take that much. JUFJ and our coalition partners calculate that 1,260 units of permanent supportive housing are needed for single adults in FY24 at a cost of $36.6 million. An additional $17.33 million is needed for 800 local rent supplement program tenant vouchers, $58.4 million for 1,920 targeted affordable housing vouchers, and $18.87 million for 480 permanent supportive vouchers for families. All told, that's less than $132 million to functionally end homelessness in the district. Ironically, that's approximately the amount of money the DC government paid last year to rent its own properties. Jewish tradition teaches that in a just world, all people, regardless of race, income, or zip code, would have what the Torah calls di'e machzoro, resources sufficient for their needs. The past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being. Raising revenue by taxing wealth would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities. When I started working in homelessness services in 2013, the point in time survey found 6,865 people were experiencing homelessness. In 2023, it was 4,922. I had honestly hoped by now it would be zero. Can you commit to funding these vouchers so that our neighbors can finally have a place to call home? Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you for your testimony. Debbie Shore, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman White and members of this committee. I am Debbie Shore, founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce, a youth and family services agency who for 50 years has served youth who are homeless and having troubles in the city. We provide an array of services to homeless youth as well as community programs to stabilize youth and families in their own communities and in their schools. This is a time when we have seen a large number of young people who are homeless increase, even with the HUD count, which does not count youth who are couch surfing, though we know that most young people begin homelessness by couch surfing. So there is a considerable undercount. The count last year at a point in time was 1,000. We know that that's about double. So we need a great deal more attention being paid to young people, and the differences in the count and the needs of the young people, which are different, is what brought us in 2016 to work with the council to pass a law requiring a separate count and a plan to end youth homelessness. It was a document, Solid Foundations by name, which reflected the importance of gearing a system to the particular needs of young people, and a service-enriched environment, transitional living, care that aligned with their developmental needs. Having that plan, in my view, worked well, including that DC won a large HUD-funded youth homelessness demonstration grant, which I think came from the building of the system in 2019 to do more coordinated planning, and brought in more than $3 million from HUD to add capacity to the youth system. The True Colors Fund, a national group, described the DC system of care for youth homelessness at that time as one of the best in the country. But it is my view that we are losing ground, and I am concerned about what this means. Just as the plan to end youth homelessness helped us to leap forward to a system of care that we could be proud of, the lack of such a guide has seemed to deprioritize our youth programming. Or so it looks and feels for me, as we have recently been informed that our Elias Cradle program, funded through HUD for 10 young mothers and their children, will lose its HUD funding. This is approximately a third of the budget for that program, and it leaves us to scramble as to whether we can keep the program open. Our Elias Cradle has received funding from HUD for 38 years. So we know HUD is willing to support it, even after they broadly deprioritized transitional living many years ago. We also understand, though only verbally, that we believe the city received the same amount of funding from HUD, but spread it to other programs. The process for ranking and decision-making for the HUD funding is not transparent to me, so I don't yet understand exactly why this occurred and what priorities were in fact funded or increased. But I do know that the ICH and the community partnership folks of the past understood the importance of the youth system having such a program, and the HUD funding was continuous to now. So we have not made a lot of noise about this over these past weeks because we've been trying to protect our young people and to figure out whether we could make it at least through 1 year with private donors. We wanted to communicate stability to them. But now the young people know that this uphill battle is on, which is frankly heartbreaking, since their young lives have already had so many other disappointments. We are now ready to do anything we can to reverse or supplant this funding, including speaking publicly about its implications. We have protested the decision to HUD, have asked DHS if they can assist, and have asked for an explanation from the ICH. We are also asking for your intervention. One of the points that I would like to make is that if we had a more coherent system, when this HUD funding was pulled out from one of the programs in the youth system, wouldn't it necessitate a large effort at coordination as to whether there were other ways to keep the program afloat? To my knowledge, we informed our DHS contacts about the decision to cut services at our Elias Cradle program, not otherwise. Which brings me to my strongest recommendation.
I'm gonna
which
need
is
you to summarize that one because I want the strongest one, but you are over a minute over.
I'm asking for you to mandate a plan to end youth homelessness. This has to be a different model. We need to understand young people need to be, the system needs to be different. There needs to be different ways of evaluating it. Frankly, I'm just so deeply disappointed at this point in what has gone on. I've worked for 50 years and have seen progress. And this really feels like we are moving backwards. And when we have done that before, we've been able to push something else forward. And I'm hoping that you can join with us and make sure that we do that. And I also believe that you should pay attention to the nonprofit equity bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dana Sudisa Sanako, with grants manager for Union Kitchen. You are muted.
Okay, can you see me now? I'm sorry.
Yep, we can see you and hear you.
Awesome. And thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Dana Sudi Sasanakal, and I am the grants manager with Union Kitchen. Union Kitchen, a food and beverage accelerator, has been actively serving DC for the past 12 years. Central to our mission is job creation, recognizing that a stable income and food security are vital components in lifting individuals above the poverty line and improving overall life stability and quality. We acknowledge that individuals can encounter barriers to employment. We have worked with DHS through their Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Employment and Training, SNAP, program for the past several years. Having collaborated closely with the Department of Human Services, we have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact it has had on our local community. The team at DHS have done a fine job at making sure the grantees and individuals receiving SNAP work seamlessly together and meeting goals each month, such as preparing the students for independency and preparation to enter the workforce. Through the SNAP ENT grant program, we have had the privilege of assisting over 160 individuals in the District of Columbia who are receiving SNAP benefits in this fiscal year alone. This program provides essential resources and support to help individuals secure meaningful employment opportunities through comprehensive workforce development initiatives. I fully support this program as it offers the resources and tools to those that face many challenges and obstacles on a daily basis. The array of services offered, including financial literacy training, resume building, cover letter review, job search training, and interview preparation, equips participants with the necessary skills and confidence to navigate the job market successfully. Job retention is a key focus as well, with efforts made to help participants maintain their employment once hired. These invaluable resources not only enhance employability, but also empower individuals to take control of their financial futures. By investing in the professional growth and development of individuals receiving SNAP, we create a sense of self-reliance and accomplishment that extends far beyond the workplace. One of the best parts of the program is seeing the pride and excitement about the future. In conclusion, programs like the SNAP ENT grant initiative exemplify the meaningful impact DHS and partners have on our community. I wholeheartedly endorse the SNAP ENT grant workforce program and urge continued support for its vital mission. Together, we are making meaningful differences in the lives of individuals and families in DC. Thank you for giving me the time to testify today.
Thank you for being with us and testifying. Terry Torian, I think, is joining us by phone. Terry Torian, can you hear me? You may have to unmute. Hopefully you will be able to join us. Let's go to Natalia Paley Whitman.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Natalia Paley Whitman, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, JUFJ volunteer, and street outreach worker with Everyone Home DC. Everyone Home DC works with individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness and envisions the district as a place where everyone has safe and affordable housing. Everyone Home DC and JUFJ are members of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and Just Recovery, and All In for DC, a tax system for justice, and we support their budget platforms. I am here to advocate for increased funding for permanent supportive housing vouchers. As an employee who works daily with the city's most vulnerable residents, I know that funding permanent supportive housing vouchers is crucial for a just and safe DC. As a street outreach worker, I check in on folks living in encampments in Ward 6. I hand out water, food, and hypothermia supplies, help folks navigate DC-funded affordable housing options, and direct clients to other essential services. These are our neighbors, people just like you and me, who are sleeping in thin tents through the freezing winter temperatures and heat waves of summer. Except, unlike you and me, they are bearing the brunt of a broken system in our city that benefits primarily white, educated, and generationally wealthy families. When I began working at Everyone Home DC, I met a woman in her 60s who had been unhoused since 2015. She sat and slept on the same bench, a stone's throw from the Capitol, every day. Sleeping outside through inclement weather was rapidly deteriorating her mental and physical health, but every day she would scoot over on her bench, pat the seat next to her, and invite me to join her. In October 2023, in the last month before her PSH voucher expired, she signed a lease on a one-bedroom apartment. For weeks afterwards, we would find her back on her bench, often because she had lost her keys. It would have been easy to believe that she didn't want housing, but we know it can be difficult to adjust to a new environment in a neighborhood that doesn't feel like yours. So we continued to get her new apartment keys and navigate conversations with her landlord. She has now been successfully living in her apartment for over 6 months. And instead of seeing her on her bench, we see her cooking hot meals in her kitchen. This is the first time in 9 years that she has had a home and a bed to sleep in. This is the power of a permanent supportive housing voucher. In addition to direct outreach, I participate in coordinated entry meetings where we work to match thousands of unhoused folks to roughly 50 permanent supportive housing vouchers each month. I know that a Just DC is one where residents in the most vulnerable situations are not competing against each other for safe housing. As Bianca said in their testimony, Jewish tradition teaches that in a just world, all people, regardless of race, income, or zip code, would have what the Torah calls Dei Matzoro, resources sufficient for their needs. A Just DC is a city where every single person has equal access to dignified housing. This is why I'm asking that the committee include $36.6 million to the DC budget this year for PSH vouchers for individuals, as recommended by the Way Home campaign and the Fair Budget Coalition. The Way Home campaign's budget recommendations for homeless services would permanently end homelessness for thousands of DC residents. The past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being. Raising revenue by taxing wealth would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Torian, you may have to hit *6 on your phone if you are still with us.
Yes.
Excellent. You can begin your testimony.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Terry Terrain, and I'd like to give testimony on my opinion of the mayor's proposal. I have a question, and it is, how much funding does the mayor propose to allocate to affordable housing? As a veteran of the United States Army, and a proud veteran I am, I have had the afforded opportunity to reach out to the Department of Veteran Affairs in a time of my housing crisis, not too long ago, and they assisted me with housing stabilization. However, a lot of DC residents are not veterans and may not have the safety net to cover them in a time of housing crisis. Decent, safe, and affordable housing is a right that every human being should be afforded. Recently, I reached out to the Office of Tenant Advocate for situations concerning my housing. Some landlords have proven that they intend not to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing, which places some tenants in fear of losing their housing if they speak out, and that is not legal. Some people know their tenant rights are being violated, but they cannot articulate the violation. After reaching out to the Office of Tenant Advocacy and having the unique opportunity to converse with one who was able to make a difference in my situation, I slept better at night. I learned that there are a shortage of good housing attorneys to assist with the overwhelming influx of applicants in need of legal assistance concerning decent, safe, and affordable housing. And that's an important factor for necessary funding. And once again, especially for low-income and disadvantaged individuals. It is imperative that landlords place fair housing signs at the entrances of their buildings to inform the public that this is a fair housing facility, and somewhere in the signs state that there is a No Fear Act for speaking out. To my observation, I have noticed that there are none in a lot of D.C. public facilities and apartment buildings. Posted, these signs give potential applicants the relief of knowing that there are resources available to them and they do not have to jeopardize their decency to stay in a place that is not decent, not safe, and not affordable. It is imperative that such information be made available for dissemination, such as placing signs in public facilities and properties, and that the facilities recognize fair housing and public facility admittance. The Office of General Counsel is another alternative for low-income persons seeking assistance for their housing issues and should be afforded funding to continue to advocate for low-income persons who hold vouchers through the Voucher Choice Program and not shucked to the back because they are voucher holders. Which recalls my initial question: how much funding does the mayor propose to allocate to affordable housing? I learned that the Office of Tenant Advocacy is swamped with complaints about the magnitude of lack of professionalism at the D.C. Housing Authority, and that, based on opinion, is a need to be upgraded to adequately service the community. Thank you for an opportunity to express my views and my opinions.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Our next public witness is Jenna Israel, DC Community Organizer with Jews United for Justice.
Hi, council member. Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Israel. I am a tenant in Ward 1, and I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and All In for DC. My testimony today will address the need for more funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and a variety of housing vouchers, along with the necessity of raising taxes on DC's wealthiest residents and big business in order to fund these vital programs. JUFJ supports the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign's asks for $100 million for ERAP, $36.6 million for 1,260 permanent support housing vouchers for adults, $17.33 million for 800 LRSP tenant vouchers, $70.75 million for 2,326 TAH vouchers, $22.8 million for 580 PSH vouchers for families, and $1.3 million for 60 LRSP vouchers for returning citizens. These programs, as you've heard about today, have a proven track record of getting and keeping people housed. The mayor says there isn't money for these kinds of investments in our communities, but there is money. She just isn't willing to go get it. As you've heard many times today and will continue to hear throughout this budget season from JUFJers, Jewish tradition teaches that in a just world, all people, regardless of race, income, or zip code, would have what the Torah calls day masluo, resources sufficient for their needs. But our texts go even beyond this to explicitly state where those resources should come from, dictating that it is incumbent upon the community to provide for those needs, whether that's food or clothing or housing. If the district's revenue is not sufficient to fund vital housing programs like ERAP and housing vouchers, as the mayor claims, We are not fulfilling this communal obligation, and we need to raise revenue. Instead, the mayor continues to put the wealthy and big business first with tax abatements and major contracts while cutting programs that serve our city's working people. This is not shared sacrifice. This is balancing the budgets on the backs of the poor, on the backs of Black and Brown communities. This runs counter to my ancestors' wisdom, to the best economic research, and to the values this council professes. If this council truly wants to end homelessness and prevent evictions and displacement, you won't throw up your hands when the mayor says there's not enough money. You will raise the money and you will fund these programs. The past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being. Cutting budgets for vital housing services like ERAP and vouchers will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents, and there is an alternative. Raising revenue by taxing our wealthiest residents and businesses would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities. JUFJ looks forward to an FY25 budget that moves us towards a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Regine Eli, Executive Director of Healthy Babies Project.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and the members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Regine Eli. I'm the Executive Director of Healthy Babies Project. Healthy Babies Project provides a safe and affirming space for youth experiencing homelessness ages 16 to 21 to connect with trusted adult mentors, holistic mental health professionals, and housing, parenting, education, and support and life skill services. The investment the district makes in our program helps vulnerable youth mature into thriving adults and disrupts the cycles of poverty, violence, and chronic homelessness that our clients often face. I urge the district to maintain stable funding and targeted investments for youth experiencing homelessness. I have been working with pregnant and parenting homeless youth for over 20 years. Over time, the target population of Healthy Babies has shifted because I, the HBB team, our board, our community, and youth saw the disparities teen parents were experiencing. Their health concerns were often ignored. Finding housing support for them was practically impossible. Educational workshops tailored to their personal experiences were vital and created a sense of community among moms who were also pregnant, parenting, and homeless. While youth experiencing homelessness are a smaller subset of the district's homelessness continuum, they are a population with distinct developmental needs, and they uniquely benefit from one-to-one supportive relationships with specially trained adults that programs like mine provide. It would be a mistake to let our youth population get lost in the shuffle of the larger adult system, which is already overtaxed and struggles to sustain trusted relationships with clients. Our youth who got lost in the larger shuffle have experiences such as manipulation, sexual abuse, and assault. They've been led into drug use and sex work and return right back to our program in need of age-appropriate, youth-focused support services. This has been our actual experience with youth we serve. Let's not go backwards. As a member of the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition, which is committed to preventing and ending homelessness for district youth, I strongly oppose the many human services cuts in the mayor's proposed budget. Cutting DHS's budget will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents, and there is an alternative. I urge the committee to reverse these cuts by raising recurring revenue in the larger FY25 budget. The district has a tremendous amount of wealth that goes undertaxed. While DC's poorest residents face unaffordable housing, food, childcare costs, and more. Now is the time for us to be all in to generate the revenue necessary to create a fair budget where all residents can thrive, even in these tight times. I ask you, Councilmember White, to stand on the right side of history, supporting homeless youth, homeless women, homeless families, homeless young parenting women and children in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jasmine Brazier, Youth Services Director with the Healthy Babies Project.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. Again, my name is Jasmine Brazier. I'm the Youth Services Director of Healthy Babies Project. I worked with Healthy Babies for over 10 years, and I began as an intern volunteering at the Perennial Transitional Housing Program, providing home visiting services. I assisted in connecting the mothers and fathers to enroll in school, connecting them to daycare services, applying for TANF, WIC, and referrals to mental health services. I then began facilitating our Teen Parent Empowerment Program, which are weekly workshops educating teen moms and fathers on child development, communication skills, discipline skills, and sharing DC resources, resume building, job readiness workshops, meditation, health-focused discussions, and housing resources. Working with the pregnant and parenting youth, I have seen this population's specific needs. As a home visitor, I often found myself navigating complicated relationships with their family or guardians, advocating for them in schools, and providing step-by-step support as they establish benefits for themselves. Many times we had to navigate families who did not want to release their child from their benefits or their lease, receiving the financial benefits of their children, but have not cared for them in years. We worked hand in hand and continue to with DCPS and Child Family Services to find stability for the families we serve. We've opened Muriel House because we were receiving so many needs of young people needing housing. And since our opening in 2020, the Muriel House program has served over 120 pregnant and parenting youth. The staff are trained and hired because they have experience and comfort working with this population. These young people are finding the balance of being a teen and wanting to go to prom, planning to go to college, finding jobs, and being good mothers. They are in a completely different developmental phase in their life. Therefore, homeless youth should be housed in programming specific to their age group. While youth experiencing homelessness are a smaller subset of the district's homelessness continuum, they're a population with distinct developmental needs, and they uniquely benefit from that one-to-one supportive relationships like Ms. Ellie stated before. So letting our youth population get lost in the shuffle of the more extensive adult system would be a mistake, and we hope we reconsider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sabelle Yadabarrett, Muriel House Coordinator with the Healthy Babies Project.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I hope you can hear me well.
I can. Welcome.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Sabelle Yadabarrett. I am the Muriel House Coordinator for Healthy Babies Project. The Muriel House program is a crisis shelter providing housing for pregnant and parenting youth ages 16 to 21 years of age. We are a 90-day program with the capacity of providing housing for 8 pregnant or parenting teens. Our facility is located in Ward 8, and since we opened a door in 2020, we have provided housing for over 102 young people. While in our program, youth are taught life skills, teen parenting skills, and independent living skills to prepare for the transition for longer-term housing. I work with the girls weekly, providing housing support and case management. We also work with the moms to strengthen the relationship with the child or unborn child, prepare for delivery, connect them back to school, DEG program, or connect the child to a daycare. We also assist them in the process of navigating resources, applying for a daycare voucher, as well as additional governmental resources like WIC, SNAP, or TANF. We conduct weekly workshops that focus on the needs of the residents, such as resume building, interview skills, self-discovery, confidence building, and holistic health, nutrition, and healthy eating habits. In 2023, we have 62% of our residents that established TANF, 46% of youth that will sign up enroll in school, 46% that actually were housed into long-term program, and also 16% that went back home, which is with family, and also 14% actually went to a long-term housing, like 2-year program. So the youth that we serve are in a special period in their life, just like Jasmine stated. They have experienced trauma, unhealthy or toxic familial relationship, and domestic violence while trying to balance being a teen, aspiring to their own goals, as well as adapting to being a mother. I work with the Healthy Babies Project for over 8 years now, and I understand that the youth serve are a specific population with different needs based on age and stages in life. Though we do recognize that youth experiencing homelessness are some smaller subset of the district homelessness continuum, we believe that they are a population with distinct needs, and they uniquely will benefit from one-on-one supportive relationship with specially trained adults that program like mine provide. It would be a mistake to let our youth population get lost in the shuffle in the larger adult system, which is already overtaxed and struggles to sustain trustful relationship with clients. So I do hope that you consider the testimony and continue to support the youth-specific housing program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being with us. Victoria Scheinman, resident monitor with Healthy Babies Project.
Yep. Hello, I'm so sorry. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Scheinman. I am a mother resident monitor and a graduate from Healthy Babies Project program. I came to Healthy Babies when I was expecting my first son. I was adopted from Ukraine and found myself pregnant and homeless at the age of 16. Being 16 years old and pregnant, there was so much support I needed that I couldn't imagine receiving anywhere else. Mr. Jean and her team helped me obtain all my identification documents, which took over 2 years with lawyers and constant work with multiple organizations. They helped me with my homework, watching my son, and when I needed to run errands, ensuring I completed my GED and pushing me to become a responsible mother when I was a teenager and just needed to navigate motherhood and life. Now I work as a resident monitor at Mariel House program, assisting mothers who were in a similar situation as me to navigate services, applying for jobs, applying for assistance, helping them to understand the importance of trusting the Healthy Babies Project staff, the relevance and reality of their housing rules, and relating to the experience they were having as young mothers. What I will say in this, oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. What I will say is that these mothers feel safe with us. They receive the support they need to be the best mother and person they can be. The Healthy Babies team support them with education, with their strong relationship with DCPS school, finding housing, or healthy I can't pronounce that. I'm so
take your time.
Reunification with their parents, doing activities to bond with their babies and support moms when they graduate from high school or even go to prom. We truly cater to the age of their young parents. When I was expecting my first son, I couldn't imagine living with adults. I could not feel safe or comfortable at all. I would just question, is this my future? Living with other teens that were moms. I felt seen. I felt safe. I knew I was not alone, and it would be a mistake to let your youth population get lost in the shuffle of large adult system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness for this panel is Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director for the People for Fairness Coalition. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, and DC Council and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm a Ward 6 resident with 17 years lived experience in being homeless with co-occurring disorders. And with the help of the human needs resources that were available to me then, that are being threatened now by the budget cuts in FY25. With my needs being met, I am now in long-term recovery. And today I'm the Assistant Director of People for Fairness Coalition, where our mission is to end housing instability through advocacy, peer mentoring, and outreach, because our belief is housing is a human right. My hope and prayers are that the unhoused population gets the same opportunities that were afforded to me to become stable and grow and reach their goals with all the resources needed in place and not cut in the mayor's budget. The mayor's FY25 budget is worse to me than FY24. She continuously builds on the backs of the most impoverished communities by giving us crumbs and expecting us to be excited. No, we are frustrated and we are disgusted. The fact that the mayor continuously comes with lower amounts for human needs programs and homeless prevention programs tells me the unhoused population and those of us living in poverty are not her priorities. The mayor came in FY25 with 20 million when we know for ERAP, when we know 100 million will meet the demands of individuals who need this homeless prevention tool. And the fact that she gives this low number of monies for only individuals living below the poverty levels, when stating that they are misusing the ERAP funding, in her mind, what proof does she have? None, I'm sure. When it's a matter of paying your rent and getting life-saving medication and eating a healthy meal for that matter, I know individuals who only receive $30 a month in SNAP benefits. That's only enough to eat for 2 days, and that's only enough to eat unhealthy because there are no choices. So if an elderly or disabled individual chooses meds and food 1 month and falls behind on rent and needs ERAP not to be evicted, is that truly abusing the ERAP program? I'm asking the mayor's proposed budget for ERAP be denied and $100 million be put into this homeless prevention program so that individuals are not afraid to ask for help when they need it and don't have to stress about whether they'll be joining the unhoused population, which, by the way, would cost the city more to rehouse them, being the elderly, the disabled persons, along with those already living below the poverty level, with the foundation of being housed already. So just help them stay stable and let them be able to elevate to the next levels of society. Forever reminding all of us on here that we are only one decision away from becoming and joining the unhoused population ourselves. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Robert Warren, Director of the People for Fairness Coalition, welcome.
I'm calling him. Hold
on. All right. All right. There we are. Looks like he's here. Thank you for your help, Rochelle. Robert Warren, I think we have you up. You may have to unmute. Try. Oh, wait. There we are.
I'm sorry.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren, lifelong DC resident and newly seated at-large poverty commissioner and one of the founding members of the organization People for Fairness Coalition. Our primary mission is to end people's housing instability through our advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring. We help facilitate people with lived expertise and their ability to work in the continuum of care here in the District of Columbia through our engagement with the Indian Council on Homelessness. Over our 16-year history of advocacy, outreach, and mentoring individuals to be their best advocates in ending their housing instability. Over PFFC's 16th-year history with working with the Indian Council on Homelessness, we have worked with several different governmental agencies in their service of communities who have or are facing housing instability, advocating for solutions that will address their housing needs. As you have stated, Councilmember White, it seems like after 15 years, we are still fighting the same fight for housing justice and housing reparations, fighting to have a budget that is not balanced on the back of those living in poverty here in the District of Columbia. If we are to raise families and individuals out of impoverished conditions, many of our long-term and lifelong DC residents find themselves in, there must be a fairer and more equitable budget. The Department of Human Services has a big role to play in providing the services to individuals and families suffering with housing instability. We acknowledge the work of the agency, but to serve the community adequately with access to rapid rehousing, permanent supported housing, targeted affordable housing for those individuals who are are over the age of 55 and on fixed incomes to be able to receive a housing choice voucher. All of these housing interventions need to be fully funded by a tax-based voucher system that give DC residents with 578 Social Security numbers and other long-term district residents the right to housing to not to be economically discriminated against every year with a budget that doesn't meet the needs of the most vulnerable residents. In our city, as we recover from a public health emergency, once again, Councilman White, I'd like to thank you and members of the committee for the work you're doing to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents. I would like to believe that the mayor is not forgetting and ignoring those who have been here the longest, paying high sales taxes. Myself, being Muslim American, I am truly in support of helping those who are migrants, but to the tune of $39 million, when there is not any funding for one local rent supplement voucher, when that's the main thing your budget should be funding, is a right to housing that is safe, affordable, sustainable, accessible housing for those individuals who have been on waiting lists for over 10, 15, 20 years. Thank you once again, Councilman White, for this opportunity to testify. I will be happy to answer any questions concerning some of the fears that PFFC have regarding the mayor's budget.
Thank you very much. And LaMonica Jones, Director of DC Hunger Solutions.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Thank you for convening this hearing and allowing me to come before you to provide testimony on the FY25 budget. My name is LaMonica Jones, and I serve as the Director of DC Hunger Solutions. As an established organization serving the District of Columbia for over 20 years, as well as members of Fair Budget Coalition, Fair Food for All, Under 3 DC, and the DC Good Food Purchasing Coalition, our mission is to improve the nutrition, health, economic security, and well-being of district residents experiencing low income, as well as to educate the community at large on the state of hunger and poverty in the district, along with its root causes. I come before you today to share my disappointment with the elimination of funding allocated to the SNAP temporary local benefit, more commonly referred to as Give SNAP a Raise. DC Hunger Solutions worked tirelessly with DC Council to pass and fund an additional supplemental benefit amount to support the increased need to address food insecurity. The district continues to grapple with the impacts of the pandemic, loss of emergency allotments, as well as rising cost of food. And according to USDA household food insecurity data, the district's food insecurity continues to increase with 10% of residents experiencing food insecurity. While some feel the supplemental benefit is nominal and has no real impact on food insecurity, we know this is not true. We continue to hear from households and families of the impact the additional benefits have had on their ability to purchase fresh produce and other food items. In short, Give SNAP a Raise has proven to be a vital lifeline for our most vulnerable populations, including our older adults, our non-English speaking households, and our non-English speaking households. It is worth noting, as the administration focuses on increasing revenue, that Give SNAP a Raise also supports local retailers by providing $1.50 toward the local economy for every $1 in SNAP benefits. And according to the USDA SNAP retailer data, in FY23, the district benefited from $216 million in SNAP redemptions. DC Hunger Solutions works extensively with DHS on SNAP outreach, supporting an estimated 140,000 SNAP clients. Of paramount concern in our work is the timeliness in which SNAP applications are processed, as well as the case and error procedural rates, or CAPERs. These errors occur when inaccurate or procedurally incorrect actions are reported when denying, terminating, or suspending a household's SNAP benefits. In FY22, USDA FNS reported the District of Columbia as last in SNAP application timeliness processing at 42%, as well as a reported CAPERs of 80%. These issues cannot be resolved without intentional investment in staff to support the work of DHS, particularly the ESA division. A reduction in funding to support the staffing needs will further impair DHS's ability to respond in a timely manner to the needs of the district SNAP clients. Increased funding also serves as a vehicle to ensure training and technical assistance for new and existing staff on program changes, specifically for DPO personnel, the ability to provide effective and efficient language access services to our non-English speaking households, and the ability to better manage SNAP caseloads as they continue to rise. Now, while our focus at DC Hunger Solutions is on eradicating hunger and poverty across the district, we are also dedicated to addressing the root causes, many of which include lack of affordable housing, limited or no access to transportation, an insufficient number of high-paying jobs leading to economic insecurity, and more. Refusing to address the root causes of hunger and poverty elevates the systemic injustices heaped upon and experienced by district residents of color. It is for this reason funding must be allocated to support programs and initiatives such as emergency rental assistance, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing. Refusing to address these along with other root causes is a decision to ignore the racial inequities persistent in the district, impacting our Black, Latina residents, and other families and households of color. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony as well as for your time and attention. We look forward to working with you to improve the health, nutrition, and well-being of everyone in the District of Columbia.
Let me go to Alicia Sims, and Catalin Peter, you'll be next after. So yeah, so you can join. And Alicia Sims, you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Councilmember White. My name is Alicia Sims. I'm a resident of Southeast Ward 7. I wanted to take the opportunity to share my experiences with the housing in Washington, D.C. As you may know and may be aware of from previous testimonies that many of the individuals, including myself, face challenges with finding decent, safe, and affordable housing in the district. I am a mother of 4, one who has special needs, autism. And before I entered the shelter in DC, my kids were staying with other relatives. I was forced to rebuild because of my job loss, and as well as the home that I was staying in was deemed inhabitable by DCRA. During that time, I was able to secure temporary housing on Rhode Island Avenue, was the shelter there. But that process came with a lot of complications. I had several times I had to go down to Virginia Williams to see somebody that could take my case. I had to come up here to the wonderful members here at the Department of Human Services and try to get help for my family. Fast forward, I was able to get into the rapid rehousing. Did very well, graduated with my bachelor's in psychology. My kids were doing well mentally, physically, everything, but just over the last few weeks, I had a drastic change in income. My contract for my job ended, so I got laid off. On top of that, my rapid rehousing is ending. They gave me 60 days to figure out what I'm gonna do. And on top of that, my landlord decides to raise the rent from $2,000 to now is like $5,300. Despite these challenges, I was very grateful for the opportunities that I was given through rapid rehousing to secure my family, to have us all under one roof and to have a safe place to sleep without any fear that we might get evicted or displaced. But however, it is disheartening to realize that some of the people are still unable to afford housing in our community. I do believe that it's crucial for us to have a safe place for our families to live. There are many instances where I have came home and was unable to get into my building because of the violence, or even exit out of my building because of the violence, which is unfortunate, but happens quite frequently. I hope that me sharing my experience, we can work together to find a solution to create a community where everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. With the mayor taking away a big chunk of this budget, all I can see is a ripple effect where the violence in our community is going to go up because food and shelter is like the most basic human need that we need. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for being with us. Will you be able to hang on for a few minutes to answer questions?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Catalin Peter, you'll be the last one on this panel. Please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Catalin Peter, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association, representing the multifamily portfolio. Our members manage and operate approximately 108,000 residential units all throughout the district. Today, I want to focus my comments on an example of the types of delinquencies that many of our members who have large affordable housing portfolios are facing. And first, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser and her team in terms of the funding for ERAP. We understand that ERAP is for acute emergencies. The name in and of itself is Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So we know that it is not something that can necessarily solve the problem I'm about to lay out in the example. And we look forward and we look towards you and the mayor in working together in how to solve the more grave delinquencies that some of our members are facing. I think our members have a great deal of fear in coming forward. So I'm going to describe an example anonymously, and hopefully through working together, we'll be able to bring some more information to the table. So for example, housing provider A is a locally based provider operating in DC for 50 years with a focus on creating and preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. The affordable part of their portfolio is 2,011 units across 10 rental communities located in wards 7 and 8 with an average rent of $1,289 per month, roughly $900 below the median rent for DC. Since the pandemic, delinquency rates across the 10 communities have increased more than fourfold from an average of 2.3% in 2019 to 9.3% in 2023. This represents a loss of nearly $3 million just in that community alone in 2023. More than 1 in 5 residents in these 10 communities are more than a month behind in rent, drastically higher than the 1.5% pre-pandemic. Delays in the legal process for securing repossession of a unit have dug communities like these into a deeper hole. Courts have been extremely lenient in granting continuances, extending some cases in excess of 3 years while debts accrue. For example, one resident we know of has racked up over $54,000 in unpaid rent. It is also understanding that due to the changes in how ERAP applications are processed by the court, if there's an application pending, the stays on proceedings can increase this length of time exponentially. It is our understanding that people are continuing to view ERAP as in a similar vein as Stay DC, which the two programs are not and will not ever be the same. So in terms of having long continuances for an ERAP application when ERAP is not able to fill all of those gaps makes it very difficult for our providers to be able to maintain and sustain and operate their properties. We have an average in this particular community arrearage of $8,100, and there is little chance that these residents will be able to make good on these financial obligations. This leaves the private housing provider and other residents holding the burden. In total, this housing provider, example A, now comes with an uncollectible $6.3 million in the 4 years since the outset of the pandemic. And that's just one housing provider that we were able to delve pretty far into the details with. So with the types of delinquencies that we're looking at, we really need to look beyond programs such as ERAP to be able to fill all these gaps and see what we can do otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel. As with other panels, I'm not going to ask questions to most witnesses because we still do have a lot of hours left in this hearing. Alicia Sims, thank you for joining us. Experiences of people who have gone through or are going through programs, for me, are the most useful in understanding how well they're working and where the gaps are. As you mentioned, you got the notice that a lot of people in rapid rehousing got recently, which is that rapid rehousing is going to end. You got a 60-day notice. What are you planning to do?
Actually, I don't have a plan because it's so short. Essentially, I don't want to go through the process again. That process is very stressful, especially for my family and especially with the children and my biggest one, the baby boy, being that it could take a toll. if you don't have family in the area, which I really don't have family in the area, was going back through the process again, essentially, until I find employment and able to find something where we can stay for a while. But honestly, I just feel like this is just going to be a continuous cycle because one income and it's just me, 4 children. I can't afford even the market rent that they have out here. It's just ridiculous.
You mentioned you got your degree. You were making it work, and then the contract ended. It's not anything you could control.
That I could control, yep.
What could have made rapid rehousing or the process at all work better for you?
If I would have had, which I say everybody needs training. So if the rapid rehousing, if the team that was supposed to support me had prepared me a little better, offering probably like more job check, because I'm new to, essentially I will be new to a field of working with other people. So more trainings outside of what I'm already doing, providing, they usually say counseling on how to save and things like that, which I was already doing, but let's just be honest, the financials of everything and raising children and with rent and all the other things that we need is really kind of hard to save in this day and time. So but they never did let me know or gave me a heads up like, hey, 6 months, you need to start figuring out what you need to do. Nothing, no heads up, no type of communication. So that's a big thing that I wish that was told to me sooner.
So you're saying 2 months is not enough time to figure out a next step. During the rapid rehousing program, or when you got the 60-day notice from DHS, at any point did they connect you with like Department of Employment Services to get help finding a new job or a new field?
I don't think they even knew that I lost my job. I think it was one of those, here's the letter and here's what you can do, and that's about it.
If you had sort of one message for the committee or for DHS, based on your experience and what you think we need to be doing differently, what would it be?
Train the social workers. Train the social workers. Train them how to prepare the individuals in the community to be self-sufficient. A lot of that is communication. And I know it could be hard with the community that we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, mental health and everything, but just training. I think the best way to explain it is, and offering more staff, because I know, you know, DHS workers are pushed to the limit with a caseload of 80 plus. So.
Well, I appreciate it. I know you have kids, and I also know, because I have young kids, there's no DC public school. There's no school today. So if you need to leave, please do that. But thank you so much for being with us. Catalin Peters, I think you are right. There are a lot of rent delinquencies in the city. And that is causing a hardship for landlords, because many of them have millions of dollars of unpaid rent, and they still have to pay bills. They have mortgages. They have to make repairs. I've heard this narrative connecting delinquencies, and some of the people who are not paying rent can pay rent. I absolutely believe that is happening. But I've heard this narrative connecting people who can pay rent and deciding not to pay it to ERAP. And nobody has given me an example of this happening. And
we can provide you with examples in the percentages of applications pre-pandemic that were going towards ERAP and post-pandemic. And now, because of the law change, if you have an application pending for ERAP, even if ERAP doesn't have a sufficient amount of money for it, because there's only so much that emergency rapid rental assistance can do, that will add to these continuances in the courts. It will add to the length of time. And there's nothing that requires any sort of proof that, so.
Any specific recommendations for revisions on ERAP, we welcome them. Please send them to the committee. What I'm hearing in this testimony and what I've heard from the mayor as well is people aren't paying their rent because they're starting to depend on a program. And if you look at prior to the pandemic, there just weren't that many applications. Well, of course there weren't many applications because the program just really didn't exist like this. But there is,
in my opinion, Stay DC and the amount of funding that was available for Stay DC in addition to the federal funds changed the expectation. And I do not believe that that expectation has been realistically considered by many.
So, but I think we could say the same thing for TANF. We could say the same thing for SNAP.
Yeah,
I mean,
we could.
that is the
could.
reality. And there would be no expectation of these programs if they didn't exist, or if they existed to such a small amount that there wasn't a realistic opportunity to get them. But people, including the mayor, keep making this jump that because there are more applications, therefore people are taking advantage of the system. And it is not a logical leap. There are more applications because there is more money, but there's more money, but there's still not enough money. And the reason a lot of people aren't paying rent is because they don't have the money. I do think we have a challenge, and I wonder what you're hearing from the administration on this is how do we address and distinguish between the people who can pay rent and are not paying? Because look, those folks need to be evicted. But there are people who can't pay rent. And
I believe when I heard the gentleman from CNHED testify, and I'm saying this on the record now, so I hope I heard correctly. But it seems that they agreed too in terms of how the application process, that there are changes that can be made to the application process so that the people who are applying for emergency rental assistance through the ERAP program are in fact those who are intended to.
I heard that too. He was, I think, the only person on that panel who said something. I didn't want him to be singled out with all of my questions because I thought that his recommendations were very vague, which is why I just said, hey, send us your specific recommendations.
And I from what I heard, I believe we may frankly be close to on the same page on that, is that there are problems in the application process where is someone applying to ERAP with the knowledge that they don't qualify and they're still going to apply because it'll extend the amount of time that they can stay in the unit?
And these are all fixable things. But again, we have to be clear about what the issues are and making sure that we are not making claims that aren't justified and therefore making alterations to a program that are just not based on the real experience. So if there are things we can do to be more sure that the people applying for ERAP are only the people who should be applying, and that people can't, game the system to avoid paying rent, we've got to do that. But the notion that we cut ERAP back because it has created a reliance that people don't need is fundamentally untrue. And I'm disappointed that the mayor has said and repeated this. And so I am 100% open to reforms to ERAP, but I don't accept that ERAP is this program that people who don't need it are relying on. And so
I mean, that is something that we intend to dig into further. I know that it was somewhat short notice, I think, between reviewing the budget and testifying today. So I was a little bit pressed for time in terms of the specific information. But that is something we are looking towards our members to be able to provide that, if not, anonymously even. I mean, I think it's just as powerful saying, you know, housing provider A, B, C, D, they've seen this shift in terms of people who are applying for the emergency rental assistance program who seemingly may not have ever needed it or may not need it now. I think that's something that we also need to be able to provide additional information on.
Yeah. But what I want to be clear is, I'm 100% open to changes to ERAP, to the entry door, to make sure it's meeting its purpose. I also would just note, ERAP and Stay DC are not the same, but if you go to Stay DC right now, it will direct you to ERAP. So hopefully, please work with your members on recommendations, and if they have examples of people who are using ERAP to avoid paying rent, and folks who can pay rent, let us know so we can make sure we're taking that into account. I'm not trying to create a system for people who don't need it, and I'm not trying to maintain a program that leads to delinquencies that are going to pull down the quality of housing. But I think that I think there are things we can do to reform ERAP, but I want to be careful that we don't make claims about, you know, people gaming the system to the extent that it's not true, or yeah, we don't have examples.
We'll work to provide you with as many examples as we can.
I appreciate it. Jenna Israel, if you are still with us, wanted to ask you, a couple people mentioned voucher funding. So the notion that we could fund more vouchers and end homelessness is, I think, a notion that we tried. And we saw no real uptick in the number. And, you know, there was an increase in the number of vouchers, but not a huge increase. And that number has gone down. So last year we said, okay, well, let's add staff. And then the new staff got frozen. So you're recommending a path that we've tried, and that path didn't work. So talk to me about why you think it would work this time.
Well, council member, I don't think that we can stop funding vouchers just because we haven't gone through all of the vouchers that we're supposed to be putting people in homes with. It seems like a circular logic to me to say we don't have enough. We haven't used all of them, and so therefore we don't need more. There are still people who need to be housed, right? These numbers are based off of the mayor's own plan to end homelessness in DC. We're not getting these numbers out of nowhere. This is the plan that the mayor put forward in Homeward 2.0, and we're following those numbers. Yeah, we need to be funding more vouchers, and if that means that we need to be staffing up DHS in order to be able to do that, we should be staffing up DHS. We need to end homelessness. One of the best ways we know to end homelessness is through vouchers, because some folks can't afford to pay their rents. And I know that you know this.
Yeah, I do. And I'm frustrated because I'm feeling stuck here because we funded more vouchers. That money got used for other things. And so that voucher money could have funded other programs, but we used it for vouchers, and those vouchers didn't get used. That money got used elsewhere. So then we said, okay, we get it. We'll fund more staff. And then the staff didn't get hired. That money went elsewhere too. So I'm frustrated and not seeing a path to ending homelessness currently. And I'm trying to figure out how we correct that because where we are is not where we should be. So I want to make sure we're solving these problems.
We're similarly frustrated at the Way Home campaign and Fair Budget, and I would question if the mayor thinks that these vouchers are what is needed, as she has put forward in her plan to end homelessness. Why isn't she actually putting the money towards what it's meant to be put towards? Why can't she follow through on her own plan? And I'd really encourage you to use your oversight powers, as I know that you do, in order to find out why this money isn't going towards vouchers, why the DHS staffing isn't working. This is her plan. She should follow her own plan.
I appreciate it. I want to thank this entire panel. We still have some folks who want to testify and who have to move on with their day, and a lot of hours of testimonies from agencies. So thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Lonnie Buskey, a youth with DC Door. I'm sorry, Lanai. I'm sorry, Lanai Buskey, Commissioner Daniel Michelson Horowitz, Shemaya Royal, Heidi Ellis, a coordinator with LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, and Sue Marshall. If there's anybody else who signed up to testify and I called you and you missed it or you didn't hear me call you, please let us know now. This is going to be the final panel of public witnesses before our government panels. We will start with Lanai. Welcome.
My name is Lanai Tamir. I'm a resident of DC Doors on Valley Avenue. I have resided here for 3 years. I'm advocating for myself and fellow residents regarding the critical need of support. Our facility accommodates 12 beds, caters to individuals with diverse needs, ranging from several mental health issues to those seeking stability and a path towards a better future. As a high-functioning individual in a residency primarily designed for severe mental health cases, I'm concerned about the restrictive criteria for vouchers and permanent supportive housing, particularly the age limit of 24 and other eligibility factors that do not align with my situation. The current environment is adversely impacting my mental health being. We urgently require funding to address youth residents' housing and mental health needs. It is unjust that housing placement seems tied to past struggles like foster care and addiction. Many individuals leave transitional homes with limited resources, leading to desperate measures of survival, including engaging in risky activities for money. Our plea is for financial support to establish programs that offer stipends to residents, aiding in savings for future needs and fostering independence. Limited job opportunities due to our circumstances hinder our preparedness to transition effectively. Without necessary assistance, the cycle of struggle and vulnerability persists, with some resorting to harmful actions for survival. As youth residents without family support, our transitional home serves as our sole refuge. We demand the youth homelessness sector be fully funded to secure a stable future and breaks free from the cycle of desperation and uncertainty.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. Commissioner Daniel Michelson Horowitz, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Chairperson White, members of the committee, my name is Daniel Michelson Horowitz. I'm a proud 16-year resident of DC and a member of the Jews United for Justice Housing Security Working Group. As you know, JUFJ is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home campaign, and All In for DC. I'm also proud to represent my Adams Morgan constituents as the 1CO1 Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner. I appear today in my personal capacity to ask you to reject cuts in the mayor's budget, including to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, that threaten to leave thousands of DC residents at risk of homelessness, and to embrace progressive sources of revenue to restore these critical services. My Jewish values command me to speak out today. For decades, DC has failed to preserve or build enough affordable housing to meet the needs of its residents, leaving many families spending upwards of 50% of their income on market rate rent. The Torah, the central text of Judaism, commands us to provide housing to our vulnerable neighbors in order to ensure that everyone in our community lives in dignity and safety. My Judaism teaches me that housing is a fundamental human right and a communal responsibility, and that we as a society are judged on how we lift up our neighbors so that everyone has safe, affordable, and quality housing. In a city as wealthy as the district, I believe this goal is attainable, and that is why I'm asking you today to restore critical funding for ERAP. I'm also here because I have seen firsthand how unaffordable rent can perpetuate the racial differences and stifle opportunity in our city. As a former school teacher in Ward 7, I visited my students at their families' homes. Some moved frequently because of rising rent, forcing them to travel long distances to school or to live with other families or generations, affecting their performance and behavior in school. Even more recently, as a volunteer tax preparer with DC's Community Tax Aid, I heard from struggling families spending significant portions of their income on housing, reliant on their tax refund, and cutting corners elsewhere to get by. I've also personally rented in rent-controlled buildings and talked to neighbors who could not stay in their units as rents rise faster than incomes and as unfortunate one-time circumstances arise. Amid the ongoing pandemic and rising inflation, DC housing should reflect the needs of tenants most at risk of displacement. In recent years, we have seen eviction cases skyrocket as renters struggle to make ends meet, with an estimated 12% of DC's residents housing insecure. ERAP is the only program that DC has in place currently to prevent the eviction and displacement of households behind on their rent and in need of temporary relief. In recent years, ERAP has been depleted very quickly, sometimes in just a few days, leaving families that aren't ready to apply or unaware of the program without recourse. And this rate of depletion even accounts for the pandemic-related stay DC and for federal funding that's drying up. To prevent the widespread trauma of mass eviction, an exodus of longtime Black DC residents, as well as immigrants and working-class families from DC, and a surge in homelessness, I'm asking that you fund ERAP at $100 million in FY25. Preventing displacement and homelessness by funding ERAP is our ethical duty, but also a wise policy choice. With so many families living paycheck to paycheck, ERAP is the exact kind of low-cost, high-return funding that can keep residents in their homes during difficult times and save the city substantial costs in social services such as shelters and rehousing. On a personal note, I want to say that I was disgusted by the mayor's baseless allegation that ERAP is being abused. No family wants to ask for assistance, and the high demand for ERAP suggests that we should be doing more to help struggling families, not less. I also want to speak more broadly about the dangerous impact of the mayor's budget. Chairperson White, as chair of the committee that provides the district's most essential services, I urge you to undo the harm of the massive human services cuts and general underfunding relative to need in the city that we see in the mayor's proposed budget. Yes, we can operate some programs more efficiently, but raising new revenue will also be absolutely necessary to restore even the bare minimum of stable levels of funding for homelessness, food assistance, childcare, and more to ensure that there is shared abundance, not so-called shared sacrifice in the budget. The past few years have demonstrated what the district can accomplish when we invest in residents' well-being. Cutting budgets for vital housing services like ERAP and vouchers will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents. And there is an alternative. Raising revenue by taxing our wealthiest residents and businesses would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities. Let us prevent cuts by adopting a tax system for justice, one that asks the wealthiest of our neighbors to pay their fair share so that basic human needs can be met in the district. I urge you to strongly consider the progressive revenue proposals developed by experts at the Fair Budget Coalition and All In for DC as you work to pass a budget that will make our city more equitable, more livable, and more in line with the values we hold dear. Thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for being with us. Shamaya Royal.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Shamaya Roy, a proud mother and previous resident at Mary House program. My experience at Mary House and with the Healthy Baby Project was so much more fulfilling than I expected. I unfortunately became homeless due to the trouble I was receiving at Virginia Williams. The support that I received from Miss Seabill, Miss Rosanna, and Miss Rachel made me not only feel heard, but they pushed me to become a better mother and better person. I am more focused and ready to live independently and be able to take care of my child. It was not all roses. We had real conversations about parenting, preparing for college, or career budgeting and housing. I left with skills that I will use for the rest of my life. I feel safe, secure, and cared for at Mary House, which is something that a mom like me needs the most. I was also able to relate to other moms my age going through some of the same things I was experiencing. That was inspiring and comforting. I can't imagine having the experience with older residents, young families, and individuals need that special attention, care, and support. I think it would be a mistake to let the youth population get lost in the shuffle of the large adult system. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Laura Pukach.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Lara Pukach, and I am the Chief Advocacy Officer at Miriam's Kitchen, where our mission is to end chronic homelessness in DC. We serve over 200 meals twice per day in our dining room, where we also offer case management services. We have a street outreach team that covers 33 square miles of the district and a PSH team that serves over 300 residents. In addition, Miriam's Kitchen convenes the Way Home campaign, an advocacy movement to end chronic homelessness that is supported by 7,000 individuals and 110 organizations. The mayor's proposed FY25 budget is more than disappointing. As written, it stands to harm Washingtonians, slashing programs that will help our neighbors with the highest needs while prioritizing wealthy businesses. As Councilmember Henderson stated earlier this week, this budget has been balanced on the backs of Black and brown women. Before I talk about the impact this budget will have on homelessness in the district, I must underscore how disappointed I am to see cuts in so many other areas, specifically the elimination of the Pay Equity Fund, baby bonds, the Earned Income Tax Credit, access to justice, and so much more. No one experiences housing instability in a vacuum, so regardless of funding for housing and homelessness, a budget that makes things worse for people living on low incomes will make homelessness worse. Miriam's Kitchen stands in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition, many members of which will speak to cuts in these areas. And we believe that true community safety comes from investing in our community, not in cutting our social safety net. As you know, this budget fails to expand the permanent supportive housing program for individuals and families, and from what we can tell, does not include any new funding for housing vouchers of any kind. It is our opinion that PSH vouchers that have been funded but not yet utilized will be used by the end of this fiscal year. And to assume that no new individuals will need PSH next year is incredibly short-sighted. And at a time when unsheltered homelessness is increasing, it's hard to believe that we simply don't have a plan to connect our most vulnerable neighbors from housing in FY25. We call on this council to find additional funds for PSH in the coming year. In addition, the mayor's proposed budget includes no funding for homeless street outreach, aside from funding for staff in the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services office to address encampments. My hope is that this is an oversight and that, as has actually been the case in years past, the DHS outreach budget has been inadvertently omitted. However, I would be remiss if I didn't express great concern about the possibility of increased DMHHS staffing for encampments, coupled with potential cuts to the very program designed to connect those individuals to life-saving services and housing. We ask the council to invest $6.4 million to restore and expand capacity for our coordinated street outreach network. This budget not only fails to expand rapid rehousing for individuals, but also cuts the program significantly at a time when individuals are already waiting months to access this time-limited intervention. We're calling on the council to restore funding to singles rapid rehousing and to consider expanding the program even further. And of course, the mayor's proposed budget does not invest nearly enough in ERAP, and we reject the premise that people are taking advantage of these resources simply because they are there. We're happy to see investments in non-congregate shelter and 24/7 shelter access, as well as capital investments in shelter. The conditions of existing shelters absolutely must be addressed, and I hope this council will work with DHS to ensure that physical shelter improvements are accompanied by improved housing-focused shelter services. However, investments in shelter aren't enough. It's housing, not shelter, that ends homelessness. Finally, we urge the council to maintain funding for homelessness prevention and diversion programs like Project Reconnect and DC Flex, which this proposed budget has cut, to fund 150 medical respite beds as well as harm reduction centers. While we understand that the city is facing a large budget shortfall, there are ways to adjust that do not include cutting our social safety net. A budget that is balanced on the backs of our most marginalized community members, that wages a war on poverty and heralds a lack of tax increases over creating the revenue actually needed to serve our neighbors, jeopardizes our collective health, safety, and well-being. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And finally, Sue Marshall.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, committee members, committee staff, fellow district residents. I'm Sue Marshall. I'm a district resident of Ward 1. I'm also the executive director of the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of today's dialogue. The Community Partnership has enjoyed a more than 30-year collaborative partnership with the District of Columbia, primarily through a series of contracts and grants with the Department of Human Services. Currently, we have 4 agreements with the Department of Human Services to include our competitively procured management contract, where we are currently operating under an extension starting on April 1st through June 30th of this year. That agreement covers year-round and hypothermia shelter and housing, case management, food, security, janitorial and maintenance, supplies, and moving expenses. Operating without a longer-term contract has provided a number of challenges that are not unique to the community partnership, that are in fact common to the community partnership, our network of Department of Human Services and other government agencies, and I would also say the council as well, since each of those iterations involve all of the steps in negotiating the primary contract and then the process of subcontracting with all of our network of providers, many of whom have testified before you today. Instead of 1 procurement cycle per year, we have had to have 3 additional per year. And what that does is mean that we have to go through the administrative process each time. And that takes us away from some of the more critical parts of our responsibilities, including the monitoring for quality assurance and client satisfaction, as well as working on the principal objective of successful exits to permanent housing. It is also very difficult to engage in long-term strategic planning. And while we are talking about the management contract, one of the major challenges with that contract is the provision of quality security because of the less than market rate that we are allowed to compensate our security providers. It is roughly half of what other district agencies spend on the security function. In addition to the management contract, we have a sole source grant that covers basically the same functions as the management contract, with the participants in that grant having site control or other special unique circumstances. For both the management contract and the sole source grant, the majority of the funds are subcontracted to other agencies, again, including a number of agencies who appeared here today: Community of Hope, Sasha Bruce Youth Works, Calvary Shelter, DASH, just to give an example. We also have a homeless management information systems grant that funds the real-time data collection for the majority of providers and consumers in the district's continuum of care. A major outcome of this is the ability to conduct analysis that informs policy and program decisions. As an example, HMIS data shows that around half of all families served in the last few fiscal years were experiencing their first episode of homelessness when they entered shelter, and that the number of families newly entering shelter was at its lowest since the adoption of the Homeward DC plan, in large part because of the additional local and federal prevention funds available during the public health crisis. Similar analysis for unaccompanied individuals also support the effectiveness of prevention and diversion, and certainly support the consistent conversation today about the need to fully fund the emergency rental assistance program and any other prevention efforts that we are able to fund. The HMIS system and the grant that funds it also supports our participation in the annual point-in-time count. We also are one of the emergency rental assistance providers. Our FY24 allocation is $24 million. In addition to our relationships with the Department of Human Services and other local entities, the community partnership also serves as the district's collaborative applicant for federal funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. In this role, the partnership works with the Interagency Council, DHS, and a broad coalition of stakeholders to develop and submit an annual application to HUD. Our applications have consistently received funding to sustain our successful programs. Our FY23 award was $29.7 million that will be allocated to 42 separate programs. Among the recipients are organizations providing housing for families, veterans, survivors of domestic violence, youth, LGBTQ+ youth, and adults. That award also includes a planning grant. Just a couple of more comments about our mutual challenges. One, as referred to in recent testimony, is the necessity for us to reset some of our expectations as we make the necessary changes caused by our current financial challenges. We are likely to face increases in demand for programs and initiatives whose very funding certainly will not increase and likely to be reduced. I do see a couple of opportunities, particularly if we continue this committee's focus and our focus on housing-based solutions. Something that I listened to with great interest during yesterday's budget hearing and other deliberations of this committee is the set of anticipated reforms at the Housing Authority, which I think offer us a chance to provide housing to some of those currently experiencing homelessness. And if this is not a part of the current discussion, about DCHA reform. It certainly should be included. And I would suggest that prioritizing housing for the unhoused should at least be considered and at best be prioritized as a goal of that process. The potential for housing development in partnership with the residents of CC&V, which has been a long-term vision and goal, is another exciting possibility that has been talked about, as I said, for a number of years. So I am hopeful that we can take advantage of that opportunity for the benefit of current residents, as well as meet some of the other needs for affordable housing in the community. I'm also very excited to have worked with DHS to establish a peer case management institute as a result of DHS, Howard University, Pathways to Housing, and the Community Partnership collaborating to give those with lived experience more tools and professional case management career path. And not only is this a path to careers, it will also help address the shortage of case management practitioners experienced by our provider network. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you. I'd also like to salute you and the committee members for taking on this incredibly challenging process of trying to balance the needs of the most vulnerable residents of the district and our current fiscal environment. So thank you again, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the public. I want to note the reason I let Ms. Marshall go over her time is because I asked her to be here because TCP acts as really a pseudo-government entity due to its designation as the Continuum of Care Coordinator for DC. A few questions for this panel. Let me start with Lanai. Did you say in your testimony you have utilized DC doors? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you wanted to leave the committee, service providers, the agency with one or two messages or recommendations to sum all of it up based on your experience, what would it be? What can we do better to help people in your position?
I think y'all need to really get the money back into our programs because we don't have nowhere to go. Because if the money don't go back and y'all closing programs in October, where will y'all be putting us?
Right.
We going through a lot, and then y'all need to do a lot of organization with where y'all put people, because where I'm at now, my building, like I said, is more for people that have high mental health issues. I'm not one of those. I'm very high functional. So for me to be in there, and I've been in there 3 years, when you're around something for so long, you start to gravitate to that. And I feel like my issues are starting to become like theirs.
Right.
And I didn't come from the same things that they went through. I'm from Ward 4, but I'm now in Ward 8. So it's kind of different. I feel like the stipend and stuff really needs to be in place, because once we leave the transitional home, if you don't have nothing or you don't fit the criteria, you on your own. And it's like a setup. We spend all this time there, but we leave with nothing. It doesn't make sense to me.
I appreciate it. I thank you so much for being with us today. Similar question to Shemaya Royal I think you're at Muriel House. It sounds like you are thriving with the right supports. Is there anything that you would recommend? And I know you need to be re-promoted as a panelist. Are you promoting Shemaya? Is there anything like one or two specific things you would recommend to us that you think would help you or others in your position? I'll give you a second to get promoted again. Unmute, please. Shemaya,
Sorry,
there we go.
could you please repeat that, please? I was with my 1-year-old.
Yep. If you could leave us with 1 to 2 recommendations that would help you or others in your situation. It sounds like you are thriving, but if you had 1 or 2 recommendations to leave us with that would help you or others more, what would that be?
Like she said, you go to shelters and stuff, you stay there for probably 3, maybe to 6 months, and then you leave with like nothing going on. While I was at Murray Housing, I was supposed to be receiving support from Virginia Williams, but they was not giving me the right support. So I think it's just communication that we need. Communication and I think it's just about the communication, because if I would have had communication, then I probably would not be like homeless right now or staying with somebody else. That's all I can recommend is communication, more communication.
No, thank you very much.
With the caseworkers, like.
That's similar to what we heard from the mother who is having to exit rapid rehousing. So thank you very much, Lara and Commissioner Michael Horowitz. Thank you both for being with us. I don't want to hold you. I have a few questions for Sue Marshall, but I want to let our other witnesses go. But I really appreciate you all being with us today. For Director Marshall, thank you again for being with us. As you, I'm sure, are aware, the council just approved a 4th emergency contract extension for your organization a few days ago to manage our shelter programs in the continuum of care, a critical part of our system, obviously. I know you're moving today, but did you have a chance to listen to any of the public witnesses? And if so, did you have any takeaways or feedback that you heard that impact the work of TCP?
Councilmember, we are not moving today. We had a strategy session because our building is not quite ready to make sure we can continue to do our work until we are able to move. I did keep an eye on a number of the other public witnesses, and I agree certainly that prevention should be the highest priority for all of us, because the challenges that we are facing in other parts of the system will certainly feed the homeless system and create more demand for those programs if we do not successfully prevent more entries into the system.
Right. And we hear a lot of testimony about the experiences of people experiencing homelessness in our system. As you see it, what are the biggest challenges our continuum of care faces today?
Obviously, based on today's conversation, the lack of resources in proportion to the need, particularly when we look at the housing market, when we look at the number of participants in, for example, the rapid housing program who are looking to go into the market. I believe that in addition to focusing on the supply side of the equation, we also need to give some attention, and we have been engaging with DHS around other demand side supports to make our consumers more able to negotiate and compete in the housing market. I also support
I'm sorry, before you go on, demand side support. So what do you mean by that?
I mean, in simple terms, being able to provide poor people with money to help them with the needs that they have, including paying rent.
Appreciate that. We hear a lot of concerns from residents in our shelters in particular about not feeling safe and not being in a clean or healthy environment. And I consistently ask residents who are sleeping on the streets why they don't sleep in our shelters. And the answer that I get are safety and cleanliness. What do we need to do to change that experience?
Councilmember, that's one of the reasons I pointed out the difficulty we're having getting a higher rate of compensation for security officers. What that means is that the more seasoned and experienced personnel work for agencies, including some district government agencies, where they receive a better wage. That means we tend to get junior staff, less seasoned staff, less patient staff.
Why do you get less funding for security than agencies? How is that calculated? How is that calculated?
I can't answer that on DHS's part. What I can say is right now, it is a function of budget pressures. We had, as we were negotiating, I believe it was 2 extensions ago, we negotiated a higher rate. Then the news about fiscal pressures emerged and that rate remained the same.
And what about the cleanliness aspect, which is another common one we hear?
I would have to have more specific information. I would be happy to have an offline conversation to get some specifics, because I know that we did upgrade the janitorial contract. So I would be happy to have my operations staff work with your staff to take a look at any of the feedback that you've gotten and give you some very site-specific feedback.
Okay. We will work with you to do that. And you have worked and advised across the country, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, on services for people experiencing homelessness. You've also worked for various agencies. As you look around the country and around the world, what are places you look to as models that do parts of this work better than we do?
I can honestly say I'm not aware of too many places that do better than we do. As you point out, we've been called on to consult with any number of other jurisdictions. One of the best parts of having done this work in the district is to be able to partner with progressive government partners. It has also been to our benefit that, and it's probably one of the only downsides of not having state and another layer of governance, is that we are directly able to, as we are doing now, communicate with decision makers, and we have a mutually beneficial feedback loop that I think keeps us very much ahead of the curve. The district, as you well know, was one of the pioneers in developing the rapid rehousing strategies that we have. And a part of the experience I have had is that our success at developing programs is a part of why we have some of the issues we have now, is because we stepped to the forefront of providing innovative and responsive solutions to the problem.
You played an important role in developing our solid foundations plan for youth homelessness. Based on that plan, how is the district doing for our youth today?
I don't think we're doing nearly as much as we could be doing, as evidenced by some of the testimony today. I certainly do plan on having a conversation with Debbie Shore for sure, to make sure that Olias Cradle program can continue. We are also looking to do more private fundraising around youth programming. I believe that investing in youth, including the LGBTQ plus population, will pay off in the long run in similar fashion to direct investments in prevention pays off. Believe that investing in people while they are young will have the same payoff path as we have seen.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much for being with us. Very valuable to have you, your perspective and experience. So thank you very much. And I want to thank all of our public witnesses for being with us. Anybody, if you're still listening, you testified today, particularly for the first time. We have a lot in this committee. In particular, a lot of people come in to testify for the first time, and I'm always interested in feedback for people to be less nervous and feel more welcome to testify and share their perspective. So if anybody has feedback for us, please do send that to us. I would appreciate it. And at this point, I want to welcome our first government witness, ICH Director Teresa Silla. And before you sit down and get comfortable, I will swear you in. For those watching that don't follow our hearings, we swear in all of our government witnesses. We'll raise our right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony. Not yet. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and members of the public. I am Teresa Silla, the Executive Director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I was appointed by Mayor Bowser in 2021. I work closely with the Office of the City Administrator and district agencies on our shared goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of the Bowser administration and to discuss how the ICH is working to meet its legislated mandates related to the mayor's proposed budget. You likely already know the ICH is legislatively mandated to comment on the mayor's proposed budget. For ease of reference, I actually cite the text of the code in my testimony, which I have submitted. The ICH has mobilized its member agencies and scheduled 6 budget engagement sessions for its community representatives. We include the details of the 6 engagements as well. Just to highlight, the first one is focused on level setting and cross-cutting resources. We have invited the Office of the City Administrator, the Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Employment Services to present at that session. Our second session will focus on young adults. We've invited CFSA, DC Public Schools, DYRS, and OSSI. As a flag, DC Public School and DYRS are not members of the ICH itself. They are members of the Youth Committee per the ICH bylaws. We will also have a session on emergency response and shelter operations, where we have asked DHS to present their capital budget. DGS and HCMA will also be presenting at that engagement session. We will have a focus on special population, where we have invited the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs, MPD, and the Department of Corrections to present. Our second to last session will focus on housing solutions. We will have DC Housing Authority, DHS, and DHCD presenting. And then last but not least, we will have a session focused on healthcare resources, where we've asked DBH, DC Health, and Healthcare Finance to join us. In terms of compiling comments from community members, just wanted to flag that the ICH team has formally invited all the community representatives on the ICH Full Council to attend these budget engagement forums. Additionally, the ICH has highlighted the budget engagement sessions in our communications with all ICH committee and work groups during the months of March and April. So we're expecting a robust turnout and engagement. As a best practice, we take live notes in our PowerPoint slides and share that as immediate follow-up within 24 hours. This way, our formal invitees, the ICH community representatives, can review the live meeting notes and offer corrections if we have misunderstood or mischaracterized what was discussed in the meeting. Additionally, within 5 business days, we follow up with formal notes per the Opens Meeting Act requirement. This offers yet another opportunity for community representatives to review the notes, offer any clarifications in case we've misunderstood or mischaracterized their concerns. All of this materials will be posted online. And finally, the meeting notes will be compiled into a report that will be transmitted to our ICH full council and the district's internal review process, also known as the IQ process. Given your request to provide all of the comments received to date, we have also included all of the budget-related concerns that have been flagged in our various committee and work group forums, and we've included them as a table for your easy reference. I think if I might just quickly summarize, our residents our constituents want to understand why there is a fiscal constraint overall, whether or not the district has looked to all opportunities for generating revenue to address these concerns, whether other agencies, outside of homeless services are expected to take cuts to their budget as well to ensure that there's fairness and equity in terms of what's being expected from homeless services versus other agencies and other systems. And then very specifically within homeless services, they've asked for transparency around fiscal year 24 cuts, whether those would be carried forward into fiscal year 25, and the impact on programs, including persons served and staffing to the programs. So that's the general gist of the feedback that we've been hearing. We've also heard a lot of concerns about the disparities between the single and the family system and whether these cuts will continue to exacerbate those disparities. In closing, the ICH team stands by, ready to support the homeless services continuum of care in engaging with the mayor's proposed budget. We appreciate serving as a space for hearing and consolidating the concerns and comments of our official community representatives and all interested and actively engaged stakeholders. We are proud to support our continuum of care, both our sister agencies and our community partners in thinking through and navigating these trying times. We know there are no easy answers, that serious and sustained conversations and iterative planning will be necessary as we finalize and then figure out how to operationalize the fiscal year 24 budget. So thank you for this opportunity to testify before this committee. I'm happy to respond to questions from the chair and committee members.
Director, thank you very much for your testimony, for your work, and for being with us. On the budget engagement sessions, thank you for laying out the process. That was one of the questions I had. What happens after the engagement sessions? How does the feedback and questions from those budget engagements get reflected in your assessments or recommendations on the budget?
So the ICH doesn't make assessments or recommendations for this budget. We compile the comments and organize them. Our community has asked us to prioritize the comments by their impact on ending and preventing homelessness. So they've asked us to, for example, focus on housing resources and prioritize those comments and concerns, but then also highlight, they recognize the importance of supporting people's well-being while they're experiencing homelessness. So they've also asked us to include, to make sure that those are included as well.
Okay. But the law does require that the ICH give comments on the mayor's budget proposal. Is that right?
So and it might actually be helpful for me to read the exact text of the law and help you understand how we're interpreting the text of the law. So the mayor shall, upon release of the proposed annual budget each year, make available to all interagency council members the district's proposed budget breakdown of each agency's appropriations for services within the continuum of care. The interagency council shall give comments to the mayor regarding the proposed budget. Since the ICH is formed of agency representatives that represent the mayor and that are proponents of her proposed budget, those agency members are presenting the details of their proposed budget to our community representatives. The comments that we are compiling are the comments from our community representatives. So that's what we are interpreting as appropriate given the infrastructure of the ICH.
Okay, I appreciate you reading this statute. Let me look at it again and see if my interpretation is different than yours. But the comments that you get in your budget engagement process, you get those to the mayor via the agency directors.
Via the IQ process. So once we compile all of the comments, we will submit a report of the comments that were received to the ICH full council, and we'll also submit it via the internal process for reviewing reports to the mayor.
The timeline for that seems off because the mayor's budget proposal comes to the council before you're getting comments to the mayor. So do you think the timeline needs to shift, or does the current timeline make sense?
Well, it's hard to shift a timeline when our agency members also have to be responsive to council and have to also come to budget oversight hearings that are held by council, right? So we're trying to balance and make sure that we are getting comments. You know, you are also a part of our council and included. You will be getting the live meeting notes as well as the notes post, the formal notes that we send out 5 business days later. You will be receiving all of the compiled comments once they are done. We did our level best to accommodate and make sure that these comments would be available before markup so that you have access to them and can peruse them, but that's really the best that we can do. I don't think it's appropriate or fair to ask more of our agency partners.
Well, the ICH was created to help the district in homelessness, and those recommendations are one of the biggest paths. I mean, our budget is really the largest determinant other than sort of employees and systems of whether or not we're going to end homelessness. So those comments are critical to the work of ending homelessness, right?
They are, but sir, you are hosting budget oversight for a good number of the agencies that are represented here. You also hear directly from the same community representatives that sit on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. For example, Kelly McShane, who testified, Christy Respris, who testified, those are all our members as well. So I think you have pretty good sense of the comments that you're going to be hearing from the community.
So what then would you say is the point of the comments from ICH?
I mean, that's a really good question. I think to the extent that we are able to sort the comments by in different focus areas, that we are able to have a conversation and maybe dive deeper than you might hear with any given testimony, like that's where I think we can be supportive. But it is a fair question. And we might, do we actually need the ICH to host budget engagement sessions? Maybe we don't. A fair question.
Yeah, I think it depends on why and when.
And I would suggest that if we need a different kind of analysis that comes out of this budget engagement sessions, then we might need to update the legislation to reflect like a different set of expectations.
When will the ICH comments on this budget be complete?
Well, we hope that we are working in such a fashion that we will be able to complete as soon as our last engagement session is done. We're giving ourselves 2 or 3 days to finalize compiling the comments and getting them to you, to the ICH full council.
Is it possible for ICH to make recommendations ahead of the mayor's budget proposal to inform that proposal?
So you know, I think we have to think about what you are looking for in terms of recommendations, because I, for example, as the director, do not speak for the council. The council is a body that includes 16 agency directors and 16 community representatives as well. If you are looking for action and recommendation from that kind of a body within a short time frame, that requires a different kind of preparation, a different kind of budget engagement sessions. Like, this is what we are going with, is what is reasonable, what is feasible within the time frame that we have.
Based on your experience and your view of the statutory requirements of the agency and the way that the agency can best serve the district and with respect to ending homelessness, when do you think would be the best time for ICH to make recommendations? Before the mayor does her budget proposal or after?
I really hesitate, because just as someone who is leading different committees and work groups and trying to get the community to come to a consensus about any given topic, it takes us forever to come to a consensus about any one thing that we are deliberating upon, whether that's the prioritization criteria for coordinated assessment and housing placement, whether it is a work plan for a committee or a work group. When I look at Homeward DC 2.0, for example, there's a reason why we have 12 goals and 160 activities and strategies listed. At the end of the day, people have a hard time making difficult decisions. They don't want to make difficult decisions. It's not appropriate to do that at the level of a council or a committee. It doesn't feel that way to me, I'll be honest.
All right. I try to spend a good amount of time and effort learning before I make recommendations or come to conclusions. What I'm trying to learn here is what your recommendation is on what role the ICH should play on budget recommendations.
I would have to think about that. If you don't think that having these budget engagement sessions is helpful and that compiling these comments and concerns is of little utility, then I'm happy to scratch this and rethink what's the appropriate role.
Okay, let me go back to, I'm learning here. Okay, I don't have any conclusions. That's why I'm asking for your recommendations, and I'm having a hard time getting recommendations.
Right, because so we tried this for the first time last year, and what I think I'm hearing from you is that maybe it wasn't helpful and that maybe we need to do something different. I'm getting that feedback for the first time, so you have to forgive me that I don't have an answer for you right this very minute. I need time to think about what might be appropriate.
All right, we're missing each other, and I want to make sure I'm abundantly clear. I don't have a conclusion right now.
Okay.
I don't. I'm trying to figure it out.
Let me ask, was it helpful last year? I mean, and maybe your staff can jump in and let me know, was it helpful to have the comments compiled?
I'll keep the questions flowing from here to you. But I'm happy to give you feedback. Like I don't know what my staff thinks right now. Because I didn't come prepared to answer questions on this. I came prepared to learn from you and your recommendations. So
let me put it this way. I personally find a lot of value in terms of really thinking through what are the concerns that I'm hearing, how, am I hearing lots of similar concerns across different meetings and focus areas? Are there things that are unique or different that are coming up? So I find value in organizing information that I'm receiving from community. If that's not supportive or helpful, I'm happy to rethink the approach to these budget engagement sessions. But as a planner, I like organizing comments and concerns that I'm hearing, so.
Based on what you're hearing from the budget engagement sessions thus far, they've started?
No, they have not started.
Okay.
We moved the ones from this week to next week.
Okay.
Yep.
And based on what you're hearing in your work, what are the area? No, well, actually, I think I have a sense of this from your testimony.
Or
I was going to ask areas of most concern, but you spoke to some of that in your testimony. So let me move to a specific area of ERAP. ICH plays a coordinating role among agencies and organizations, which I think is really important if we're going to improve outcomes. And I was thinking about this as it relates to our ERAP program. Has ICH had any discussions about ERAP and how well it's working, how it could or should be better?
so after the last quarter, we definitely got a lot of feedback. We were happy to relay that feedback to DHS, and we are very pleased that this quarter, DHS accommodated many of the concerns and feedback that we heard in our meetings. And the immediate feedback that we got from community was that they were delighted by all of the updates and changes that were made. So for example, the in-person session that was held at MLK, folks were grateful because they had reported to us previously the number of individuals relying on library and library staff to complete the ERAP process. And so they were delighted to know that there was an in-person meeting scheduled at opportunity scheduled at MLK. They were previously seriously concerned that we didn't have specific instructions on how to navigate the portal. DHS produced play-by-play instructions on how the portal works, how to enter in information. People were delighted to receive that information. The number of applications that were being received and processed were also increased to 8,500, I believe, and the community was delighted to know that there would be additional opportunities.
The mayor's proposed budget would cut ERAP by more than half. Part of the argument there is that people who use ERAP are simply people who have chosen, between paying their rent and paying for other, what I believe is necessities like food, healthcare, childcare, and they're relying on ERAP to make ends meet. Do you know if people who have applied to ERAP are referred to other members of ICH for assistance with affordable housing, employment services, job training, case management, or other things?
I'm not quite sure what happens once an application is received through the portal, so I can't answer those questions.
When people don't get ERAP assistance and end up getting evicted, do you know if any ICH members track what happens to them after that?
I'm not sure that we are tracking what the outcomes are for individuals that we are not supporting or that we are not serving. I don't have an answer to that.
Do you have any information or data that would inform whether or how frequently people who apply for ERAP and don't receive it become homeless?
No, I don't have that. I haven't seen that kind of data or analysis.
Does ICH do any analysis of the relative costs of programs like ERAP, shelter, vouchers to see where we can help people solve their problems with the least disruption and lowest cost?
We have not done such an analysis to date, no.
Would that be an appropriate role for ICH?
It might be appropriate, but I would, I'd have to consider like staff capacity and all of the things that are on our plate.
All right.
I appreciate it.
I think it would be helpful information. I'm positive it would be helpful information. To do that, you would have to not do other things. ICH is a small agency. But I would appreciate your thoughts on that. Because this is a time where we have to, as a city, do more with less. And we have to do a better job analyzing the costs of programs and outcomes and frankly the costs of inaction, like not providing ERAP.
Yeah. I mean, I think one thing to consider is aligning and partnering with our consumers and our customers, similar to, for example, how DC Flex allows for and incentivizes partnerships. I can imagine that a program like DC Flex would be much more efficient and effective than ERAP, right? It's a partnership between the agency and clients. There's an opportunity for, and there's even incentives for clients to actually save from month to month and to think about which month the rental assistance is like most needed for. And during hard times when people have to make really hard decisions, it might be easier to forego rent than other expenses if you know that there's ERAP available and that you can tap into, right? Or if you have that expectation. But if you are partnered with an agency under a structure like DC Flex, that might be motivation and incentive for both sides to really be thinking carefully about when you're utilizing the rental assistance and when you're not.
If DC Flex or any other program can sort of meet the need.
Council member, like we have to be really real about the level of need in the district. And we also have to be real about our ability to meet them. And when we cannot meet them, we have to be honest and straightforward with folks about what we can and what we cannot fund so that people can make best decisions. A part of that means having a really hard conversation about the fact that we don't have enough assistance for everybody that needs it.
Too often we jump to that conclusion without first assessing whether or not we are making the most efficient use of the resources we have. And I think for too long, because our budgets have been so big, we have skipped the step of internally looking at our efficiency and telling people, hey, these are hard times and we have less to give you. What I'm pushing us to do as a government is to break down silos, do the analyses to understand how we more cost efficiently help more people and prevent worse outcomes. It's not lost on me that we can't help everybody. And I want to make sure we don't get stuck there and let ourselves off the hook for analyzing how we might be able to better utilize programs. So that's why I'm asking about ERAP analyses.
No, I appreciate that. We always can do better. So there's not a question that we should always be examining how efficient or effective our programs are, but we also have to be real about where and how we are sharing risks in community and being clear and transparent that allocating resources to one program means that there aren't resources to other programs.
Right. So we have to determine where we put our resources. We have the resources that we have. Where we put those resources matters a lot. Let me turn to youth homelessness. Since you and I last spoke, I've heard a lot of concerns about your plan to close down the Youth Advisory Board. Can you talk through your thinking on that?
So that's actually a mischaracterization. There's no desire to close down the Youth Advisory Board. There's actually a desire to consolidate and ensure that we have one advisory group for all constituents with lived experience, including young adults. So for all of last year, we have our Youth Advisory Board usually meets twice a month on the first and third Wednesdays of the month, or is it the second and fourth? It's Mondays, sorry. And I believe it's the second and fourth Mondays of the month. Because our older constituents with lived experience were eager to meet our Youth Advisory Board and to start building a network with them, to start working with them. We had consolidated and leveraged one of the Youth Advisory Board meetings a month for those two groups to meet and for us to hold joint sessions, joint consumer engagement work group and SHIAB meetings. We were delighted that DHS wanted to work with us in partnership to, as they were developing the peer case management institute, to bring their developments on a monthly basis to that joint SIGWIG and YAB meetings. Those were very successful. We got a lot of good traction from those meetings all of last calendar year, and recognizing that our SHIAB board, when it works in a silo, maybe might not be so helpful. We are moving towards consolidating those two groups into one advisory group for all constituents with lived experience. The other thing that might be important to recognize is that youth homeless demonstration program, the YHDP, that was paying for the SHIAB. We closed out that grant. We expended all of the stipend dollars that were available for our SHIAB, and now our SHIAB relies on the same source of funding for that our SIGWIG also relies on, our consumer engagement work group. And so from both a funding perspective and also from a utility perspective, having seen how a combined meeting works really well, we are moving in that direction of consolidating all constituents with lived experience into one advisory group. So the goal is like not have young adults who are actively participating on our board. It is just to structure that in a way that recognizes staff constraints and our ability to support separate advisory groups for our young adults versus all other constituents with lived experience.
So right now there are essentially three advisory groups: the Youth Advisory Board, SHIAB, and SIGWIG.
So the SHIAB is supporting Hopeful Youth, our Youth Advisory Board. So it's like one long name.
So there are two now.
The SHIAB and SIGWIG.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry about the acronym soup.
So consolidating them, it is more efficient. Is it more effective or equally effective?
I think so. That's why I'm doing it.
And why would it be more effective to combine them?
Because they generally share the same concerns. They're flagging very similar issues. They could use, there's a lot of synergy between what we're hearing related to young adults as well as single adults. And so we think it's really important to build coalition amongst constituents who are experiencing homelessness, and to and it's also much more efficient for all of our agency partners who want to bring ideas, projects in front of constituents with lived experience. If they know we have one forum that they can go to and they don't have to go to 2-3 different forums.
How many positions or like slots are there on SIGWIG?
So now this is actually an area that is challenging for us. We can, when we look at the dollars that are available and we look at the, our stipend agreement, we can only support 6.67 individuals, which is, you know, so we're really only, can support 6 individuals participate based on if everybody is maxing out, the stipends.
Okay, so how do you, and how many people are on the youth advisory board?
We had 5 consistent participants 2 years ago. We've dropped down to 2 consistent participants currently. We do need to recruit, and we need to think those things through, but
Is 5 the number that's supposed to be on the youth advisory board?
I believe that's true, 5 to 8.
Okay.
We're shooting for having 4 constituents of lived experience representing each of the subsystems. So ideally, we would have 4 young adults, 4 single older adults, 4 representatives of families, and 4 veterans with lived experience.
All in the youth?
No.
So
We
in-
want 1 advisory group for constituents with lived experience. We would
Okay.
like to have
okay.
robust representation from all of the subsystems.
Okay. What about, like we heard from LGBTQ plus youth earlier today? Where would they fall?
I am assuming we have representatives of LGBTQ both in every system. And so ideally, yes, we would also be recruiting for LGBTQ with lived experience. You know, so we can think about how those, how to recruit for, to ensure that we have all the different subpopulations represented, but I don't want to get to a place where we're like trying to figure out, do we have, when you think about the life experiences, right? We have returning citizens that we also need to ensure are represented. We have severe mental illness and substance use disorders that are prevalent across our populations and that we also need to ensure are adequately represented, right? Like, so there's all sorts of different issues and representation that's needed. You know, hopefully when we're recruiting, if we have a robust engagement, we will find people with that can fully represent all of the different experiences in our community.
And what's the cost in terms of money or time that keeping the youth advisory board
So right now,
requires?
it's all ICH staff time, right? So but to prepare for any meeting, making sure that we are working with the young adults to identify agenda items that are meaningful to them, getting them to remember that we have a meeting and attend those meetings, and then hosting the meetings, following up with notes afterwards, and engaging with the young adults to make sure that they are doing their part in terms of the follow-up as well. All of that takes time.
On that note, last time we spoke, you mentioned that updating the plan to end youth homelessness might be, I don't want to characterize or mischaracterize, a drain of resources and staff time that could instead focus on doing the work. It is pretty clear from feedback that I've gotten, I'm sure you've gotten the same feedback, that there are folks who disagree and think a planning process is needed to help direct resources, given that we haven't reached our goal. What's your analysis there?
So I actually, at every committee and work group meeting last month, since we had our conversation, I've been asking as an icebreaker, do you think we should have a population-specific strategy, right? Does any one population, should we have a strategic plan for any one population? We outlined all of the different populations that people have flagged need serious consideration, including aging adults, returning citizens, prevalence of SMI and SUD, complex medical health needs, unsheltered and encampments. We got a range of feedback in every session based on the focus of the session. There was a call for a different kind of population being prioritized for a strategic plan. In fact, the co-chair of our youth advisory board, Erin White, was saying, I don't think we need a specific strategic plan for young adults. We just actually need to do the work in our committees and work groups. In fact, his recommendation was that we need a separate work group, not even a plan, but his recommendation was that we need a separate work group for the adjacent systems, which I heard from our DV advocates that they don't necessarily agree that they are an adjacent system, so those are the comments and feedback that are emerging. So yes, there are certainly people who feel that youth deserve their own strategic plan, just the same way there are other people that believe that aging and medically vulnerable deserve their own plan. There are constituents who believe that the unsheltered are really the most vulnerable and deserving of their own strategic plan. I don't want to think in these terms. I would much rather we have one strategic plan for all populations. And if we need to think about action plans that we need to take every year, let's have that conversation as part of committees and work groups. I don't think it's helpful for us to be mobilizing around 5-year strategic plans across all the different subpopulations that people want to prioritize.
Are there populations that are experiencing a decrease in homelessness right now?
I mean, I think so. The best outcomes that we have seen have been for our family subsystem. But as you know from our point in time count, that we did see an increase in families experiencing homelessness.
And just so I'm clear, what you're suggesting is
I'm sorry, not our point in time count, our key performance indicators for fiscal year 23. I misspoke.
Is your experiences, maybe the majority of people don't agree that we should not have a youth plan to end homelessness specifically?
I think people understand that there are trade-offs, and that a part of that trade-off means that we might not be able to produce a 5-year strategic plan for all of the special populations that deserve, that level of attention. And there are lots of them. It's not just youth.
So folks paying attention to the budget and watching this hearing are saying we're moving backwards in our progress to end homelessness. We are moving away from developing strategic plans, and we are reducing funding for many programs.
I think we are having a momentary setback that reflects the difficulties of the times. Every time anybody that produces a plan should be ready for setbacks. It is a part of life. This is a setback. We will come back stronger.
But not by accident, all right? So how do we come back without a plan?
I mean, I think the mayor's proposed budget is exactly that. It's her plan that she's proposing.
I'm gonna disagree. I don't see a plan there. I do not see a plan there. But I'm not gonna put that on you to defend. I am concerned about the lack of plans though, because we're not moving in the right direction. Now we're going to have less money and more homelessness, less money, and no plan. I can't make that work. I don't see how the outcome of that is better times ahead. Do you?
Like I said, this is going to be a really tough year. This is the setback. You know, it's a tough year.
I'll say only this in conclusion on this part of the conversation. You know, one of the difficult things I had to do in my office, we care about everything. And there was a time where we tried to like put out every fire, catch every drop ball, and we just could not make the impact that we needed and believe we could make. And so we had to pull back, develop a plan to be more effective. In developing that plan, we realized we couldn't prioritize everything. We had to be clear about what we were prioritizing, but we wouldn't have gotten there without planning.
Yes. And so to that end, what we are doing at every committee and work group is we are identifying 3 priorities. That's it, no more. And then we're going to have 3 projects associated with every priority. And those are that's the focus area for each committee and work group. The committees and work groups have said they want to see where the budget lands in order to finalize the priorities and projects for the next 2 years. So I think we should only be, I don't think it's appropriate to plan in 1-year cycles. We're doing system transformation. We need 2 to 3 year planning cycles. And they just wanted to wait to see how the budget falls out before they finalize their priorities and projects, which I think is reasonable. So I'm not in disagreement, right? And I do believe we need to be focused, and the ICH is focusing across its committees and work groups.
I want to thank you for being with us today. We do have a lot of work ahead of us. We look forward to working with you, and we will continue to be in engagement and partnership as we work through the budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
We will move to our final government witness, and I want to welcome Laura Zeilinger, Director of the Department of Human Services. Are there any other folks who may be testifying or answering questions? Excellent. All right. So we will swear everyone in together. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, we're on. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, committee members, council staff, and members of the community. I'm Laura Green Zeilinger, Director of the Department of Human Services. I'm joined today by Hayden Bernard, our agency fiscal officer, and Tanya Mortensen, Chief Operating Officer. I'm pleased to testify before you today regarding the department's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. Earlier this week, Mayor Bowser presented her budget proposal for the upcoming fiscal year, which supports the continued rebound of Washington, D.C. from a global pandemic, while responsibly dealing with the overall fiscal reality of federal stimulus funds expiring and major cost drivers that result in necessary reductions across the government. DHS's proposed fiscal year 25 budget does 2 things. First, it leverages the strong foundation of progress we've made in developing an increasingly resilient human services system over the past 9 years. And second, it embodies the guiding principles used in developing this budget. These guiding principles include first, maintaining and enhancing core services and preserving investments that protect health and safety. Second, prioritizing programs with track records of success that advance equity. And third, resetting spending to align with resources for long-term fiscal stability and focusing new spending on catalytic investments with a focus on public safety, education, and our downtown. My testimony today will address some examples of the progress we've made in the context of this year's proposed budget. Turning first to homelessness among families. When Mayor Bowser came into office and I joined DHS, we had a system that only ensured access to shelter when legally required during hypothermia season and relied on DC General to meet our legal mandates. Today, we have a system that offers efficient and cost-effective prevention through our homelessness prevention program, provides safe and supportive shelters year-round, and environments that are welcoming for families through our small, community-based, short-term family housing programs, and invest in interventions that have resulted not only in a 78% reduction in family homelessness, but most importantly, a system of care that is predictable and reliable for families. This budget proposal maintains investments in homelessness prevention and short-term family housing while realizing efficiencies without reducing services by co-locating the Virginia William Family Resource Center to DHS's main offices at 64 New York Avenue Northeast. It sustains the Family Rehousing and Stabilization Program, FRSP, as a crucial resource with $30.8 million investment to support more than 2,000 families with outcome-focused services, including enhanced case management and connections to long-term housing. We will continue to provide vital supports as well to migrant families and newcomers who are arriving in the district through an investment of $39 million for the Office of Migrant Services, which has supported 7,100 people and ensures they have the resources needed to reach their final destinations or to resettle. In the single adult homeless system, we have made major progress and set a clear shared direction. 9 years ago, we relied primarily on dilapidated low-barrier shelters that operated from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. with limited services and resources. Today, we have expanded homeless outreach and inreach into shelters and established a coordinated system to connect residents to a wider array of housing interventions, including Project Reconnect, rapid rehousing, targeted affordable housing, sorry for the typo there, and permanent supportive housing. In 2016, we had about 300 permanent supportive housing vouchers. And today, in this year, going into the 2025 budget, we have close to 10,000 units of permanent supportive housing. We also, I want to also just underscore, because of testimony we've heard and also comments you've made as it relates to the mayor's proposed budget and the progress we're making and the staffing and limitations that you're witnessing in the Department of Human Services. In fiscal year 22, it took us 290 days from assignment in our coordinated housing process to lease someone up in housing. So from assignment to lease up, 291 days. This fiscal year, that number is cumulatively 110 days. That is a 62% improvement rate since fiscal year 2022. So we again have not only are scaling our system in historic and unbelievable ways from 300 units to now almost 10,000, but also are working more efficiently, and we're seeing that we are absorbing that growth. Included in this budget is $148.5 million in capital investments over 5 years and a $13 million investment in shelter operations to put us on a path to building on lessons learned from our family system and programs introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as PEPV, which is our pandemic emergency program for medically vulnerable individuals. In fiscal year 25, we will operate 2 new non-congregate bridge housing programs. We will advance the replacement of the New York Avenue Men's Shelter, and we will continue to operate low-barrier shelters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Finally, one of the most exciting and long overdue capital investments is $64 million to develop permanent supportive housing and shelter adjacent to the current federal city shelter in partnership with the Community for Creative Nonviolence, CCNV. There is a long and well-documented history of the mission of CCNV and also the challenging conditions of the legacy structure. A new future of quality shelter, permanent supportive housing, and services in a built environment that promotes well-being has the opportunity to be transformational for the people currently staying at CCNV, as well as for the surrounding downtown community. Physical spaces matter when it comes to service delivery. 9 years ago, residents formed lines around DHS service centers before dawn to apply for or otherwise maintain certification for income supports. Now, when residents come to service centers, the spaces they enter offer renovated offices with ambassadors to greet them and provide information to support their visits. Where in the past, staff worked on green screen mainframe system for benefits processing, today residents can apply or recertify for benefits on their mobile phones using District Direct, which has, by the way, over 6,600 users every single day. Or they can submit applications online or reach us through our call center. Staff use a modernized eligibility system, which we know there are challenges with, and we're strategically focused on enhancing our workforce and investing in advanced technology to improve benefits processing. I'm excited to share that DHS was awarded a process and technology improvement grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to create a digital mailroom that will help streamline data entry and reallocate frontline administrative staff to provide more in-person support to residents visiting our service centers. Cash assistance we know reduces scarcity and is an essential protective factor for children and advances equity. Our proposed budget also includes $20 million to fund the required cost of living adjustments for recipients of TANF, and this enhancement is added to the baseline budget for future years. We have heard much testimony about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program today. The mayor's budget proposal adds $12 million to the $8 million baseline budget for ERAP, allocating $20 million for fiscal year 25. With legislative measures to improve the targeting of this program for its intended purpose to reach residents who are experiencing an emergency that impedes their ability to pay rent, this investment will support approximately 3,400 households in fiscal year 25. This is far less than the $352 million in federal emergency rental assistance funding appropriated as part of COVID relief. And as I testified at our performance oversight hearing, we must adjust back to this reality. The best defense against homelessness is a job that pays a living wage. We are in the second year of implementation of our Career MAP, or Career Mobility Action Plan pilot program, that enables district parents to advance in their careers without the worry of benefit cliffs. The FY25 budget advances equity by replacing the loss of federal COVID relief funds with $18.9 million to continue this pilot. Investments in career mobility and workforce development will help drive the economic growth of the district. The fiscal year 25 proposed budget includes funding to continue the successful transgender and gender nonconforming workforce development program. The $600,000 for this program will allow DHS to provide employment supports for TGNC district residents, including job readiness, subsidized employment, and industry certifications to help adults and youth achieve permanent employment. Additionally, this fall, DHS will issue a solicitation that incorporates lessons learned and improves our TANF employment programs. We also know that investments in our young people to ensure they have what they need to stay safe in school and engaged are a must. DHS has been working with youth who are at risk because of truancy or other behaviors for approximately 15 years. With the establishment of the PASS program, the Parent and Adolescent Supportive Services Program, and based on the success of PASS, in 2014, we launched the ACE program, the Alternatives to the Court Experience program. Early in my tenure, we further expanded the Youth Services Division in the Family Services Administration. YSD programs now offer direct services at critical junctures for young people and their families, and also manage homeless services for youth. Through the ACE, PASS, and STEP and TPAP programs, and a growing number of partnerships, we continue to evolve our work and show meaningful outcomes on the CAFAS, the Child and Adolescent Functional Assessment Scale, and improved school attendance and low incidence of rearrest. It may be worth noting particularly, given your comments about DHS's role in truancy, that 68% of students served in our past program see improved school attendance. Based on YSD's track record in the fiscal year 25 budget, we plan to expand as a critical partner in changing the trajectory of truancy and will work with families earlier to address issues that are drivers of truancy. This budget includes a $7.1 million investment to expand PASS and ACE, help streamline and strengthen the district's truancy referral process, and support students and families through early interventions prior to referrals to the Child Family Services Agency, CFSA, or the Office of the Attorney General. With this investment, DHS projects that we will serve an additional 500 youth through PASS, an additional 180 youth in ACE in fiscal year 25. In closing, the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget continues to invest in essential programs and enhance our quality of services while expanding our capacity to support district residents. We know there are significant challenges ahead, and we will work diligently with Mayor Bowser, this administration, council, and this committee, our partners and community stakeholders to effectively deliver resources that allow residents to grow and thrive. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate your testimony. Want to start with agency goals. As we've been saying, we as a city, we have to do more with less. And so I want to make sure we are agencies and committee as clearly focused on like an in sync on goals, outcomes, timelines as possible. So I've asked all the agencies under our committee to submit 3 goals so that we understand how agencies see themselves moving the ball this year, and we can track and work together on that. Your first goal is to speed up the use of vouchers so that 60% of FY23 vouchers and 85% of FY22 vouchers are leased up by October of this year. The mayor's budget director, Jenny Reed, mentioned that the goal is to lease up all of our vouchers by the end of FY25. The mayor's budget proposal doesn't add any money for new vouchers. The argument is that despite the need for more vouchers, we shouldn't fund more vouchers than DHS can use. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Couldn't we instead argue that DHS should have the funding and capacity to meet the needs of our residents?
So this is more than a DHS funding issue, and we've learned that over time. So we were thrilled and excited over the last several years to receive really historic investments. I mean, I mentioned in my testimony the scale of growth we've experienced in our permanent supportive housing and targeted affordable housing programs, which is just absolutely enormous and something that we can all be proud of. We know that affordable housing is the best solution to homelessness when it can't be prevented. And with those investments, we were clear that we needed the entire system to grow. So it's not just a DHS capacity, but our provider community. Our providers and advocates and partners historically have come out and advocated in front of this council to meet the full need and full articulated projected amount in our Homeward DC plan, which historically has really driven the budget around homeless services and the implementation of Homeward DC. And as the budget was being passed, I met with all of our providers, offered to meet with their boards, and said, we need you to grow your capacity if we're going to be successful leasing up these vouchers. We're excited about it. We know you're excited about it. You all asked for this. That means we need to, you need to hire, we need to grow. And we then saw that we had to stop referring people at CAP to PSH because there was no case management services on the other end while our providers were growing. So this is not a if there was more money for DHS to grow. This is, and it's also not only a money issue, it is a workforce issue. We need to develop our workforce, which is why we're excited about our partnership with Howard for the Peer Case Management Institute. So that is a long answer to your question, which I know probably felt like a simple yes or no question, but unfortunately the reality is not so complicated that, or not so simple that like more staff means more at DHS means more capacity to house more people, because we do that work in community with our providers.
So the providers, you tell them you need them to do more. Are these the same providers that got a notice mid-year saying their funding was going to get cut, or
No,
that's different?
so this is different programs.
Okay.
So in our permanent supportive housing programs, we bill Medicaid, and there's an established rate with a year-over-year increase built into that rate. We did a rate study beforehand as part of this, and we spent almost 5 years evolving to be able to have the housing and community services waiver that is allowing us, and some of the reductions you see in our budget that don't eliminate services are based on our ability to leverage more federal funding for those services. So no, this is asking our providers to hire, and they get paid based on the number of people that they're serving.
And what are they deciding not to hire? Or are they having challenges
They're having
finding
challenges.
people? Okay.
And now, and they're not, and they are scaling, but it's taken time.
Is there something you think they can do different or better to scale quicker?
It takes all of us. So we're working together with them. So they've asked for certain things around staffing qualifications, around background checks, and a number of measures that help them with their hiring. And we're working with them on all of those things and have made a number of changes based on their feedback. And we have commenced a regular meeting with our providers where we report on what we're doing and hear requests from them. In addition, we also, again, the Peer Case Management Institute, I think, is one of the most exciting developments because it honors the expertise gained from the lived experience of people in our community. It is an earn and learn program, so they receive a subsidy and their costs are covered and they have laptops. It was the excitement around this program is just unbelievable. I was there at the launch at Howard, and we had, I think it was 600 applicants or more for 40 slots. I mean, it was, as people like say, it was more selective than Harvard. And they're just the interest and excitement in the community around this. And Howard was thrilled to welcome the students into the
I know they
classroom.
are, and
Yeah,
this
sorry,
does
I'm
sound
using
like
up your time.
an exciting program that I'm excited about as well. Is there anything DHS can do to move to get these leases used more quickly at this point?
At this point, I can tell you, sir, that we are doing absolutely everything we know how to do and continue to be self-critical and engage and do what we can to improve. It is a partnership, as you also noted in your opening statement, with the Housing Authority. And we know they're doing everything they can to do their part and to ensure the accountability amongst their staff around voucher applications and other pieces of the process. So we have shared goals with them. They're at the table with us, and we're looking forward to together continuing to accelerate the improvement. But don't forget that since 2022, we have cut those days from match to lease up from 291 to 110. So I don't want to talk about this like we're not improving. We're improving. We're doing better. The things we're doing are working.
Excellent progress. To take nothing away from that progress, the last 3 quarters, it looks like the number of lease ups has declined. So what's happening there, and how do we get that back up?
So I think, as you heard a lot in a performance oversight testimony and also in your hearing with the Housing Authority, the housing affordability, the rent reasonableness tool, I'm blanking on the name, but you know what it is, was adjusting to the use of that tool as rent reasonableness had a huge impact on lease ups, and you see that in the huge dip that happened last summer. And we've done a lot of work to kind of recover from that. And I think you will see, looking at our dashboard, that those lease ups are trending up. And we have set aggressive goals around lease ups. And I think that the bottom line around the voucher, the mayor's budget, and what we see in terms of lease ups is that we will continue a pace of lease ups of over 1,000 people a year all the way through into fiscal year 25. So we are not going to slow down on our housing.
This fiscal year, before your hiring freeze, the committee funded new staff to speed up voucher lease up process and the voucher lease up process. How many of those new staff have been hired?
So you want to know how many staff have been, so we don't have staff that only work on voucher lease up process. We have staff who work on the growth and the permanent supportive housing program, and they do everything from work on our contracts and grants, do the monitoring and oversight and technical assistance for our providers. They also help with vetting applications before they go over to the housing authority. So it's not, we don't have, that's not the, it's just not how the process works to say that DHS hires staff that are only in that.
Well,
And those staff are exclusively working on the lease up, save a couple of people who are coordinating directly with the housing authority on that work.
why don't staff work why aren't there any staff that work exclusively?
They work on the program, but there's a
Okay.
crucial role for the person who is the case manager, who is engaging with the person who is moving into housing that we rely on to support individuals through that process. And it is that team that is supporting the growth in contracts, the monitoring of those contracts. We have people who work on, but we don't do voucher applications. Our providers work with folks on those. So I think there is a team that receives and vets those applications and does the coordination with the housing authority on the process. But that team has just one piece of it. It's not.
But on that team, you have enough people?
We continue to grow that team as we've grown the program. And so as
We put 16 new folks in the budget. How many of those got hired?
I'm checking.
We will have to get back to you about how many of those we've hired. I can say that hiring has been slower this year due to some of the budget constraints. We're now working on accelerating the pace of hiring now that we're past the hiring freeze. And so we fully intend to hire as many positions of the vacancies that we have remaining this year as possible. And we can get back to you on exactly how many of the positions from last year we've been able to hire so far.
Will you be able to get back to me by my next round of questions?
We can find out. Hayden, do you have any information about whether those vacancies were?
I don't know that we'll be.
No.
Probably not.
No.
But we will, because but we will get back to you and follow up on how many have been hired.
I've been joined by two of my colleagues. I'm happy to be here, and both are members of this committee, so they will go in the order in which they arrived. So Councilmember Pinto for a 10-minute round of questions. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair White. And thank you to all of the public witnesses who are here today. My team and I were listening online to much of it and really appreciate your testimony. And thank you, Director Zeilinger, and your entire team, those who are here today and who are not here, but do this really important and pressing work year round. I was going to say, we can only imagine how intense and taxing it is, and really appreciate the collective effort to serve our residents. I want to ask you about the Aston, which really provides a exciting, I hope, model opportunity for non-congregate bridge housing in our city. And we care very deeply about this project operating well, so that we can ensure that the residents who are going to be living there will be successful, and it will be a successful community partner for the entire neighborhood. And so as we think about this budget, how much capital outlays are you expecting for the Aston for this current fiscal year, 2024, and over the next several years?
In terms of capital outlay for the Aston, there are no additional capital expenditures for the Aston this year. We do have, we are for fiscal year 25, we have budgeted for the operating expenses associated with running the Aston. But there are no additional capital expenditures this year.
Okay, and so the roof is slated for repair, I believe, in fiscal year 2027. There was a comprehensive assessment and final report that described the roof as, quote, "The roof has a lot of patching and water ponding. No leak reported, but the deterioration is visible and needs immediate replacement." And so what is the kind of safety calculation between repairs this year for a description like that versus FY 27?
So Councilmember, whose report is that you're reading from?
That is a DGS report of the building assessment.
Because we rely on DGS for, obviously, as a human service agency for those assessments and then to guide what repairs. They determined what repairs were needed. It did not require replacement of the roof. That might have been an initial before they did their deeper inspection but it is our understanding that at this point, the roof, we can open safely without fear of damage to the building or leaks with the current roof, and the overall repairs that were needed to be done are done, and now we're continuing the work on the renovation of the building.
Okay, because in the comprehensive assessment, DGS indicated that a structural strength study should be completed within 1 year of the initial inspection, which I think is coming up soon. That initial inspection was probably last summer. So are we planning on doing another inspection before move-in date?
Those would again be questions that would be best directed to DGS, who we rely on their expertise around buildings, inspections, and making sure that needed repairs are done. I will ask, and we can make sure that we have a response to you from DGS related to that.
Okay, well, thank you. And we'll certainly follow up with DGS as well. I think their oversight hearing is next week. But there are a lot of questions in the community about this and with our community advisory team to make sure that at move-in date, that the timeline for move-in date is going to be assured, but B, that it will be a safe environment to do. Have there been renovations to date this year of the building, and are those complete?
They're not complete yet, so we're
Okay.
set to open in August, and we are happy to continue to ensure DGS is participating fully in our community advisory team. And it is the best place for the community to get all of those questions answered. We will also, as we complete those repairs and are ready, we'll invite the community advisory and to, and your office as well, to come in and see the beautiful spaces as we prepare to open that building to our residents.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. And thank you to your team and especially Rachel and
And
David.
thank you for
part
acknowledging
of-
our team and the really challenging work that they do. I mean, our staff really do the work because they care so much about people and they want to help and give back to community. And I do appreciate you recognizing their work. So thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of operational dollars for the Aston, what do we have budgeted for this year and the next several years?
It's so we have a $6.6 million in annual costs budgeted. Yeah.
Yeah, so for next year, the operating costs, the full year operating costs are approximately 6.6 million for each non-congregate bridge shelter site.
And so will that also begin this year in FY 24?
For the Aston, there will be some costs associated with operating the Aston this year.
How much is budgeted for it this year?
Don't know if I have that.
I guess we'll be towards the end of the
It will be-
fiscal year in August. So
Yeah,
right.
some
very
pretty-
much towards the end of the year, so it'll be a small amount this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does that 6.6 contemplate all of the items in the agreement that we have around case management, mental health support, security inside and outside the building?
It
Okay.
does.
Okay. And are there contracts underway for those services already?
So with the provider who operates the facility, we haven't finished negotiation, the competition negotiation with that contract, and it will be Friendship Place. I think we've shared that information.
Yes.
And it's known as well to the community advisory team. in terms of the security and the other contracts, I'm not sure yet if those are awarded and in place. I'll ask Tanya to answer on that.
In terms of the yes, Friendship Place will be the provider operating the site, and I believe we'll be doing, taking on the majority of operations for the site outside of what would be provided by DGS.
Okay, so things like security that aren't necessarily part of Friendship Place's traditional operations, but that are agreed upon for this deal, will that be likely under the Friendship Place jurisdiction, or that be separately contracted?
So Friendship Place will be a subcontractor to the community partnership. And so they will be handling the general operations at the site.
Including security?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay, great. How many people exited Pep V in 2023? And of those individuals, how many remain currently in the DHS continuum of care without permanent housing?
So just a moment while I pull up that number for you. Actually had that in an earlier version of my testimony and edited it down for brevity. And I know we've, do you have the puppy info here? I should be able to answer that, but we had over 1,100 people who exited Pep V for permanent housing. Anyone who at the end of Pep V did not have permanent housing but was still on a housing path received a placement within our continuum of care. I don't have in front of me how many of them have since moved to permanent housing, but we can certainly follow up on that number.
And that is something that you track?
We track overall. So if I gave some numbers earlier in my testimony from the time somebody is assigned to a provider to when they lease up. And because folks in that category were assigned to a provider to work with them on their housing plan, if they were in permanent supportive housing, they would fall within that. Those numbers that we track, but we also would be tracking it with our providers on their individual performance level.
Okay, thank you very much. And perhaps that's something I can work with the committee on.
We don't track them as a separate cohort, I think is what I'm trying to tell you, but we could certainly go back and find that information.
Okay, I think that would be useful, especially as we are thinking about new models that are related to, it's different than Pep V, but kind of a related structure, and thinking about what works best for long-term success.
And the thing I want to emphasize on that is we did learn a lot about that both through, but what was different from Pep V closure to what we're talking about is we closed, and for people who are still in a process, we had to have an intermediate accommodation.
Yeah. And I don't want to cut you off, but I'm
Yeah,
just looking at Chair White, if I can sneak in one last question. But thank you, Director, and we will follow up about that. Green Court, can you provide an update about DHS's plan and timeline for renovating and using the Green Court building? Is there any funding allocated here? What's going on?
So we've worked with DGS on some scenarios around how, around Green Court, and those are still pending final decision for exactly what will be funded and what that will look like. So we don't have an exact timing yet. It is still our intention that will be part of our, we'll offer shelter as part of our continuum of care, but where we are now, it is unlikely that will happen in 2025.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd love to invite myself to be a part of that process. Because there's a lot of great ideas that have come from the community about possible uses, and just want to make sure that their views are reflected. So thank you very much. Thanks again. Thank you, Chair White.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Parker.
Great to see you again, Director.
Great to see you.
I wanted to start with funding for the Office of Migrant Services. I'm noting a one-time funding in fiscal year 25 at roughly $40 million. To date, it is my understanding that we're spending roughly $7 million a month, and we're on track to have spent about $78 million in fiscal year 24. How do you justify going from where we're spending now to what is being proposed in fiscal year 25?
Sure. So up until what's being, the development of this budget, we've been relying on contingency funds, and we will until we have a new appropriation in fiscal year 25 for funding migrant services. And the reasoning was this was a brand new phenomenon, having the inflow into our community of newcomers needing services. And we needed, as you know, to stand up a system. And we didn't know for how long that would be happening, what that would look like, what the characteristics and needs would be of people coming. And we needed to really quickly stand up what that continuum of services look like. I'm also really thrilled to say that our Office of Migrant Services team was awarded the K. Fritz Award yesterday for their tremendous work at doing that. So it's just really a fantastic team who has, kind of run to the fire in helping people and doing this. At the beginning, and for the first year plus, we were receiving buses from southern border communities and had unpredictable numbers and often hundreds, sometimes thousands of people coming into our community each week. We have not seen buses coming in quite a while. And instead, what we see are there's a steady inflow, but they are folks who are being sent from different, mostly border communities or other places who want to come to DC. And they may still be going on their way to another destination or without another resettlement plan who needs support. So we've titrated our services. We've closed one hotel. We've had 3. Based on what we're seeing and how we're more efficiently managing the inflow and processing, we will move from what had been 3 hotels to 1 hotel, plus our reception and respite center at Harbor Light.
When will you move to that 1 hotel?
We will move to that 1 hotel. One sec while I bring up or you can just answer if you have it in front of you, Tanya.
Yeah, so we are planning to scale back to 1 hotel by the end of this fiscal year.
By the end of fiscal year
This
24.
24.
Yes.
What is the strategy to create resettlement plans for migrants?
So we have a number of organizations who are working with us, and part of it is what we've learned through our case management services to date around the process around what works, what families need in terms of documentation. They're getting their temporary status for being able to work, particularly if they're in a special population, which we're really happy that Venezuelans are now part of that population. And also in a partnership with Garrison, they're providing just orientation to our financial system and money management and working with folks and providing some financial assistance as part of that plan to help people move out. So we have a number of strategies and partners with us who have supported our efforts to help people with their resettlement.
As we move towards downsizing our support, and in many ways, I think it makes sense for the reasons you've outlined, for those that can't work, for the migrants that are coming and/or are here that aren't allowed to work, how does that inform your resettlement plans or work with partners?
The reality, and I'm not making a judgment call on this either way, but I just want to be real about it. The reality is whether people have a work permit or not, they're coming here and working very quickly. Almost everybody who can is. And so I think it's just important to realize that as a fact.
And knowing we're in an election year, a presidential election year, there may be a desire by some to reignite interest around the border. Given where we are proposing funding, is DHS prepared if we all of a sudden start seeing an influx of migrants again?
So when we first experienced an influx of migrants, it required an emergency response from the city.
Are we in a position, let's say June, July, August, October, we start seeing that influx?
So we're not building a system that says we're ready for any influx, because that would require keeping hotels open, and we can't afford to do that. We just don't have the funding, and it wouldn't make sense to rent whole hotels under the contingency of what might happen. So instead, we would react like we do in emergencies, where we would work with as a city to determine what we can do with emergency funds to meet the need. And what that looks like would be not a DHS decision as it was, but we would be working in partnership with the mayor's office, with HCMA, and with
Understood.
partners around how do we as a community respond to this
We would
need.
manage the issue versus seeking to house migrants at that point.
We are not seeking to have a system that come one, come all, you're going to get a hotel room in Washington, DC. We cannot do that. And
Understood. How many migrants are being housed today?
so today, one moment. In fact, I was looking at the report while I was for the hearing. One moment. 181 families are at hotels, and we have 235 at our reception respite at Harbor Light.
Okay, 185 families.
Yes.
Got it. And one thing I will say, and I do want to transition in the remainder of my time, is I would love to work with you around how DHS is engaging the broader community, namely in Ward 5, where many of the migrants are being housed, because there have been obvious tensions with migrants in the community and what neighbors see as I'm trying to be mindful of my words, but behaviors that may or may not represent what existing residents are used to in the community. There have also been some minor incidents in the community, but I think DHS has a role to play in not just housing migrants, but also engaging with Ward 5 residents to ensure they know what the protocols are, they know who they can call in cases of an emergency, and what the existing plan is for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to work with you on
Yes.
that. We have, because we have had a presence in that corridor for a really long time in terms of our services, we have strong relationships with the ANCs there and do meet regularly with the community, and happy to do that together with you.
Awesome. In my remaining time, I note that the mayor is proposing one-time funding in DHS to address truancy. There is funding at roughly $7 million and 24 FTEs. Can you speak to what is the plan there?
So as it presented in the mayor's legislation, DHS would play a role. So first and foremost, schools have a responsibility around engaging with families when students are not coming to school. And that stays the same as it is now. We know that the school is so important, that relationship and the effectiveness of the relationship in building that between schools and families.
What exactly would DHS do with that money?
At the point that even with the required outreach from schools, if students are still, it's not effective, students are still missing school at, I believe it's 10 days for younger children before high school, and for high school students at 15 days. So before the statutory timeframe for the referrals to CFSA and OAG, that we would get a referral to DHS. We would do outreach and try to engage proactively with that family and offer services and to really get to what is going on.
Them a case?
It means, depending on what the need is, providing services. So anything from like what we do all the time now with PASS, where we have a pilot in Kramer, and where we already work with several of the schools and on this issue. When people are referred for truancy to the PASS program, it would be anything from those types of services, or helping if there are things like a parent needs reliable childcare and a student is staying home to care for a younger sibling, we can help them with their enrollment in a childcare subsidy so that they've got childcare for the younger child when the parent needs to go to work, so that other student is attending school. So it really, what it is going, whether it's ongoing services or a 24 to 48 hour help them solve a problem, it's going to depend.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman White, and good afternoon, Director. Speaking of childcare, DCPS was closed today, as was my childcare center. So I'm sorry I could not be with you in person. I kind of want to pick up a little bit on where Councilmember Parker was talking about in terms of the role that you all are going to play in sort of the truancy piece. At least from what I can see in the budget books, and you tell me if we're incorrect, the budget proposes to cut about 4 FTEs from the ACE diversion program. Is that accurate?
So no, I mean, there are some adjustments to PS in the budget, but I do not believe that is 4 FTEs. Hayden, can you confirm that?
It's just two.
Two. Okay. And were these just vacant positions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How many young people were referred to ACE in 2023?
About 370.
370. Okay. So I'm just trying to anticipate what's the typical case manager's caseload in that program and how you all anticipate it potentially increasing now with these additional truancy cases as well. Or will truancy be handled in a different program?
So we will set up a team that will work on the initial outreach that will be separate. And there's money in the budget to grow both PASS and ACE to accommodate increased number of families. But the other thing that I think is really important that we haven't had a chance to really explain how would this roll out and how would this work is that on day one of the new school year next year, we would not be taking this on for all students in DCPS and charters, but that we know that school starts in September, the fiscal year starts in October. We have to hire people, train them, and we would roll this out gradually. So the mayor's proposed legislation has us starting with high school students first, who we work with now. And then the following year, beginning with the elementary school age students, 5 to 13. And, but we would work with OSSI and the schools on how we would roll out. We would likely, we have learning from the great partnership we have at Kramer, for example, work with a set number of schools and continue to expand as we learn some things about what is the staffing level needed and what is working as we expand our efforts. So we expect that this is something that is going to be ramped up over a couple of years, not start on the first day of the 24-25 school year.
Okay, that's helpful to sort of, I guess, level set on terms of expectations and not the expectation that this will be in place for day one of the new school year.
Or that the staffing that you're seeing in the caseload calculation, it seems like you're trying to figure out like
right.
Because there's a lot of unknowns. We haven't done this before this way.
Okay. On that front and sort of the FTE piece, I think I didn't catch the name of your colleague who's sort of sitting to your
This is Tanya Mortensen. This
left.
is our Chief Operating Officer.
Okay.
And Hayden Bernard, our Agency Fiscal Officer.
Okay. So I wanted to ask about some of the FTEs in the other divisions and whether or not the growth that you all are having in truancy, is that because you're moving folks from other divisions, or are you getting additional net staff? So what we see is that there's a reduction in terms of FTEs in eligibility determination services, as well as case management in the family services division. Are these just being moved to other areas, or are these positions being eliminated altogether?
Yes, there's 26.3 vacancies that are being eliminated as part of the 25 budget. In terms of the truancy initiative and the ACE and PASS expansion, we will be adding staff to cover that.
Okay. All right. So if we are making some reductions in terms of eligibility determination services, at the same time, I'm also seeing you adding an increase in overtime. Is that signaling that we're going to be relying on overtime as opposed to full-time employees or onboarding new people?
We're going to be doing both things. So we know that even when we hire and onboard people, we need to train them. It takes time. So, and we, so we have had, as you know, Councilmember, hiring freeze now that it's clear what's being swept from this budget and what is expected to be funded, we're now able to hire again, and we will be hiring another cohort of SSRs. In the meantime, we need to make sure that we're keeping up with benefits processing, and we're seeing improvement there since I was in front of you for the DCAS hearing and in front of you for performance oversight. We continue to see meaningful improvement factors even without the growth in staff. Not that we don't need them, we do, but all of the above. It's not only a staffing issue.
Oh.
And so we will be both relying on overtime as needed, because we've always needed overtime. That's not a new phenomenon.
Right.
We will continue to need overtime and grow our staff.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How much have you all spent in overtime so far this fiscal year?
Year to date, we
Yeah.
have spent 2.7 million.
Okay. So for FY24, you originally had budgeted 25,000 in overtime. And for FY25, it seems like you're budgeting 129,000. You've already spent over 2 million in overtime. So clearly 129 is not it. Okay. I just want to make sure that you guys don't have a sort of different expectation in terms of like how much is happening there. Is the expectation that, well, I mean, not expectation, but
So
I imagine there's also going to be a pressure in FY25.
So the way that we generally have managed, we've always needed overtime, and we've always used vacancy savings to cover overtime. There's always fluctuation in the number of funded FTEs on our
Okay.
budget based on our federal earnings. So Mr. Bernard could give you a explanation of how our random moment sampling works and how that impacts the federal recovery for our FTEs who work on eligibility. All those fluctuations dictate whether a position is funded. We also use from our personnel budget vacancy, when we have a vacancy, those vacancies to cover overtime, which we know then also impacts whether that position can be hired on. So it is always,
Right.
we're always working back and forth with our AFO on, is this a funded position or not? And to balance the need for the work that has to happen today with the need to hire more people.
Okay. So you said that now that we kind of know what, I guess, to anticipate for that, we've received the FY 2024 supplemental. So we kind of know what some moves are going to be made. And you're saying now that the hiring freeze is lifted. If I recall correctly, the council budgeted and funded 18 new positions for DHS in this year's current year budget. How many of those folks are you going to be able to bring on now that the hiring freeze is lifted?
So the council did not add eligibility staff in this year's budget. So I wanted to clarify that because I think you also brought it up at performance oversight. We did have staff in other programmatic areas, not in eligibility. But that said, we are getting ready to hire a new cohort of SRs. Those are the staff who do eligibility. And we expect that that will be somewhere between 15 and 20 individuals based on our what our AFO is able to certify.
Okay. All right. I have about a minute left. I want to ask about Virginia Williams. So this budget proposes to close the Virginia Williams site, but you'll transfer operations to the DHS headquarters, I think. What's the reasoning behind this particular move?
It's a cost savings. I mean, this is a great example of the first thing that we did was try to get rid of waste. And not that there's waste, we really have enjoyed being in that site, but it's an expensive lease. We've renegotiated our lease at 64 New York Avenue where our headquarters are. There's also some vacant space in that building. And so this we're able to find cost savings without cutting services. It's just as accessible to public transportation as the Virginia Williams site is. And so it's, in my mind, it's a win-win. We can move the services, include our partners in that new location and not have to cut somewhere else.
Okay. Will that require a build out?
It's built into the lease we renegotiated at 64 New York Avenue.
Okay. All right. I don't have enough time for another question, but thank you for your time, Director. Thank you, Chair White.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We have been joined by Councilmember Fruman. He has given me the go-ahead to do another round before he goes, which I appreciate. So Director, I'm gonna go back to vouchers and ending homelessness. Over the past several years, DHS has used funding meant for vouchers to pay DHS administrative costs. Will that happen
So
this?
that's an inaccurate statement, and I don't know where you're getting that. We've kept the homeless services money in homeless services. So where we've used unspent money for permanent supportive housing is in two areas: rapid rehousing for families, FRSP, and shelter operations.
Okay, so you've used voucher money for shelter operations. Will that happen this year?
Yeah, because have we done that this year?
Yes, we will do that this year.
We will
yes.
do that. It's good. We've had funding shortfalls in both of those places, and we could talk about the why if you want. But yes.
Do you have a projected total spending for shelter operations for this year?
Yes.
What is it?
Hold on one second. This year projected for shelter operations is 118.
118 million, thank you. And what's in the proposed budget for next year for shelter operations?
So go ahead. Go ahead. I'm looking at capital improvements. Go ahead.
In next year is approximately 129 million.
And that's in the budget proposal
Yes.
for
yes,
shelter operations,
Yes.
right?
There's a $13 million enhancement.
It's a
Okay.
$22
Oh,
million.
$22 million.
Wait,
Mhm.
does that include CCMV money?
It won't be operating, that's capital.
Okay, just make sure. And you sort of intimated toward this, as did I. The use of vouchers depends on DHS and DC, H8, the DC Housing Authority working together. How are you planning to work with DCHA to improve their side of the process to make sure we're getting people into housing more quickly?
So I have regular conversations with Director Pettigrew. He has recently hired somebody new, as you may know. He's hired a number of new people. He's got somebody new over the voucher program who's meeting regularly with our team. And so we will continue to work closely with the team there it's really about information sharing, coordination. We have an MOU that lays out pretty clear standards around each mutual responsibilities and expected timelines. And I think I'm pleased to see Director Pettigrew inviting his staff back into the office and increasing, accountability and support around staff around processing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I like what he's doing there as well. I think there's a sense of urgency. I think bringing his staff back is important. We still need to see the progress, but I
Yep.
see the right things happening.
Mhm.
How many total vouchers across fiscal years are currently funded but haven't reached lease up yet for DHS?
Okay, so we can add these up and I can give them to you. We have a I might be not having to do the math here. Okay, so I've got the number and the percent utilization, but we can add them up quickly, but we have 230, some of these become newly available based on turnover and then we count them.
Okay.
So we have 230. These are allocated, matched. And I'm thinking matched means not yet leased. No, here. Oh, 1,437.
Family.
And for families and 2,574. Thank you for individuals.
Thank you. And how many vouchers were leased up in Q1 of this fiscal year?
So, you're- okay, so Q1 of fiscal year 24, we leased up 225
All right.
vouchers.
So if we stay at the current rate, that'll be about 900 a year.
We're projecting an improvement factor, so we're projecting the number that would you like to know what we're projecting, or you want to use your own projection based on current?
No, I'd love to know what you're projecting.
So we anticipate that, leasing up. I have this. So an average of 1,050 participants per fiscal year. And we expect that we'll lease the 3,500 vouchers over the course of the rest of this fiscal year and fiscal year 25.
All right, so that would be a drastic acceleration of lease ups. What steps are you taking that's going to lead to that level of acceleration?
So this reflects the growth in our provider contracts. So we talked about the delay in hiring, and then folks have hired up, and the pace of, we've changed the pace of matching at CAP, so people are getting matched on a schedule that also reflects the growth in our contracts. And so those are it's just our providers have gotten over some of the, have hired. And I think that's probably the most meaningful change that's happened since then. And we've seen, and we've looked at what we've been able to improve to date and expect to continue those improvements.
Okay, so you believe the elements are in place for, I think this is like a quadrupling of pace in order to get all these leased up.
So we expect 40 a month to get from that to 75 a month by the end of the fiscal year.
75 a month.
Yeah, so,
Okay. And you expect to use all 4,011 vouchers by the end of next fiscal year?
yeah, and there'll always be some attrition
Mhm.
that will not be fully used up depending on the timing of the turnover, but yes.
Okay. We will track this closely with you.
I think one factor that might be helpful, and I'm happy to sit down with you and maybe invite Director Silla as well if she would like, but when we look at the Homeward DC plan and the projected number of net new types of housing interventions that need to be funded to meet our goals in Homeward DC 2.0, it also looks at, as we scale the quantity of housing in our system, what the historic rate of turnover has been and how to incorporate those new vouchers, those turnover vouchers, which aren't net new, but are still dedicated to the system, into our projections of the number of people that we can house, and is given the level of growth in the program over the last couple of years, again, from where we were starting in 2016 in the hundreds to almost 10,000 that will be growing into, that's not a small number. And I think it's important because people are in their testimony are assuming nobody new gets housed after those vouchers, but the fact is that we're targeting a population that we know is, we wanted people living and thriving, but there is a natural course of life, and we have a population where we do see a natural turnover. And we should be thinking about that as we think about our projections and the new people that we'll also be able to serve with the resources we've appropriated.
I think that's right, but I also think people are focused on and will focus on the number of unused vouchers, and so as long as it is a very high number, there's going to be a concern about the pace. But the commitment from you is we're going to get through these by the end of the next fiscal year, but there's some that may have sort of reached attrition and people have used those vouchers and they've gone back. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Correct. And then there's a reason why when you asked me for 3 goals, this was number 1.
Yep.
Right? So we're focused on it. We're committed to it. We have urgency around it, where we understand the challenge and do not sit easy when we walk out of this building and see people who need housing and we know we have unused vouchers. It feels like a failure every day. We know that we also know people are moving in every day, and that is also to be celebrated. So I just want you to know I am leaning in fully on this, as is our team, and we have set, as you've noted, an aggressive improvement goal. I could list for you, but I know it gets frustrating when I go into a lot of detail and talk for a long time. All of the things we're doing and have done to get to an improvement factor, and the things we're doing are driving improvement. And
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, what we're doing here is identifying the plan, scrutinizing the plan to make sure we have a common understanding.
yes, and I invite as much of that as you want to do. It is your role.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chair White. I had an admonition not to ask the same questions as other people, but I'm going to stay in the same place because I am trying to understand these numbers. So as I understand the numbers, as Chairman White said, 4,011 unleased up vouchers at this point. And then the 225 were leased up in the first quarter of 2024 between October 1 and December 31st. So and the thing that, and then you also said it's 40 a month and the goal is to get to 75 a month, but 40 a month would be 120 in a quarter and 75 would be 225. So seems like it was at 75 in the first quarter of 2024. Am I missing something about that math?
So I think we were talking about singles separately from families, and then in that math, we added singles and families together.
Together to get there.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, and then by the end of this fiscal year, your goal is about 1,000 to have at least.
Yes. So we expect that that by the end of fiscal year 25, the vouchers that we just talked about, they will all be leased, which is over 1,000 that people who will lease up into housing this year.
1,000 that would lease up into housing this year, which would get you to
over 1,000. So about 50, did we say? I'm going to tell you the number that my team gave me, so I'm not estimating or rounding. So we were seeing an average of 1,050 participants lease up each fiscal year. And we would need to get up to about 1,250 to get to 3,000. It was about 3,500 vouchers in fiscal year 24 and 25. The larger number is everything that is not leased right now. So it includes additional vouchers outside of that number of net new vouchers allocated. But all that to say is the new vouchers that were allocated in prior fiscal years, including 24, it will take us until the end of 25 to lease all of those vouchers up.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling with the math is it does strike me that there may still be vouchers out there because I'm having a hard time seeing if it's 1,500 a year, if we go down to 3,500 from where we are, then in FY25, you'd need to, in order to use them all up, you'd have to lease up 3,500, which seems like a very high number. Maybe I'm missing something there, but, and then you also have the ones that come free and get recycled.
So we have 3,500 vouchers to lease up fully over the course of fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. So when we look at the larger number of vouchers available, that also includes vouchers that may have recently turned over or other site-based units. It's the larger universe. Not that they don't count. We're not working to lease up all of them, but I think we constructed our goal around net new lease ups according to new resources appropriated that have not yet had somebody in them. So, and so the goals that we're setting and working on at a pace that our community providers have agreed that they can handle, because it's not, I know people, we're accountable at DHS, but we can't do the work by ourselves. We do the work through our community organizations in partnership with them and the housing authority and our housers and housing partners in the community. And we have collectively with our providers and through our cap matching process come up with a pretty aggressive goal around our increase in lease ups per month.
And here I'm just trying to understand the
Yeah.
math, but, and my impression is 3,500 that were allocated want to account for all of those, but then there are ones that come free again. And so there would be an overhang of ones that have come free again. And that overhang, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, could be 1,000 at the end of the fiscal year. You meet your goal, but the ones that have come back in and the ones that have already come back in, there's still a number out there.
So that was the point that I think I was making as you were coming into the room, which is that given that our system has grown from just a few hundred vouchers as we were launching the Homeward DC plan to now almost 10,000 vouchers, the attrition does produce a large number of new housing opportunities each year.
Okay, so that helps me to understand it. There's significant cuts to the permanent supportive housing budget and the budget documents, and you've referenced this. Medicaid is approaching this differently, which makes the dollars go farther. But can you explain what Medicaid has done? What's the magnitude of the change? What are they paying for now that they weren't paying for before?
So yeah, and Tanya can get deep into the math with you, but I'll say what changed was a couple of years ago, and after a several-year process, together with the Department of Healthcare Finance, we applied for and received a waiver that allowed us to provide housing community services for Medicaid, which is basically a Medicaid benefit for the supportive services, the case management that happens in PSH. It meant that all of our providers, and they have technical assistance, and it's been a robust process, have become a Medicaid provider for this purpose, and they bill Medicaid for the supportive services for clients who are enrolled in Medicaid. And so the Medicaid pays 75%, and there's a 25% local match to those Medicaid services. So it's a great example of maximizing federal revenue toward a program that we were paying for 100% locally before. And as we were a little bit conservative in how ensuring that as our providers were growing their capacity to bill Medicaid, they ain't got a business in making sure they could still bill as that was happening. So we had some transition from 100% local, and now all of our providers are billing Medicaid, and we're able to not reduce services and grow the amount we're relying on Medicaid funding for the services in that program. And Tanya can get specific on the numbers for that if you would like.
I mean, I think I get, well, if you'd like to.
Oh, no.
I mean, I think I get the broad concept, which is great, right? So it's something that we'd been paying for locally, being 3/4 of it now being paid federally, which I think points again to the choke point of having the providers and the caseworkers, because it wouldn't cost us that much more to be serving more people if we had more caseworkers in place. It's 25 cents on the dollar compared to $1 on the dollar a couple of years ago. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, and yes. Yes.
So in that choke point, I mean, it has been a choke point in a different way a year ago, but it's in terms of we can't meet the needs of all the people who we're serving now. And so we need to take a pause in a sense. Now there's an opportunity cost to not having more caseworkers, because we probably could serve more people if we had using federal dollars largely instead of local dollars.
Yeah, it's not a budget issue that is driving the choke point. It is a capacity issue in the community to scale the services.
And so
as well as in some ways, there's some things in the housing process that also are choke points, but in the issue that we're talking about.
And in a lot of different places, we talk about, you know, what kinds of things are being done to improve retention and recruitment in this space. And what are the things that we are doing or could be doing to improve recruitment and retention of caseworkers? Is there a sense that they're adequately paid? Is there a sense that if their pay were higher, that where are we in terms of efforts to recruit and retain?
Sure. So we increased flexibility in hiring for case managers, reducing the number of years of experience and educational background. We did this in the spring of 2022 based on feedback from our provider community. We're finalizing additional flexibility in hiring for case management supervisors, allowing for a broader range of educational background for that position. We rolled out a hire and retention incentives for case managers and case management supervisors in July, and we loaded of 22 and load those into contracts in November. And we also held a job fair back in the spring of 22 to really try to help our providers with their hiring. We also removed a step in the process where we were reviewing the qualifications of candidates before the providers were able to extend an offer. The thing I spoke about before you came in the room, and I, Councilmember White, realized I was getting just so excited and happy I couldn't stop talking about it. But we also have launched a peer case management institute in partnership with Howard to train people with lived experience of homelessness who will get a certification and then be eligible to be hired as case managers at the same salaries that other case managers make in the system. And we have a ton of excitement and interest around that program that we think is also going to help.
All right, my time is up, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I want to ask you a couple of questions about subsidized childcare services program. Which division is that program housed under?
So we do the eligibility for the vouchers in DHS, but the other parts of that program are administered by Aussie.
Right. Okay. And so in terms of I remember a few years ago that you all had a on-site location where folks can go to fill out the paperwork for the child care subsidy program. Does this budget maintain that location?
Yeah, that can happen at several of our service centers.
Okay. So there's not just one general place where folks can go.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you know, over the last couple of months, we've heard some concerns in terms of delays in processing paperwork. You know, individuals who've been waiting for several months in order for their eligibility to get cleared. Is what we're seeing in childcare similar to what we were seeing in other types of programs?
So I haven't been hearing the same concerns about wait times for eligibility for childcare subsidies as you just articulated. So I'll need to check back with the team on that and understand whether that is the case. There's some, so I'll leave it at that rather than go down the rabbit hole.
Okay. I would appreciate that. This came up actually in the Aussie performance oversight hearing, where there were a number of public witnesses who testified around they had been waiting 4 months in order for their eligibility to get cleared, et cetera. And of course, in that type of situation, Aussie's kind of like, okay, well, we're not the ones who process the eligibility. It's DHS. So that's why I wanted to ask you some questions about that in particular.
And we have been, as you know, Aussie is working on a plan, and we have been doing some whiteboarding with them on business process, and because they do just like Alliance, just like Healthcare Finance does the rules and policy for Alliance and Medicaid, and we implement the eligibility. Aussie does the rules and policies on childcare. So it is, we take responsibility for our role in processing. That's on us, and they're not wrong about that. Okay. But it also, if there are things we can negotiate that will make that process more efficient, we would need to both agree that that's appropriate, and we are working on that with them. But we have not heard the complaint that you just said, and we'll go back and ask them about the testimonies and make sure that if there's a problem to be solved, we're paying attention to it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think there was some conversation perhaps not at this hearing yet, but certainly at the hearing that we had on Wednesday with the mayor's office about emergency rental assistance program. I think this proposed budget takes that funding back down to $9 million. 20, excuse me, sorry, 20 million. So it is a cut of 20 million. My apologies. I think there were some, well, let me ask you this. Is the plan, if there is no additional funding that is added to this, is the plan to continue with ERAP opening on a quarterly basis?
We're not sure yet. We've heard feedback in both directions, and we'll need to see what makes sense based on what we're hearing and the appropriation. So, I mean, I can talk to you a little bit about some of the feedback that we've heard if you'd like, but we have not made a decision as to how we would distribute funding. And this is the first year we've distributed it quarterly, and we have not yet made a determination of how we would do that in 25.
Okay, because obviously with approximately half the funding that there currently is, if you were to switch back to the first come, first serve, we imagine that that money would all be gone, relatively quickly. And so I am curious. I'm curious to hear the feedback that you guys are receiving on the quarterly and how that's going.
Sure. I think that part of the solution to ensuring the funds are available to the people who the program is intended to target, meaning people who are in a unit paying their rent consistently, have an emergency where they cannot pay their rent, and they need some support to maintain their tenancies, and they are at 40% or lower than the area median income. We need to change back some things that were changed by council and legislation during COVID to align with state DC to ensure that we're able to verify things like income. Right now, applicants in ERAP
self-certify,
self-attest to income, self-attest to their emergencies. And so there is so it creates an inability to ensure that the funds are going to the people who I think the program was designed for. So that is really important, probably more important than whether or not we open quarterly in terms of how the money gets distributed, in my mind, not to diminish your question. In terms of the feedback,
well, can I ask you,
yeah.
Before we get to the feedback, can I ask you about that? Because I think it's, in some ways, you're alluding to perhaps some of the remarks that the mayor made during that hearing, sort of expressing concern that she thinks that there are some people for whom are using the program on a planned basis as opposed to an emergency basis. And, you talked a little bit about the need to, or the desire perhaps to relook at whether or not we continue with the self-attestation and then go back to being able to show some particular documentation. I noticed, though, that the BSA doesn't propose any of these types of programmatic changes. So is that anticipated? Was that discussed? If this is something that you all feel will make the program truly target towards the folks who need it, why wasn't that proposed in the legislation?
Because we thought that there was an interest in standalone legislation where people could weigh in and deliberate on it, different than what happens in the budget, where the way that what's appropriate for the BSA has been explained to me is that it has to do primarily with the ability to do budget execution and tied to the budget. And this is a programmatic and policy choice that probably deserves more, may deserve its own legislative process and package, and as well as engagement. And that was, so we expect to do that, and we will be putting forward a proposal, but we did not prepare that for the BSA.
You know what? I'm not on team put everything in the BSA. I do think that there's value in having healthy debate and dialogue, but also a healthy legislative record on a particular policy change. So it's good to know that you guys are, at least that you desire to continue to have that conversation about ERAP in particular, and that's something that you want to have prior to next fiscal year beginning. Yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. So sorry, I interrupted you in terms of the feedback on the quarterly. if you wanted to.
So, what we've heard from housing providers in particular is a plea to not have quarterly applications because of two things. One is if people are applying and not getting in the time the portal is open, they continue to not pay their rent, whether or not the emergency is continuing, hoping that they'll get ERAP at the next time the portal opens. And so the non-payment of rent that landlords are experiencing is prolonged. We see this somewhat in the data because we see each quarter we've opened, the rent arrears that are being requested are greater each and every quarter that we've opened. So the other thing that happens is if someone has a pending ERAP application, there's legislation also that says that that's a defense in landlord-tenant court and their eviction is stayed. So we do have housing counseling services in landlord-tenant court who can help us know who's coming and expedite applications so that if there's an ERAP payment to be made as part of that proceeding in landlord-tenant court, we can ensure those, that there isn't an outstanding, are they eligible or not. We don't catch all of those. We've caught a lot of them, but it's not a substitute, I don't think, for this really severe problem we're hearing about from housing providers.
Okay.
And also, I think it puts residents in this very precarious place, not of uncertainty for longer. So
Yeah.
that is the argument against.
I think it would be interesting to see, because this is the first time that you're doing it, but you have comparisons of, last year where ERAP wasn't done quarterly, to see some data of like, what was the average amount of rent arrears last year quarterly and then now this year.
And we have that data now. We know that last year it was more than $1,000 less than the average of what we're seeing now, and it's gone up. So in this quarter and we're open still now, probably closed in a couple of days, it's $8,466. $8,046. This is very precise, and 34 cents is what the average has been in this quarter since we've opened. In FY23, it was $6,570. Quarter one, it was $7,567. So it's ticked up each and every quarter.
All right.
And
Well,
since
thank
last
you.
year.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman White. Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much. We'll get back to ERAP later. I studied philosophy and, try to think in terms of logic and syllogisms, like if, then, therefore. And there are things you're saying about ERAP that are factually true, but one doesn't necessarily mean the other. And that's why I keep pushing back on this, on these things. Higher rent arrears doesn't mean people are taking advantage of the system. There are a lot of things that could mean, and I want to be careful that we're not jumping to the wrong conclusions, because we've got to solve some problems here, and there are real challenges and less money. Right now, I want to stay focused on goals. The second goal is to increase the timeliness of SNAP application processing timelines, which is really important because we are still one of the slowest jurisdictions in the country. I agree with the subject, but I want us to do a little work here, because increasing the timeliness of SNAP application timelines is a general goal, and I want us to have specific goals. Otherwise, there's no accountability, and we don't know what you're aiming for or whether you have a plan or the infrastructure to achieve it. So what's the current timeline for SNAP application processing, and what's your goal timeline for this year?
So our goal is always to meet the federal requirements around SNAP processing. So
30
if
days.
it's somebody qualifies for expedited SNAP, we need to be processing those applications in 7 days. And if they qualify for regular SNAP, it's 30 days.
Okay.
So those are always our goals. We're meeting those goals now. In the month of February is the last month I have full data for, 72% of the time, which is a really significant improvement factor over,
Congratulations.
thank you, prior months. There are a number, and especially given that that was, as we said, we know that we have a lot more case actions to process and not more people. So there was a lot of really important work that is going into that and that we are continuing. And there are additional improvements coming around our people, our technology, and our processes to support a continual improvement plan. We have a very robust improvement plan, and I meet regularly with our team on the implementation of that plan. And so and we are also accountable to the Food and Nutrition Service, who we also meet with regularly and was out for a several-day visit with us just a couple of weeks ago and shared all of our plans
So
and work with them.
So what is the monthly average percentage of on-time SNAP application processing that you are striving to hit this year?
So I think we listed this, did we list this in our goals for that we sent over? I don't think we got that. So again, our goal is always to meet the full amount. We have certain measures that we've committed to with FNS. But 75%, we hit 75% last month. 75% was our goal. We had historically been up over 96%. We expect we will get there again with the deliberate focus on the efforts that we have underway.
All right, so your specific goal is 75% of a monthly average of 75%?
So it's a consistent improvement factor, and we have met, we exceeded what we had, I believe, in our plan with FNS, and we hit that 75% sooner. We're not stopping. So we have a consistent goal. I am not going to articulate to you now here a goal that is different than a goal that we're accountable to the federal government. So I want to, if you want to meet around establishing measures that you would like me to also report to you on, I'm happy to do that. But we're going to keep focused at this as we get as close to 100% as we possibly can, as I mentioned. But I don't want to get ahead of what we're already on the hook for and have separate goals with you than we have with the federal government.
What's the goal with the federal government?
The 75%.
75%. Okay. So,
but no,
minimum
again,
75%.
we're trying to get, we want to be
continued
above
monthly improvement.
95%. And we need to get, the feds asked us to improve at 1% a month.
Okay.
We've already exceeded that. That's what I meant by exceeded it.
Okay.
We know we need to be at 95%, but we're not there yet.
Right.
But we will get there. When we will get there, I'm not able to tell you that, because we are also looking at things that we're doing, how much improvement we get. And also it's based on the cases that we process. So if we process a group of cases that have had some technical issues for more than 30 days, and we get those fixed, it's going to bring down our timeliness, because it's how many cases have you approved today that you approved within the statutory requirements. We need to get those cases off our books. So you'll see some dips, not because we've not improved, but because we've tackled some of those cases that have been sitting. And so that's why I want us to be cautious about how we read the data.
Which is why I'm suggesting a monthly average. And so are we saying the goal is a monthly average of?
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of my team who does the work, who's looking at this data every day and working with the federal government on our corrective actions with a goal, setting this goal with you in our budget hearing. I am happy to come back
Director,
to you.
this wasn't a surprise.
It wasn't a surprise, but you asked me for 3 goals.
And
I
I
gave you
asked them
3
to be
goals.
specific.
And I think we gave that.
Increasing the timeline for a SNAP application, I have them to be specific and time-bound. Increasing the timeliness of SNAP application timelines is not specific or time-bound.
So what I will tell you is the same thing that we're on the hook for the federal government, which is 1% per month.
Okay, 1% starting at a baseline of 75?
75.
Thank
Mhm.
you. The DHS budget reduces staffing in the division that manages benefits, particularly it looks like for case managers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Will that impact SNAP processing timelines?
Those are vacant positions, so we don't believe that that will, but it depends, right? If we see our caseloads shoot up, then it could. But based on where we are and have been, we don't expect that that will put us behind right now.
What in the budget will help change the trajectory on SNAP timelines?
So maintaining the staffing that's in the budget is the critical number one. As I mentioned, we have some federal resources that we're excited to put towards some new technologies that we think are going to be particularly meaningful. We are making some changes to these aren't budget, not everything is a budget issue. So there are things that negotiating changes and getting approval for how detailed the case notes need to be. So to shave off the amount of time each case gets processed is also an important change that we're working on that would free up about 140 hours a day collectively among our caseworkers for processing. So but there are not other changes in this budget other than what has been in our budget. It is more about how we work more efficiently.
Yes, everything is not money. Some is process. Can you, as a follow-up, send us the process changes that you believe will result in the 1% increase?
Absolutely.
Thank you. When I asked the mayor earlier this week about SNAP, she said that her budget proposes to cut food benefits from the levels set by the council for this year.
That's not what the mayor said.
What did she say?
The mayor said the council funded that one time. We didn't cut SNAP benefits. The SNAP
Okay.
benefit levels are set by the federal government. Those are the same.
Okay.
The council added a local benefit through Give SNAP a Raise as one-time money that was funded for 9 months, not even a full year, subject to the availability of funds from the prior fiscal year. So it wasn't even funded in the council's budget last year, but for the fact that there was unspent money that triggered that benefit. So I think it is a complete mischaracterization. It is a complete mischaracterization.
It wasn't
Say the
unspent money.
mayor,
It was additional revenue, and people are going to factually get less money for SNAP.
the mayor did not cut a budget
You
for
can
SNAP.
characterize it however you want. They're going to get less money.
The council
I-
funded a one-time benefit.
I'm happy to accept your characterization. People will get less money for SNAP next year. Is that correct?
People will not get a local benefit that the council funded last year unless the council funds it again.
It sounds like yes. So do you believe that the amount of money that will be available for families for SNAP will be enough for them to eat?
No, and I don't think it is with what the council added either.
So what should we be doing to fill that food gap?
We should be helping people who grow their incomes and have access to opportunity so that they can have the jobs they want to have that put money on the table for their families. That's what they tell me they want.
Okay.
The other thing that we are doing that I think is important to note is that we are participating in what now the federal government is calling Sunbucks, the summer EBT program that also adds an important benefit for families to help with nutrition assistance for their children during out of school time.
What I'm really concerned about is silos. So the answer on food assistance is people need to get jobs. Well, that's outside of your, better jobs.
That
better
is
paying
not the
jobs,
answer I
better
gave
paying
you.
jobs, right? I mean, I'm not trying to mischaracterize what you said,
'cause
but it
you
has to
did.
do with employment. Is
I'm
that right?
saying, you said, what are we left with to do? And I said, look, when I talk to the residents who are in our programs, this is how we got to Career Map, about what is it that they want, what will make a difference. They don't say, give me more benefits. They say, I want to work and I want a career, a job that is going to pay a wage that I can take care of my family. I imagine the same
What's the
residents that
plan for that?
I mean, we can talk about our entire workforce development system. I gave you some testimony about the things that DHS is doing on Career Map, on recompeting our TANF employment vendor contracts, on our transgender empowerment, transgendered and gender non-conforming employment programs. We have a SNAP employment and training program that specifically works with SNAP recipients around connection to the workforce. So there is a very robust array of things that we're doing at DHS and in partnership with the workforce development system to try to open up those opportunities. But it is short-sighted to say we're going to give people an extra 10 or 20 or 30 or dollars a month and we have solved hunger. That's not enough.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so if
I'm
the
so glad we agree
administration
on
doesn't have a plan to fill that gap, wherever it lies, if it's employment, if it's the nonprofit
It's
housing,
collective.
everybody can't point and say it's somebody else
But
who's
I'm
not
not
happening to be
pointing.
at this
Did
table.
I point?
So the council is filling a gap. The gap
doing.
exists for lack of a plan.
So I talked about what I talked.
The council does not run this government. So when there are gaps, we only have the tools we have. And it is just too convenient to say, oh, the council just wants to spend all the money. No, we are trying to fill gaps that the administration is not filling.
So I think now you're mischaracterizing what I said. I didn't point fingers. You said, what are we going to do about the fact that people want to work and they're not able to earn enough money to provide for their households in the way that they want? And I talked to you about, here are the things that are within my area of responsibility that we're doing and that we're doing in partnership with our workforce development agencies. And you characterized me as pointing fingers or asking the council to solve it, neither of which, respectfully, did I say.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I mean, some of the frustration here, the kind of thing that you're talking about creating pathways to work that pays enough so that you don't have to rely on benefits, which is what everybody wants. And then one of the big signature things that's happened in the last week is the elimination of the pay equity fund, which is the kind of thing that we ought to be doing in order to create a pathway so that folks don't have to rely on benefits. And there's a frustration when either benefits are increases in benefits are not renewed, I think may be a way that you could characterize it, or not, or there aren't raises in benefits, but there's also a closing of a drawbridge going up in some places in the workforce area. And we do feel like we need to deal with that. I do think all of our goals are to get people employed in jobs that can allow them to be independent. I'm going to go back to ERAP for a second, because I wasn't here at the time when the kinds of changes that you were talking about may have been made. Can somebody point me, when I ask about ERAP, and I've had people reach out and say that ERAP is somehow being abused, and including abused in a voucher setting where if a resident reported the change in income, then we could get more money from the feds. And then I've also been told that no, the way ERAP works is somebody applies and then they're considered, they don't immediately get it. And then there's some income verification that happens. So is there at any step along the way an income verification for an ERAP applicant, or is it all a lick and a promise?
So there used to be, and during COVID, council changed legislation that allowed for people not to have to provide documentation of their income and instead to self-attest. Some people, we request and ask, can you please, because we want people to prove their income, we want to make sure, but if they can opt to do a self-attestation instead of providing us documentation of their income, I think it is time that we go back to asking people to demonstrate their income. So we know that the program is going to people who it's targeted for.
So you made a ask, but somebody can say, no, I don't have it, or I'm not going to give it. And then your feeling is you have to provide the
It is
requisite.
in law that we have to accept a self-attestation.
So if someone could point me to where in the law I find that. I mean, one of the things that I wonder about on ERAP, I mean, we got to help people and keep them out of homelessness. A different dimension to it is I feel like rents are sticky. Rents ought to, if we have all these people who are having trouble paying their rent and we actually have a decent excess of apartments out there, why aren't rents coming down? And you could think, oh, there's a moral hazard for beneficiaries that think, oh, they don't have to pay, the government will pay. But you also could have landlords who think, well, I just have to wait and I'm going to get the money from the government. And so it distorts the market in that way. I mean, do you see what I'm getting at? No?
Not really.
Well,
I think you're getting into supply demand argument, or you're getting at who benefits argument, or.
now I'm
morals? All right, I'm not sure.
All right. What I'm getting into a supply and demand. I'm getting into, one of the things that when you look at the economic revenues and trends, the report that the CFO does, we have a lot of empty apartments in this city, but rents don't go down. And it's a puzzle. And I'm not going to say that ERAP is the reason for it, but what are the things that are holding up rents in this environment where there is excess supply? There's more demand, but people can't afford it. You would think prices would start coming down, but they have not.
So I like to, think I know a lot of things, but you're talking to your human services director, and I know that the wisdom of the council was that we belong in the housing committee, but this might be a better question because there's some tremendous expertise that could probably give you a more complex and informed answer. I'm not saying that I have no theories on it, but they would be Laura's theories on this based on the work that we do, and probably not the best authority on what it's actually going to take. I will tell you that what I do know is that housing providers who are calling me really frustrated about the fact that so many of their tenants are not paying and they are afraid of losing their buildings is that as they've, particularly in newer buildings, that as they've moved from construction loans to operating loans, interest rates have increased and the margin that they're getting is smaller than they built in. And so the impact of people not paying is having a very serious impact on their ability to be in business. And they feel at a complete loss.
So, okay, so another tool that we have to keep people out of homelessness is the DC Flex program. And which is, I mean, you talked about and the mayor talked about, we need different tools.
Yeah.
The ERAP is a blunt tool, and ERAP in the way with the regulations as you describe them is a particularly blunt tool, but another tool is DC Flex. And yet I think the budget says no more entrance into DC Flex.
That's correct.
Can you help me understand why we would do that? And related to that, what are the alternative tools to ERAP that we could be using to try to get at these issues?
So I think on DC Flex, it was this one really got caught in the enormous deficit between spending and revenue as the city was building its budget. So the city administrator, in his explanation, laid out how they thought about what to fund. And they started with what are the core services? How do we make sure that people's trash gets picked up? We pay fire, we pay police. Then they looked at what are the other impacts on life safety. I think our shelter operations budget got funded. Some of the other things that got funded in our budget, and show that what's the track record for data and evidence for established programs with data, and for new programs that don't have established data that shows that they have an impact, they didn't survive. And I think even though DC Flex was launched as a pilot before COVID, and a lot of the years were in COVID for families. And we were just about to launch it for single adults. So it was not an established program with data. It makes sense. And we would have funded it if we had the money, but we don't. And so it got cut. And that's the honest answer. It just didn't fit within what the principles were in the way the budget was built with the resources we have.
And I mean, it's a challenge. I mean, I think also on rapid rehousing, that the new rules call for more exits from rapid rehousing, and what are the kinds of things that we can do to make sure those folks don't cycle back into homelessness. There were hard choices that needed to be made, but a number of them fall in this area where we're trying to create a safety net against people
Yeah.
going into homelessness.
So I think that's where we hope that we might be able to connect people to available other mainstream housing resources in the city, that we have low utilization in some areas in the housing authority. We're in conversations with the housing authority about what might be possible in terms of being able to redirect families who are losing their subsidy into other available affordable housing in the district. We're first assessing people who qualify based on the criteria our community has established for permanent supportive housing, targeted affordable housing to those longer term subsidies. And DC Flex for families who are working is I think a really important tool, because it helps offset some of the cliffs that our families would otherwise experience. But you also asked me about what else, and our homelessness prevention program as well as Project Reconnect are really important interventions as opposed to ERAP or DC Flex, and those are funded in our budget. And the cost to outcome, I think it's important to consider the costs as we think about what is efficient, what can we do in terms of efficiencies around prevention. So what we see in our homelessness prevention program is that our average payment for clients is $1,020, and 97% of the families who we serve in that program don't enter the shelter system. In ERAP, I talked about what families are requesting per month, and in this quarter, it's all the way up around over $8,000. We'll see what the actual award ends up being in fiscal year 23. The average award by comparison was $5,330. That's still a huge departure.
So I hear you on that. And on the homeless prevention funding, it's funded. Has that funding gone up, gone down, stayed the same?
It's pretty flat. I think it may have seen a small decrease, didn't it, for HPP? Yes.
Yeah, HPP does have removal of one-time funding, which is about 1.8 million. So there is a reduction in the budget. However, that was really to fund a program that is going away at the end of this year. So we're not expecting to see a significant decline in services we're providing through HPP with that reduction.
So it wasn't the way the program has been used historically for people at the front door of the homeless system. The funding allocated for that is flat. There was additional funding associated with Talbot Street. People are displaced from that location. That funding is no longer in the homelessness prevention budget, to be specific.
Okay, I think I'm over time, so I will stop and do one more round with maybe 2 or 3 questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Let me move to the third goal director, which is to help more people in the Career Map program get jobs or credentials. I want to move to some specificity on this one as well. How many people participate in Career Map right now?
So we're at right now we have 564, I believe, in Career Map. Households.
Households, okay.
Mhm.
How much?
574.
574.
Oh, yeah, there.
And how much do you expect those numbers to increase over the next year?
They won't increase.
Okay, so your goal is to keep will they decrease?
So we initially funded the program we expected to enroll 300 families. once we saw the interest and excitement around the program and we had funding that could be allocated because we were living in the era of a lot of COVID relief funds, we doubled the size of the program to 600.
Okay.
We've had some people in that program because the applicant pool from that program is rapid rehousing, who qualified for permanent supportive housing and opted into that program so that they could get a voucher. And so there's been some attrition. There is a cut to the program, and it is to account for no new enrollments, so that the program will shrink below the 600 we targeted because of the budget pressures. And I was glad that because it is a new program without yet it's in year one, established track record, it didn't get cut the way some other programs did. So I was very happy to see that we were able to prioritize its continuation.
574 people. How many got jobs or credentials?
So we're only in year one. And so I think we want to be really clear about our baseline in this program. Because this is a pilot and we're learning things. And what we're seeing is, so there are a few things that we learned that we didn't expect. And our philosophy is families are experts in their own lives, and they know what they need in order to get from here to where their goals are. And we saw a good amount of effort in year one where families wanted to move first and foremost. Even though they were housed in rapid rehousing, they saw it as an opportunity and a need to move out of a neighborhood they were in or an apartment they were in. So we had to train up and ensure that we were able to support families in that way. We've still seen people pursuing credentials, pursuing employment, and growing their earnings, and that is happening. And we're seeing a modest increase in earnings amongst people in the program. We also are still establishing our comparative data, because the data in FRSP is self-report data. They report to their case managers about their earnings, but in Career Map, where we have both a partnership with the lab where we're looking both at Equifax data, which is also somewhat incomplete, and also where we have the two providers and their methodology around reporting. We still have gone from, depending on which data set. So we're not comparing apples and oranges at this point. As we report and share data with you on what we're seeing in this program, we will. But what we're seeing was about 30% of people report having some income. So if they could have been working 4 hours or 60 hours, but they reported some income due to earnings coming into the program. And that number on average now is over 46, about 40-some%. But again, apples and oranges, and does not give the full picture in growth and earnings. But we also know that folks are we're just about a year enrolled for some people, and setting their career goals, as being settled in housing. They're dealing with the things they need to deal with first. And some people are progressing more quickly than others, which is what we expected and are seeing.
Okay. So I take your points. First year, learning things, tight budget. But how do we land at a goal? Because the goal you stated was to help more people in the Career Map program get jobs or credentials. Now you're saying, and it's not a criticism, it's reality, there'll be fewer people in the program. So then what is your goal for Career Map this year?
Okay, so based on, so I want to, as you and I work together to set numeric goals, and my goal is that families are achieving the goals that they set for themselves. And I know they all want to be on a trajectory to a career where they're earning, and that is what the supportive is about. I want to see things continuing to engagement, continuing to be strong, so that the services we're providing are worthwhile to families. I want to see families taking steps to pursue their career goals, so in fully participating. I want to see that they're managing with the resources that they do have, because we're offsetting their cliffs, that they're paying their portions of the rent, that they're able to kind of manage and are supported in that way with their, and that we're continuing to see families progress on their goals in terms of setting a numeric year over year goal of how much some people in the program are gonna grow their income. I don't want to do that with the exclusion of talking with my team. And I know you and I talked about us setting goals. You did not say come to your hearing with measures and put those in front of me, and I'm going to hold you accountable to those. I will come back to you with measures. I'm not prepared to do that today.
Okay, I appreciate it. I did say SMART goals,
Right, but you
specific,
didn't-
measurable.
They are measurable and we
Okay,
can come up with
time-bound.
measures, but, and timing, but I'm not going to, but I don't want to say something to you here and then come back to you later and say it's gonna be something else. So on this one, I'm not gonna, I will come back and commit to one in short order, but not today.
I will, we will do that in short order. I will put it out, however I put it out, so it's public, because I'm not going to do any of these in secret. I thought we were clear on what these SMART goals were going
You
to be.
said, okay,
But we are where we are. So we will work through that in short order. The Budget Support Act proposes making career map optional, and allowing DHS, I guess, to end it at any time. What's happening here?
so in the financial plan, the budget team was given all the things that were explained to you in the city in the mayor's budget hearing. There are the fiscal projections and the out years require a huge contraction in spending over time. And so they were not able to, the budget team is fully plans on funding Career Map through the 5-year pilot, but because they were not able to build it into the financial plan for all 5 years, they had to put that provision in the BSA in order for legal sufficiency purposes.
Okay.
But there's no intent to end the program
Okay.
within the 5 years.
Councilmember Henderson touched on this. I want to discuss it a bit. Staffing and overtime. I am concerned that DHS's overtime spending has been going up every year. In FY22, you spent $5.4 million on overtime. In FY23, it was almost $7 million. How much has DHS spent on overtime so far this year?
Year to date, we've spent just under $3 million.
What are the biggest areas where your staff have to work overtime?
It's in ESA and benefit processing.
Is this having an impact on staff?
Well, staff are not required to work overtime, and that's really important. Many staff want to work overtime because it's financially beneficial to them.
Right.
And it's beneficial to us. We also have used those opportunities like we're proud actually, and we've had positive feedback on our overtime Saturdays, because not only are we able to really spend some focused time together working on cases, but it's also been an opportunity to improve, to do staff training and improve, have people have real-time help without customers coming in to support them with benefit processing. So it served it's had multiple benefits to our ability to increase our SNAP timeliness rate at a faster rate than we projected we were able to do in our corrective action plan with the feds.
Yeah, I don't begrudge anybody who wants to make some extra money. Lord knows we all need it right now.
And and I think the important thing is it's not required. We are not putting a burden on our staff that they must come here and do overtime or come to work and do overtime against their will while they're burning out. And I've heard you talk about it like that. And I think most people, the complaint I hear is, I want more overtime. How come I wasn't selected for overtime and someone else was?
So, and that can be a benefit to individuals that does cost taxpayers more.
I understand.
And, this is a time where we're looking to save costs. So, but that'll continue to be a focus. But let me not go. I went so far over my time last time. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna stay there for just a second because I thought I also understood you had vacancies in that office and then you cut those vacancies. So it's the same number of folks or you.
So we had a hiring freeze for a period of time. They're both because of spending pressures that were now alleviated in the supplemental that has a clear plan of how we're going to deal with those spending pressures that has allowed our AFO to say you may to agree that you may resume hiring, and it's clear which positions are being swept and which aren't, so that we can go forward with hiring. We did lose positions, but we also have vacancies that were not defunded that we can hire for. They're not net new in fiscal year 25. There are not new eligibility staff proposed. Is that correct?
That's
in
correct.
25, but we still can hire eligibility staff, and we are moving forward to hire those staff now.
And so if you do that, that may take some of this overtime pressure off if you fill.
Eventually, because it does take time to hire, and then the it's really technical work, and the training is a 6-month onboarding.
Really. And it really struck me when you said your average time of response can go down if you have an application that's 6 months old and you solve it, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you have to count that 180-day resolution into your average and it pushes things up. And I'm more active in the education space, and I think the way in which graduation rates are calculated don't mask a reality. Here, is there any reporting how many were solved in 0 to 30 days? How many were solved?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that does strike me as a useful antidote to the misleading thing that can happen to the average.
And so there's an official, our APT rate, which is we don't want to report different data to the council than we report to the federal government and have inconsistent data out there. So we report an APT rate, which is what we'll report to you that has that. We also measure all of those things that you just said, and we have daily reports about how many cases are set to reach those 30 or 7 days to make sure that we've got a team of people who's that we're trying the best of our ability. We're working those cases before they expire. So all of that we are looking at every single day.
Yeah, I mean, that the parallel in the education space, I think the way in which it's reported in the education space is the federal way, and yet it's misleading.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is.
So, or can be misleading. One of the things that we've talked about is that, there are some folks out there who need more support, and and your case managers may or may not be fully equipped to do it. And there's a need for coordination with DBH, as an example, to provide richer services for those people who would benefit from that. And where do things stand in terms of trying to build collaboration with DBH to be able to be responsive for residents that you're serving who need more services than one case manager, a couple of visits with a case manager might achieve?
So our teams on the ground do collaborate with DBH and our staff over the Permanent Board of Housing program. So I was explaining to Councilmember White earlier that not all staff are doing eligibility for vouchers. We have staff who are providing technical assistance, who are overseeing the quality of services in our contracts and so forth, that they are working on a host of strategies around coordination, particularly in certain locations. Some of them are buildings in your ward where we see a lot of concern in community, where residents are in a building and there's also service need. DBH was funded this fiscal year with a new program that I think they've recently competed that is intended to address some of this need. And so we're hopeful around that and agree with you that sometimes that we do need in some instances teaming approach and a coordinated response. And I think the thing that is also really important to solve is who's on first, like who is following, to make sure when there's a behavioral health worker, when there's a housing case manager, when there are others who might be involved in the person's life, who is making sure that there's good coordination among that team and that we're staying with the person and the issues until everyone's satisfied that there's a good resolution there. And that's something that we still need to solve for.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you acknowledge that that's something that you need to solve for. When you said who's on first, it reminds me of the way that I've spoken about this sometimes is it's housing first, but housing first can often mean something follows and the supports that follow in order to make it a success. And sometimes you have the capacity to do it. Sometimes it's other places that have the capacity. And it's really critical that for the residents who are benefiting from a voucher that you may be providing, and also for their neighbors, that people get the kinds of supports that they need. It brings me to the Ashton, which one of the things, and I was listening to Councilmember Pinto asking about the Ashton. One of the things I think we've spoken about is there's a spectrum of need, right? There are some folks for whom independent living, it's the key to the door and everything works after that. And there's some people who have greater needs. And then there's some people who really independent living, we're not fully serving them in that context. So the Ashton, it sounds like there's a pretty elaborate agreement, maybe with the neighborhood, about how the Ashton is going to operate in terms of security and things like that. Can you talk to how you're seeing the Ashton operate and the nature of that agreement? And maybe one piece of the answer is somebody send me the agreement so I can look it over.
So there's, we can certainly send you information about what the plans are for the Aston. There have been a lot of conversations along the way with the community. We have now a community advisory team that has met, where we have members of the ANC and other interested parties and we have our provider announced, Friendship Place, who will be doing the on-site supportive services and operations. And I know as Ward 3 council member, they're an organization that's known well to you as well. So we, we will have security there. We will have case management staff there. We will, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into around what the services are or what, or is there are you getting at, is there a disconnect with the community around that?
Well, the reason that I'm thinking about it is when I heard it and I hadn't focused on it, it's Word 2. It sounds like the kind of thing that folks in my community might be interested in is some kind of cooperation to make sure that the services are being addressed, and the idea that you have a community advisory group, it's a different thing because it's a building that you guys will own and rent and have an operator who's operating under your auspices. But I'm gonna be curious about the model that you're using there, and not that it would apply directly in other places, but what kinds of ways might it be used in places where you have a very high percentage of residents? It's not 100% the way that it is at the Ashton, but it's a high percentage of residents in a small areas or something that could be done.
And we did in all of our short-term family housing sites, as we were launching that program, we had community advisory team in Ward 3 around the Brooks that met until there was not really an interest anymore because it was smooth sailing for the most part. So we've done a lot of meetings with the community around at various buildings. At one point at Sedgwick Gardens, we had on-site case manager for a time. And so, but we can, I think it would be a deeper conversation for us to have to talk about what would be the purpose. And, we always strive to be responsive and to make sure that we're listening to community concerns and we're accountable.
Yeah, I mean, this is listening to Councilmember Pinto talk about it made me curious, and it's not going to be the same kind of thing, but I'm curious what the ideas that were used there, whether any of them are transportable over to a different setting where it's not 100% your building. I will say, to close out, when you talked about you have a building in, you had a community advisory group and it then stopped, I often tell the story of people in Cleveland Park who say to me they fought the Brooks with everything that they had, and then it worked pretty well.
Yep.
And so, we can get there. We just got to get there on other places too. So thank you very much for your testimony. I will, just to close out, if somebody could send me something about the arrangement at the Ashton, and if somebody could point me to where in the law it is that there's a barrier to requiring documents for income verification in the ERAP program, both of those things would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ruman. Let's move to homelessness strategy. I was pleasantly surprised to see the new capital investments proposed for shelters in the budget. I know that money is very needed, particularly for CC&V. What will that project look like?
That we will work on with CC&V. I think it's important to understand that it's a built for strategy, which is what CC&V has been advocating for a long time. They own free and clear the parking lot. So anything that we do there in collaboration with them needs to be full in collaboration and in agreement with them. And so that, with the hope for this funding, we will begin discussions with them. We talked with them about this investment, and we know that both they and community stakeholders like the Downtown Bid and Georgetown and longtime partners of CC&V are also really excited and invested, as are a number of people in our community who have been thinking about this and really advocating for something different for a long time. But the first and foremost, I couldn't come out here and announce, if I came out here and said it's going to look like this, that would be completely a disrespect to the process that still needs to take place.
I can't remember, number in my head is 34 million, but I feel like that might be way off.
CC&V?
It's 64 overall, but in the first year it's 11.
Thank you. For 801 East Men's Shelter, what I found particularly impressive there seemed to be a lot of collaboration with residents about what it would look like, what the new shelter would look like, and the needs. Are you planning to use a similar strategy for engaging people who use CC&V and developing the new?
So I don't know how much you know, CC&V, but they are a resident-run shelter.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they have strong resident representation on the board. And so by definition, working with them will include an inclusive process with the residents who stay there. And we do it, and of course, we're committed to that. In every single program that we have developed, we have centered our design requirements around the voices of the people who will be served there.
And that seems to be working well now. So I'm happy about that. The ERAP portal just opened to receive another 8,500 applications on April 1st. How did that go this time?
I think I've heard very good things. Right when we opened, we worked with Octo, and we did move to a server with even more capacity. In the first couple hours, when there was a lot of load, there were a couple of times where it would seem like not available, and if you hit refresh, it came up, and that subsided and pretty quickly, and we didn't re-experience those challenges. As of this morning, I don't have that as of right now number. We had 7,444 applications in the system, so we're still open for this quarter's applications until we reach 8,500, and it's been going well. As was noted in testimony, we did an in-person clinic to assist people who needed help putting in their applications. And we did that at MLK Library. There were also a number of people at satellite locations who were doing the same. And we had a lot of positive feedback on that. So we're very happy that that worked out well.
Do you track what happens to people who apply for ERAP and don't get it? That is to say, you can't track everybody, but if they come back into your system another way, do you track whether they come back into one of your systems in another way?
We see if they've come back and repeated their application the next year, and we do track that. And we track whether we do, as I mentioned, have housing counseling in the courts, in landlord tenant court. And if we were able to offer ERAP and it avoided an eviction, and we provided you that data in follow from performance oversight. So we do track that. But what we don't do, and I don't know if we legally could do, I would need to check with our general counsel about that, is compare entries into, an HMIS into the homeless system with people who received a prior ERAP subsidy. I think that's what you're asking me.
Well, I guess I'm asking for someone who didn't receive ERAP, if they ended up in the shelter system within the next few months, is that something you track?
So I don't know who doesn't receive ERAP. I mean, I can tell you if someone comes in to Virginia Williams to apply for shelter in the family system, we would try to support them through our homelessness prevention program. And we're able to offer some rent assistance and other services to help people. And as I noted earlier, 97% of the people we help through HPP don't enter our shelter system. So that we do track. And sometimes they might have both ERAP and other types of assistance through HPP. But I couldn't tell you but I think you're trying to get for how many people but for ERAP would be homeless or enter the homeless system because they didn't get ERAP. That we do not have that data.
Okay. When we discussed ERAP at our performance hearing, I recall you indicated that people applying for ERAP are frequently living in poverty and have to choose between having to pay rent and for other necessities. So they roll the dice, hoping ERAP will hold off eviction. The argument, as I understood it, was really many of them just can't afford their rent. And that's what it comes down to.
Yeah. And this is not, and I would just ask, I know there are things that we agree on and things that we don't agree on, and that's okay, but I would ask that I did not characterize all applicants or recipients of ERAP in any one way. I said sometimes that there are some subset of people where the program's doing exactly what it should do for them. There are some residents where it's an affordability issue, like you just described. And there are some for whom they're abusing the system. All of are true, not only one. And I think, and I think that's important because I don't want to be characterized as saying all people are just not paying their rent. I'm saying that
I got you.
made my point.
All right. I said frequently. I wasn't trying to mischaracterize, but I hear you. And so let's accept that characterization. So when people apply for ERAP because they can't afford rent, does DHS link them to affordable housing programs as an option to avoid relying on ERAP again in the future?
So if somebody is already in an affordable housing program, and we see a fair number of people come for ERAP who already have a voucher, but they are not current on their portion of the rent, we try to work with them to adjust if they say they had a loss of income, but they have not reported that to the housing authority and adjusted their rent portion. We try to work with them to help them do that first. We also try to work with them to if they can be on a payment plan, which they can with the housing authority, if they owe rent to the housing authority, to do that. Because there are so many more people who need affordable housing and don't have it, that we want to help people work within the affordable housing program when that is an option to reserve those resources. But we cannot deny them eligibility, nor can we require those things in the current program. I think that is a change that we would like to look at and work on for future reform of the program to ensure that people are first, if they have options that can help them with their affordability to and maintain their tenancies, that is not just the government pays their arrears, particularly with the options that are built into DCHA's programs, we would like that to happen. So we do see that,
So
a lot of that.
On that point, if DHS, oh no, if ERAP, shouldn't be a tool for people who can't afford their rent. If ERAP isn't the right tool for that, what is the right tool for that gap? Someone who makes almost enough.
That's the people who need affordable housing. So that is, I mean, all of the things that are part of what we're trying to do to solve the affordable housing crisis, those are the tools that people need. And it is everything from making housing more affordable to the debate we had around helping people with access opportunity to grow their income to afford rent. And both of those things I think are part of the solution. But the thing that I'm trying to, I'm not saying like they don't deserve help. I'm trying to say that if you try to have the ERAP program be a Band-Aid to an affordable housing need, that is not a workable strategy. We cannot fund ERAP to that level.
I hear that, but fixing the affordable housing crisis is going to cost more than ERAP, and it's going to take a whole lot longer. So what do we do?
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, let's talk about the $350 some million that the district had in state DC. I mean, that's a lot of money. Is that, so when you look at you look at who's gonna, I don't know if we're trying to help people who need affordable housing or we're trying to prevent homelessness. Those are both really worthy goals. They're not the same goal. So maybe we should talk about which is the problem to solve and then what is the solution.
I think that's what we're talking about. And so
Okay.
I'm asking for what's the recommendation? What I heard the recommendation was fix the affordable housing crisis.
So, okay, so that's part of it. So, and it depends who we're talking about. So when Christy Greenwald was here at the ICH, she used to, often share, like a diagram that looked like this. And this was everybody who needs affordable housing in our community. And down here at this tip over here are the people without that who are homeless. And here are the people who are at risk of and are gonna become homeless. For people here who still need affordable housing, the solution is not ERAP. And in my opinion, they need affordable housing and we need to work on with the range of resources around affordable housing. If what we're looking at is preventing this crisis down here, because this is the most, as you pointed out several times, the most costly to both from a human perspective and a budget perspective. We want to prevent people from falling in this to being in here. That is where ERAP and homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing and Project Reconnect and Career Map and other programs to help people not go below this line. But you can't look to the homeless system and the emergency system to solve this bigger issue. And that's when you look to DHS to solve this greater affordable housing issue, we're always going to fail.
Right. But then the housing agencies are going to say the same thing. They're going to say, we don't have the resources to fix what you're asking us to fix. So
are you saying that everybody who needs affordable housing, the government should provide them affordable housing? And that's the problem for us to fix here and now in this budget.
did I say something that sounded like that?
Well, you're saying, what are we going to do for these people? Like, you're not giving me a solution. And what I'm saying is we're going to do the best we can with what we have. The mayor has a very robust articulated affordable housing strategy. There is a plan. It has a set number of units. It has production goals. Up until this year, she put over $100 million or $100 million into it every single year. There've been so there's a strategy there around that is not the emergency system that we are. And you're asking me, I feel like, well, what about the people who they just can't afford their full rent? Like, what are we? And so they are looking at this program to bridge that for them. And I'm like, if they're not at the door of the homeless system, please, DHS can't fill that gap. We're not set up for that. In an emergency program where you have to not pay your rent and be at risk of eviction is for that many people is like, let's proactively figure out what we need to do there so landlords can get their rent paid and people don't have to be in fear of being put out on the street. But that's not like, or whatever, all of the things, but like, they're not all the same is what I'm trying to explain.
Don't even need to explain it. I know that.
Okay.
Okay. Also, homelessness is up. And as you said, we've got to figure out the best we can do with what we have.
Yes.
I don't see an affordable housing. I don't see the affordable housing crisis ending. I see homelessness up. I see people being displaced. I see a program called ERAP that seems to be the most cost-effective way to prevent displacement. And you're saying that's not the answer. And I'm
saying
asking,
it's not the most cost-effective way to prevent displacement because it's not targeted to people who are
can I finish,
necessarily going to be.
Director,
Yes.
please?
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
So what is it then, right?
So I think what I would recommend to you are three things. One, that we better target ERAP so that it's not available to anybody who attests that they're not able to pay their rent and what their income level is, and that we require that people prove that they're eligible. You disagree that people don't, that we don't see applications like that. And I could give you a number of examples that we've had to refer for investigation of applications that do look exactly like that. But so I'm not saying it's in everybody, but there is abuse in this program, and we can responsibly have people demonstrate their eligibility. So the program is going to the people for whom it's intended. So that's both in terms of income as well as what constitutes an emergency for the purpose of this program. And third, when people have already subsidized housing, they have affordable housing, but there's an issue where they are still accumulating rent arrears. We want them to avail themselves of the other resources that are available, renegotiate their portion of the rent, get on a repayment plan before ERAP kicks in. And that can go a long way in improving the targeting and effective of this program. I didn't say get rid of ERAP. The mayor put in additional $12 million to shore that program up from its baseline of 8 that it was at before COVID to take it up to 20. I know it's not at the level it is right now, and you can argue that's a cut. It's definitely a cut from, particularly given that the council left ERA funds in there that, there's a lot of money in that program this year. But if what your goal is to help so many people with ERAP that we definitely reach the people who are going to end up homeless, you are going to need to fund it at the levels that State DC was funded.
My goal isn't to help all those people with ERAP. My goal is to help those people. And I'm asking
So I'm
for
saying
a
reform
better
the program.
solution if it's not
So I
ERAP.
said reform ERAP. It does, I'm not saying get rid of ERAP. I said ERAP is a part of the solution, but only if we better target it.
All right, so
Okay, and I gave you
before the
3
council
suggestions
passes the budget, are
for
we gonna
better
get,
targeting it.
are we gonna get recommendations for better targeting before
Yeah,
the council
you are.
passes the budget?
We can do it before you pass the budget.
Perfect.
Okay. And there are a few others, but those are my top 3. So I'll leave it at that. I think the others is again, we need to continue our homelessness prevention efforts. We need to continue our Project Reconnect efforts, as I've mentioned before. And we see really strong cost to outcomes there in both Project Reconnect and in our homelessness prevention program. And we know we're serving people who are otherwise at the front door of the homeless system. And if there's an area where ensuring that we've got the money at the right place to prevent inflows into homelessness, I think the data points to that's the place to invest.
All right, so we instead look to the homelessness prevention programs. There, it looks like you're proposing to cut the budget for homelessness prevention for families by 1.8 million. Is that correct?
It looks like that, but it's actually not correct. And Tanya can explain some of the budget maneuvers that make that a little bit confusing.
Yeah, no, that's correct. It's a removal of 1.8 in one-time funding or in ARPA funding that goes away. But it is really supporting the Talbot Street residents that were displaced. We've been supporting them, but that is going to be ending this year. So it really kind of evens out, and we're not seeing a reduction to our actual homeless prevention program providers.
So it's just loaded, additional assistance for Talbot Street was loaded into that line in the budget, but the number of families we're serving and how that budget gets used, it just reflects the backing out of the Talbot Street initiative.
Okay. Let me look into that more closely. One of the things I'm struggling with is sometimes, Director, your characterizations make me uncomfortable. So with ERAP, which you said in your testimony and repeated there, is that the mayor's proposing a $12 million increase from a baseline. But like, I don't know why you would, I don't think that's the baseline. I think the baseline is this fiscal year. So I'm always trying to make sure I'm understanding what's actually happening and
So
decipher from
let's just
characterizations.
say baseline is a term of art. So we get a budget to work on, and the CFO tells us, what is your baseline budget? And what that means is, what are the recurring funds that are built into the financial plan? So like when the council funds a 9-month local SNAP supplement, and it's not in the baseline, it's a one-time fund that if you want to fund it again in the next year, you have to find revenue to fund it. It's not for me built into our baseline budget, is not at our starting point. Even the SNAP, the TANF COLA hadn't been in our agency baseline. We were asking for it as an enhancement every year. This year, it's finally in the baseline. So when I say baseline, I'm not trying to make a judgment call around who did what. It's literally how the budget gets developed and the technical term of what is built into our recurring budget versus what we need to request enhancement and find money to pay for.
Rapid rehousing is a program that is a controversial one that we've discussed before. But right now, it's one of the main ways DHS moves people out of shelter and in the direction of greater stability. The proposed budget for the program is being cut substantially. Is that right?
So we actually, again, this is where just semantics, I don't mean it in any kind of way. The baseline for that budget has never been funded to the degree to which it's sized. So there's actually an enhancement of over $30 million in fiscal year in 24 in the supplemental and 30 in the 25 budget to accommodate the growth in the ERAP program. It is less money than we have this year.
Okay.
So there's, yes, less money than we have this year, but it is actually an increase from the baseline budget to accommodate the growth in the program that we've experienced.
And DHS's recent emergency rules would exit families from rapid rehousing after they've reached their time limits. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And that's based on what it's available appropriations. And so it is not a long-term housing subsidy program. It is not funded to be a long-term housing subsidy program. And we have run out of our ability to offer extensions in that program, as we've discussed.
How many families do you expect to stop providing rapid rehousing assistance to in the next 6 months?
Between now and the end of this fiscal year, that number is about 2,000 households.
Based on what you know about their incomes, how many of those families are likely to be able to afford to pay their rent?
That is unclear, and is likely not many, which is why we're hoping to do what we can to connect them with other affordable housing programs that have vacancies at DCHA, and have a request to them and their board to work with us on that.
Can you say more there? What programs might
So
they
there,
utilize?
as you well know, there, and you know better than I do, what the occupancy rates look like at DCHA and the Housing Choice Voucher Program in public housing. So in the past, there have been times where the board has approved a limited local preference that allows an allocation of subsidies that can go to a particular group who's at risk, in this case, at risk of homelessness. And we've asked the Housing Authority to consider that, and that's something that the board is right now deliberating.
Okay, so they would jump over the many thousands of people that are on the public housing waiting list now?
So there, as you and I both know, that's a wait list that's been there a really long time. It takes them a really long time to go through people in that wait list, and some of them are oftentimes no longer here, and it takes someone to find and understand what that person's needs are. So yes, they would jump over the hurdle, the people who have been waiting, and it would prioritize these families with children who I think everyone is concerned about what will happen, because we are not confident that they will independently pay their rent.
What's the long-term plan for rapid rehousing?
So I think it will revert back to what it has been, which is a program that's works as intended, as opposed to having many extensions. It will be predictably a 12-month program at some point, with the possibility, if funded, for additional extensions of up to 6 more months, so an 18-month program that can support people with their rent when they exit shelter. There are a lot of exciting improvements that we've made to our provider contracts that we were not able to implement, because when the council passed emergency legislation last summer, the regulations that we had that supported that change had to stop because our regulations were no longer in line with the council's new legislation. The regulations that you just referenced are regulations that we just reissued according to the legislation that you passed last summer, an emergency. And that has then moves toward performance-based contracts that move away from penalizing some of the benefit cliffs that people experience in the program, and also puts more incentives for both providers and families, like we have in our TANF program, as they grow their earnings, and really a number of other exciting improvements. I think some of the feedback we heard today from witnesses are people want more help and with employment, and and our goals are always to strengthen the ways in which we do that.
What is your estimation of the percentage of families that will come out of rapid rehousing successfully? By successfully, I mean able to pay rent.
So I don't know, and I don't have an estimation. The data that we have from the program is how many people who come out of the program and end up back in the homeless system. And in years past, we haven't done exits other than to permanent housing programs since before COVID, pretty much. So we don't have recent data on this, but from years past, 15% of the families, or between 10 and 15% of the families who exited the program ultimately returned to the homeless system. Around 85% or so did not. So people don't tell us whether they're paying their rent after they exit the program. I can't track it. I don't have that data.
Let me just go to one final question. We've been hearing that migrants at Harbor Light will no longer be served lunch. Is that true?
It's probably true. I think we don't do lunch in our family shelters. We have some severe budget constraints, and so yeah, I think that is true that we're not able. Yeah, we are not doing lunch, and that is true for all of our family programs.
With this program in particular, I think those families are prohibited from cooking at the shelter, can't bring food in, and under federal law, are not allowed to work. And you mentioned, I heard in response to Councilmember Henderson, a lot of them do figure out how to work, but how are they eating lunch?
So kids are getting lunches at school.
Okay.
I don't think it's true that we don't let people bring food in. That's not accurate.
Okay.
It is true that, we ask people not to cook in their rooms. They can't have hot plates and stuff. It's a fire hazard. It puts everybody there at risk. And but what I think, we know if somebody's having trouble, we work with them around accessing food resources. Most people are working and have some income and are managing without lunch. A lot of people are also out in the day, and we're not relying on lunch.
Okay.
But I mean, it is really like we've had to make some trade-offs there. And I think there's also why would we provide something to one group of customers of DHS that we don't provide? Where else?
Those are all the questions I have, Director. I want to thank you and your team. There are a lot of folks at DHS working very hard, and these are difficult times. I want to thank my team as well, who barely had 2 days to examine this massive agency budget and every other budget that had a hearing this week. That is billions of dollars of money and programs and constituent concerns. So anything I understand about this budget at this point, I understand because of them. Special thanks to my committee director, Sean Hilgendorf, who took the lead on this agency budget. As we close, anyone in the public who's interested in keeping up with this committee's work, please sign up for updates at robertwhiteatlarge.com so we can be in touch with those updates. The record for this hearing will be held open for 2 weeks from today until the close of business on Friday, April 19th at 5:30 p.m. Anyone interested in submitting written testimony for the official record can do so via our hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, LIM as in Michael, s.dccouncil.gov/hearings. The business before this committee is finished for today. The time is 7:49 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing is adjourned.